from, the S400 battery, starting from, all kinds of things. And because they push their narrative out first, there is believability, at least for the time being till the narrative gets dead. Then you keep denying it, and because you are a second responder, your deniability does not carry so much of weight. So similarly with the IMF, you see in any IMF loan, if you study Pakistan's behavior, they will project a huge amount of taxes which they will collect themselves. And based on that, the IMF works out a work chart and they agree to a loan. 6 months later, when the first review is done, you find that there is at least a 20 or 30% shortfall in taxes. Then they will come out with some excuses, and no, we'll make it up in the next tranche. So, this is the reason why Pakistan is able to get away with things. But coming back to an act of terror being considered an act of war, I think this is very significant. This adds to the Indian doctrine of war. You would recall that after Balakot, the Foreign Secretary had said that the attack was done on Balakot as a preemptive measure because we had got information that the terrorists there were planning an attack on India. So that was added also to your doctrine, doctrine of preemption. This doctrine that any terror attack will be considered an act of war adds to that your doctrine of war fighting. Now they will have to work out many things. I think as the Lieutenant General mentioned, will you delegate this to the operational commanders, to the field commanders, to the corps? Who will take that decision that now this is an act of war, I can go in with what I want? Because, war is the whole of country effort. You can't have single commanders embarking on a war without having... So, many things will need to be threshed out, but I think it's a very important doctrine. I also hope that this will be the first step in declaring Pakistan a terror state. You see, when we go to the international community with dossiers, with proof and all that, and the question they ask is, how come, but you haven't declared Pakistan a terrorist state?
Yes.
How come you're asking us to do it? So if you start considering acts of terror as acts of war, then obviously the war is being carried out by the state. So therefore the terror is being carried out by the state, and therefore we must now move, or at least examine the issue of declaring Pakistan not only a terror sponsoring state, but a terrorist state itself.
No, absolutely. And therefore, again, take away the deniability that it functions under, that, oh, some of these are non-state actors, or we are also the victims of the same groups that are operating against, or they will say these are mujahideens who are working for, a certain cause, etc. But let me take one more question to all of our guests. I'll give a minute or two to all of our guests. And Marshall, I start with you. How about re-looking at the no first use doctrine as well? Along with this,
Shivani, that in my case, my understanding is a very good doctrine. No first use gives a kind of signal that we have got this only for deterrent. But the second part of it is also very important, that if the nuclear weapons are used against us, our nation, then we'll go back full tongue and hammer.
okay.
And that's very important. And for that doctrine we have implemented. We got a triad. We have a second strike capability embedded in our plans and methods. That is what I meant when I said, if we say act of terror is equivalent to act of war, then we need to do a lot of work over it, create a lot of SOPs, create a lot of methods, procedures in defining the first step and the other steps.
The reason I asked this question, I'll allow Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer to also come in on this, is because actually under this government, they have shown their intent that it's not set in stone. There is a quote of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself that people are reminded of today, where he had said that currently we have a no first use, tomorrow it could depend on situations.
I totally agree with the current line of thought. In fact, somewhere around the first week of May, when every Tom, Dick and Harry from across the border was coming on air and threatening us with full spectrum of operations, I had even put on a tweet saying that we have to possibly qualify our no first use.
Yes.
Because If somebody is already showing intent of using nuclear weapon to him, against you, then we have to possibly tell him that they come situation, we should be in a position to even review this whole issue of, letting him hit first and then me retaliate. That notwithstanding, we are a very big country. We have resources to, take on a first strike. That's the basic essence of having a no first use. Pakistan, unfortunately, does not have the strategic depth. He does not have the kind of resources which can take a strike, and therefore he is, put to be on the, first use doctrine, unlike us. And like the APM said, we have the triad in place. We have a very, very robust command authority and people in place, which will be, ensured that they can survive the first hit and they can possibly deliver the knockout punch when the thing comes. Having a no first use does have a lot of merits, and I'm sure Mr. Tilak will be able to say more about it, because it has got implications in the international order, and we are seen as a responsible nuclear power.
Certainly, I take your point there, but I also mean it from the point of view of messaging. Everything is about messaging, particularly to our enemies. And when one of your biggest enemies is your neighbor in Pakistan. Tilak, you want to weigh in on this? I have limited time, so as quickly as you can.
Yes, you see, Pakistan is perhaps the only nuclear power which considers nuclear weapons as war fighting.
Yes.
Everybody else looks upon nuclear weapons as deterrents, and therefore nobody talks about it. Pakistan's ministers make such irresponsible statements. Even the defense minister just yesterday mentioned that if we are threatened, we will not let the world survive.
Yes.
Get a life, It's not a war fighting weapon. So I think, and no first use also demonstrates that you have confidence in your triad, that in case there is a strike, you have a second strike capability. Pakistan is not confident. Pakistan fears that their weapons will get taken out first, and therefore they have this bravado of first use doctrine. I don't think so. Nobody will allow them to use it. Neither will China nor will the United States. So this first use doctrine and this minister saying कि हमारे पास पाव के bomb hai, it's so ridiculous because they are not war fighting weapons.
Yes. Okay. I have to slip into a very short break. Gentlemen, stay with me. I know some of you are staying, some of you might be leaving, but we have to slip into a very short break. News and updates will continue in just a bit.
Network 18 is now the clear leader in digital media, with 55% more users on native platforms and social media than Times Internet. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the times.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team. Viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank, is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has to take either in the country or outside, you will find NSA Ajit Doval standing by him. And once again, in last couple of days, we've seen the presence of Ajit Doval here at 7LKM, not only with the other officials, but we have seen that the separate meetings between NSA and Prime Minister Modi, that shows the confidence that he carries of Prime Minister Modi. And in these visuals, we can see that once again, Prime Minister is reviewing the situation with the Tri-Services Chief.
Important update coming in. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're accessing satellite images of Sargodha Air Base in Pakistan, the destruction that India has managed to cause in India's retaliatory strike. My colleague Akash Sharma is with me. Akash, just break down these images that we've accessed.
Right. So these are the satellite images, from this Twitter account, which normally posts the update like such. And these images are suggesting that runway of Sargodha Air Base is damaged and is damaged in the sort of retaliation that Indian Armed Forces, carried out after the attacks that were launched at different military establishment and infrastructures here in India. Now, Shivani, it is important because of the fact that Sargodha Air Base is the same air base from where Pakistan, launches JF-17 and F-16 fighters. And in fact, Mirage 5 also, if I'm not wrong, they have got a Mirage 5 squadron as well. One of their important air base where they have the fighter jets. And in retaliation, Indian Armed Forces have, it seems like Indian Armed Forces have destroyed the runway from where they cannot take off now, though we don't have clarity because these pictures are in fact are not of high resolution, but these images are suggesting that India has in fact achieved what in general when you try for your adversary, you try to hit for its critical assets and things like runways. And it seems like Indian Armed Forces retaliated and have got this sort of destruction there.
Yes, you're right. The images are not very high quality, but I can see them from a closer point of view here, Akash, and I can tell you that the main focus is that box on both sides of the images. On the right side, where the box is, you can see a break in the runway. So that is what is the possible runway damage that these satellite images are showing. And that could be what India has managed. I continue to have Air Vice Marshal R.K. Srivastava with me and Lieutenant General Harimoran Iyer as well. So what do you make of these images that we've accessed? This is only one of the, I think, at least 4 bases that India has retaliated against last night.
Shivani, Sargodha is a very, very important base for them. As rightly has been pointed out that F-16s are there. We believe JF-17s are also there, and there are helicopters also available. So it's a very important base for them. And if we have been able to strike and disable the runway, I also understand that they'll be able to make this runway going in next 24 hours. It may not be as difficult as we know. We have quick, kind of hardening cement available, and we can do that. But this is a great reach. They could not stop it. So it sends a message that destruction we can do. Second thing, I don't know what assets have been destroyed at this base. If we have been able to penetrate through the air defense network, have been able to destroy their ammunition bunks, or we have been able to destroy their missile storage capacities, where have we hit? Or their technical equipment. Because once you hit that, getting that back into motion is very difficult, that I know as an air warrior. So idea is what we have hit at the base, but one strong message has gone. that you are not out of our reach, we can penetrate through the air defense grid of yours and hit your base. And this is a very important signal and message.
So, sir, can I just ask you, I was trying to ask you this in the last segment as well, that why, I mean, what do you make of that air defense system that Pakistan has? It seems to have failed quite spectacularly.
See, we never believed that they have a great air defense network, and it is proving that HQ9 is recently acquired, is something like S300 Chinese version, and it was supposed to be better than this, what I am seeing now in this conflict which is going on. So, as what we call, General also pointed out that if we were to conduct a war, we should have gone for suppression of enemy air defenses. So, that suppression we have not done in that way as we sweep it around, but still we find that we can penetrate through. So, from our perspective, it's a good understanding of their system. If you recall, in 2022, one of our BrahMos missile was deemed to be accidentally fired into their territory, and they could never figure out from where it has come. So, we have still not gone up in our ladder of missiles or our ammunition capabilities. We have still not taken out our all armors from the this thing, but we find that the air defense grid can't even handle
the starting level of the weaponry.
So, I think Pakistan is definitely getting a message, and that message is strong enough for them to understand that at the moment, Indian Air Force, Indian Army, Indian Navy is only responding to terrorist attack. They were trying to target terrorist infrastructure, terrorist thing, and whatever escalation they have done, we have done a measured response. Our response matrix has been very much controlled and refrained from really going all out.
Yes.
But if, lo behold, government says this act of terror is equivalent to act of war, then God forbid, we have enough ammunition and enough firepower and enough armed forces strategy, tactics, whatever you like to call it, including space assets, including EW assets, including IW assets, and net centricity, that we really take care of them. That's not a choice for them.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General, you want to weigh in on these images? One of the 4 bases at least that we know of, including the Nurjan airbase that has been attacked, and that was one of the big ones as well. The damage is possibly only visible on the runway, as Air Marshal said, could be repaired, but it is more about the messaging right now. And it also, it's quite a wonderful, compilation of both telling your enemy that stand down, we are far more superior than you, but also not allowing any escalation from your side. India is playing a very fine balance here.
Shivani, if one looks at what's happened over the last 4 days, we have actually called out their entire air defense system. On the 7th, we managed, despite not going for CI missions, we managed to deliver 9 vastly separated targets in a synchronized manner within 20 minutes. And that also with accuracy and precision. So that was one. And then in the last 2 days, we have been able to send our Harrops, our drones, our missiles, and possibly even having air activity. We are not too clear as to how much of air activity has actually happened. But I'm sure there are some long-range missiles which have been launched from the Air Force also. So what has come out loud and clear is that he is truly wanting as far as his air defense is concerned, and he used to pride about this HQ9 as is one of his big assets. Now what I would like to highlight here is, while on ground our superiority is around, if I was to put a figure, we may be 2:1 or little more than 2:1 superior to him. As far as the Air Force is concerned, if you remove this HQ9 system and its capability, we become maybe 8 or 9 times superior to him. And once that kind of a complete total dominance is there, we will be able to wipe off his Air Force, much like the Israelis did to the Arabs in the 6-day war in 1967. And in that kind of a scenario, our ground forces will have, absolutely no obstacles to go and wipe out the complete army. So he has a major problem as he sees, and that is possibly one of the reasons he is agreeing to possibly de-escalate right now. I am sure post de-escalation there is going to be a large amount of introspection in his own backyard as to what went wrong and how he has to, put those things in order. Because as it stands, if tomorrow this particular situation goes further south and we are, going in for a ground offensive, as I look at this current situation, we can't have a better situation when his air defense is totally knocked out. Sending a missile to Sargodha is symbolic. Today we sent one, tomorrow we can send 100. And those 100 missiles will possibly knock off all his assets over there. So whether it hit an asset or not is not the issue. The signal which has gone out is I can reach Sargodha, I can reach Rawalpindi, I can reach Lahore, I can reach Chaklala, I can reach Karachi. So once you have told him that your air defense system is not able to interfere with me, you have sent enough kind of a signal to him that yes, tomorrow when it comes to a decisive maneuver to be undertaken, you will be wiped out. And I'm sure that is sending a and I told yesterday also, he's a professional army. He may be a rogue army, but he's a professional army. He understands his limitations. And I'm sure if he's willing to take a step back without achieving anything much in this current scenario, is because he realizes that he's on the back foot. And if he pushes any further, he is going to only attract disaster onto himself. So he is possibly trying to gain time.
We'll only know later this evening what is the message that Pakistan has received, because it is evening time where at least for the last 2 nights the pattern has been set where a swarm of drones start coming across the international border and the LC, and they have obviously even tried firing some ballistic missiles last night. So we'll have to wait till this evening and late night to understand whether Pakistan is truly interested in de-escalating or not. Have to slip into a very short break. We'll get you more updates in just a bit.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank, is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan.
जोई टाउन को आज लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से निशाना बनाया गया और काफ़ी नुकसान जो है यहाँ पे जानमाल का हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो यहाँ पे बिजली की जो हाई टेंशन वायर हैं वो जो है पोल नीचे आ गए हैं और यहाँ पे जो तारें हैं वो कट गई हैं और उसके साथ साथ मंदिरों को भी निशाना बनाया गया है। सामने आप शिव मंदिर देख सकते हैं। मैं अपने वीडियो को कहूँगा वो सामने शिव मंदिर दिखाएं, उसके पीछे की जो दीवार है वो आप देख सकते हैं सामने कि किस तरह से वहाँ पे मलबा आपको दिखाई देगा और यहाँ पे भी जो है शेल गिराए गए हैं। कम से कम 10 से 12 शेल इस इलाके में जहां मैं मौजूद हूं और वहां गिराए गए हैं और लगातार जो है लोगों में एक खौफ बना हुआ है। इस इलाके में कितने शेल फटे और कितना आप समझते हैं कि जो रिहायशी इलाके हैं, सब मकान हैं यहाँ पे?
यहाँ कम से कम आसपास 1 किलोमीटर के एरिया में कम से कम 15 शेल यहाँ गिरे होंगे। एक तो ये हमारे सामने है जो ये गड्ढा पड़ा हुआ है, मंदिर के बिल्कुल पास है। फिर एक ये मंदिर के पीछे है जो वहाँ उनकी दीवारें भी डैमेज हुई हैं। सामने ये शॉप्स हैं जो इनके जो ये शटर हैं ये डैमेज हुए हैं। फिर इनके पीछे ऊपर वहाँ सामने गिरा एक, वो ऊपर सामने वहाँ पे गिरा है। आसपास यहाँ कम से कम कोई 15।
जिस तरह से मंदिरों को, मस्जिदों को, गुरुद्वारों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है पूंछ में, रजौरी में, कैसे आप देखते हैं इसको? कितना गुस्सा है आप लोगों में इस बात को लेकर?
गुस्सा तो बहुत है। देखो पाकिस्तान अब अपने ये गलत तरीकों पे उतर आया। जो मंदिर हैं या जैसे पुल है, ये सामने पुल है हमारा, ये हाईवे का पुल है, और छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है।
सर रात को यहाँ पे ड्रोन घूम रहा था, रात को काफ़ी देर वो यहाँ के पूरा यहाँ का जीपीएस सिस्टम पूरा ट्रैक करके उसके बाद यहाँ पे शेलिंग हुई। 5:30 बजे से लेके 5 बजे से रेगुलर यहाँ पे 10-12 बम रेगुलर यहाँ पे गिरे हैं। और यहाँ पे एक सबको पता है कि हिंदू पॉपुलेशन है, हिंदू पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट किया गया है। हिंदू मंदिर है, मंदिर के आसपास सिर्फ 6 बम फटे।
Yes! Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little.
Well, this is the residential area. This is the impact spot. You will see that one of that whatever projectile it was landed here. Look at the impact spot. This is possibly a part of it which is in my hand right now, and that has been taken away by the police as soon as before we reached here. This is the impact spot where it landed. You'll see around here the sort of the sort of scene that is this here. This is where it had landed, and this is it has uprooted the entire thing here. And you will also notice here that one more projectile actually fell at this place, and then it was taken away by the police. And what we've been told is that there's an active investigation going on, what it really was, what it really is. Now the Indian Air Force will ascertain that what really it was brought down here. But initial information with the Air Force was that they have been able to bring down at least one jet around Srinagar and then on the outskirts as well. But look at this spot where the impact spot is. This is where, yes. Well, this is the backyard of a house. I'll give you an idea how close knitted this locality is. You will see there are houses all around this place, everywhere. And luckily that it did not fall any of these houses. It fell in their back garden where nobody was present at that time. Here we've spoken to the residents here. They said that there was a loud sound that they heard. And after that they came out and seeing that there was some projectile. Two of them present here, and then it was whisked away by the police. But the impact has been like a good big impact around this place. क्या हुआ सुबह के टाइम पे?
मैं सोया था 5:40 को, जब पहले ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद मैं नीचे जैसे ही नीचे आया तो मेरी बीबी थी यहाँ खड़े, तो उसने बोला आंगन में कुछ गिर गया। जूं ही में बाहर आया तो वो ऐसे कुछ गिर गया, इधर ब्लास्ट हुआ है। वो एक चल यहाँ पड़ा था, दूसरा वहाँ पड़ा था, और वहाँ से और बिखरे हुए थे।
कुछ समझ में आया क्या था, कैसे गिरा?
आई डोंट नो, कुछ नहीं समझ में आया।
तो दो काफी बड़े कितने बड़े ये प्रोजेक्टाइल थे?
1.5 फुट तक था वो।
1.5 फुट तक था। तो 2 गिरे थे।
एक शाल इधर गिरा था, एक शाल इधर गिरा था।
अच्छा, तो शुक्र है कि आपको कोई ये नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि काफी करीबी है।
Approximately an hour ago, another incident happened out here near the Pathankot-Pakistan border. In fact, this is for the first time probably that location in Himachal Pradesh has been hit by projectiles that have been launched from Pakistan. I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. This is the crater that has been formed by the attacks that have happened. In fact, by these projectiles that have dropped over here. In fact, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. This is the debris that is left behind, and this debris actually gives an entire story of how this entire incident was actually very cowardly, and how the entire Pakistan is still trying to aim towards civilian population over here. Now, the initial reports that we are picking up at this point in time, that there are 2 injuries that have been reported. Both these injuries are actually minor in nature at this point in time, but yes, definitely the manner in which Pakistan is not understanding and is going ahead and attacking civil population out here in our country. This is something that is very concerning. It remains to be seen how will India respond to this, but yet again at approximately 1 p.m. In the afternoon, this entire incident has happened, where at least 3 to 4 such projectiles have fallen in this entire vicinity. 2 injuries have happened. It remains to be seen what will happen eventually.
Viewers, what are we seeing on our screens? We are seeing yet again the A-team, viewers, the A-team of the Indian defense establishment, the think tank is back again. Yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, these pictures were released of a meeting yesterday. I had said that something big is in the air, and we now know what happened. They are back again. This is Pakistan's worst nightmare. It takes a lot of political courage, conviction, viewers. That's the word. To go ahead, take the risks. This is a Prime Minister who's walking the talk. In Bihar, he said that I am going to inflict unimaginable punishment. When he went to Andhra Pradesh and when he met Chandrababu Naidu, Naidu turned around and said, I have seen pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. That was the first time he said that he's committed to the Prime Minister. He is pledging all support to the Prime Minister. Since then, viewers, the Prime Minister has executed this plan to perfection. He obviously has a large number of options that are presented to him, but it is left to his judgment to pick the option that works best. What step at the escalation ladder? Decisive decision making by the Prime Minister. You can see him in complete command and control there. I want to bring in Arun Dhata. Arun Dhata, this is an important day. On the left and on the right is the think tank. That man, Ajit Doval, hangs in the background, is very understated, gets very little credit, but has single-handedly broken the back of Pakistan by hitting it at the spots where it hurts the most. And he knows Pakistan like no one else in this country because he has been there. He had infiltrated Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. He knows how to speak Arabic and Urdu and all the languages that make anyone functional in Pakistan, go undercover in Pakistan. Arun Dhata, over to you, sir. Arun, can you hear me?
That's right, Rahul, and that's the reason why you see the presence of NSA with Prime Minister each time. Whenever there is an important decision which Prime Minister Modi has to take either in the country or outside, you will find NSA Ajit Doval standing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching our rolling continuous coverage on Operation Sindoor. Pakistan continues to retaliate, especially during the evenings and night against India on the western border. And India has been retaliating against those escalatory measures. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's start this edition of the news with a check of the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a high-level meeting at 7 LKM. PM met Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA, CDS and 3 services chiefs. RAW and IB chief were also present. in this key security meeting. Government sources say any proxy terror attack will now be considered an act of war. Turkish kamikaze drone recovered in a village in Nowshera. Pakistan has been targeting civilian areas with drones. Government sources indicate Turkey's hand will have impact on trade ties. Saudi Foreign Minister holds a telephonic conversation with Minister of External Affairs in India S. Jaishankar and Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. Missile-like structures found in Jodhpur. Authorities have been alerted and a further probe is underway. Earlier today, bomb-like objects were also found in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer. And 5 most wanted terrorists were eliminated in Operation Sindoor strike on May 7th. Among those who were neutralized are Hafiz Mohammad Jamil, the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, who was also involved in the IC-814 hijacking case. Let's get you a quick check of some of the top visuals that we've been tracking from across the country. But first up, a quick check of what has transpired as far as across the border is concerned. So I'm going to play out visuals of how India launched retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani air bases. These include Rawalpindi Noor Khan Air Base, Murid Air Base in Chakwal, Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot. And India has also hit the Sagroda Air Base. These are images also from Lahore, where a missile-like structure has fallen on the ground and you can see Pakistani men around them. Sialkot, Narowal, all are areas that have been hit by very precise and very measured, non-escalatory, retaliatory strikes by India. And these are some of the visuals that we've picked up of the air base. This one, of course, was possibly one of the biggest strikes. But remember, the one at Sialkot is extremely important as well. And just a short while ago, we also got visuals of how there is a possible runway damage at the Sagroda air base that Pakistan has. Let me also get you a quick check of what are the kind of debris that are being found as far as the Indian side is concerned. So drone and missile debris is being found in multiple cities along the western border, along the international border. In Srinagar, Lasjan, there has been debris that has been found which could be, we don't know for sure, remnants of possibly a downed Pakistani jet. But also in the same area, a projectile has also been found. These are visuals of a massive crater that has been found in Gurdaspur in Punjab because of suspected drone hits. Other debris found in places like Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, Jalandhar in Punjab. There are bomb-like objects that have been found, projectiles that have been found, and of course lots of this evidence is being collected. On the far side of the screen is also one of those launch pads of Pakistan from where these drones were being fired towards India, and that has also been eliminated in a precise strike by India. A comparison of how Pakistan's attempts were thwarted by India and how India managed to launch counter-offensive strikes at the very heart of Pakistan, but also some of their key military installations to send them a message that you stop now or you face worse. So on the Indian side, of course, the entire LC and international border were once again hot all throughout the night. Remember, we also had updates that Fateh-2, a long-range ballistic missile, was fired towards Delhi, the national capital, by Pakistan, but it was intercepted somewhere over Haryana in Sirsa. But all along Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, up till Gujarat, the international border was extremely hot. On the other side, of course, not just targets like Lahore, Sheikhpura, Narowal, which are close to the international border, Islamabad, Noor Khan Base, there is Murid Air Base, but also something like a Rafiki Air Base, Sukur Airport and others that have been attacked as far as India is concerned. As tensions continue to escalate between the two countries, top sources are telling CNN News 18 that India has decided that any future act of terror will now be considered an act of war against the country. It will be responded accordingly. This comes after a nervous Pakistan even sought a meet with Indian officials. We are being told that DGMOs of both countries spoke to each other as tensions continued to mount. This was a little bit in the early afternoon today. This is the first talks between India and Pakistan since Operation Sindoor.
पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी उसमें यूकैव ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया, नियंत्रण रेखा और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की।
Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern. Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places.
An important update that came from the government today is that the mind is made up that no future acts of proxy terror from Pakistan are going to be ignored in a manner that Pakistan gets away with immediate or even long-term price. My colleague Aman Sharma has been tracking more on this. The wording is, Aman, that any act of terror in the future will be considered an act of war. That's, a very decisive shift in the way India wants to look at terror that emanates from Pakistan. But there could be many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Well, it's a major policy change, I would say. I think India has decided that, enough is enough. In the past, we have seen governments dealing with, acts of terror in different ways. We saw the UPA government, even after the Mumbai 26/11 strikes, not act militarily against Pakistan. We saw this dossier diplomacy being carried out, letters rogatory being sent, which didn't get anywhere, despite there being clear Pakistan state links to various terror attacks. In the Pathankot airstrike, I remember we even entertained in 2016 a Pakistani team here for a joint probe. Nothing came out of it. We have seen the Narendra Modi government go after terrorist infrastructure after Uri, after Pulwama, and especially after Pahalgam under Operation Sindoor, when we have targeted 9 targets in Pakistan, all terror headquarters of Jaish, LET and the Hizbul Mujahideen. But I think now the big policy change is that any future act of terror against Indian civilians will be seen as an act of terror, and India will act accordingly. This means that, if Pakistan-sponsored terror continues, India will act against Pakistan militarily, because it will be seen as an act of war. And many in the government are equating it to what George W. Bush had said after the 9/11 strikes, when he had said, if I quote, that this is a war against all those who seek to export terror, and a war against those governments that support or shelter them. He called it a global war on terror. This is the same line that India is now taking, that governments who shelter terrorists, who sponsor terrorism against India, we will act them as an act of terror. And this is a major policy change, because so far India has not taken this line. Even after Operation Sindoor, we have only acted against the military infrastructure of Pakistan when Pakistan escalated matters and attacked our air force bases, be it in Pathankot, Udhampur and Adapur, tried to attack them. So I think India has only been attacking the military bases after we were attacked, but now India is saying that if you sponsor any act of terror against us on our soil, we will treat it as an act of war.
Yes, and we were discussing this earlier, Aman. You mentioned, of course, the US's resolve post September 11, but we know that they actually fought a pretty protracted war in Afghanistan. There were some successes over that. It took many years to even get Osama bin Laden neutralized for them. But they stuck to that only to beat a retreat from Afghanistan when it became just too risky and too expensive to continue to stay. Not all of their ends were met. But here's the thing, for India to do this, it will have to become very clear that there will be a procedure set of what constitutes as an act of terror now, and what would be the immediate response that kicks in, and how would we differentiate between a small action versus what we know is a big action that has come from Pakistan. So all of that needs to be worked out.
Well, absolutely, and the linkages also need to be worked out. That clearly we are talking about cross-border terrorism, which is state-sponsored. We are talking about that. If we see it in the context of what is going on, this all is coming, Shivani, amidst all these tensions we have seen in the last 2 to 3 days, and top government sources are now saying that it is Pakistan which is on the escalatory mode. In fact, what Pakistan is doing, it's strike terror amongst our civilians. So many civilians are dead on our borders as well, women and children and men. The Gurdwara of Poonch we attacked, where 3 people have died. This Christian school which was attacked, where 2 children died. So all these also now acts of terror, because the civilians are being killed in a military offensive by Pakistan. And will India escalate now? Will India go to what end India will go to after the Pakistan, what it has done in the last 2 days, also is something that is going to be very, very carefully watched. US is trying to play mediator between both sides to de-escalate. But what I'm being told by Indian government sources is very clear कि ईंट का पत्थर जवाब से ईंट का जवाब पत्थर दिया जाएगा. And if there are continuous attacks against us, we will not sit quiet till we achieve all ends of justice.
Yes, that message is being sent continuously to Pakistan. It is failing or refusing to receive that message. We understand that as well, because its entire reason of being is to foment terror in Jammu and Kashmir and to disturb India's progress. Aman, stay with me. We've also got some more updates coming in, and this is with regards to the sites that India targeted first under Operation Sindoor. 9 different terror camps and about 25 strikes. Sky News's report is now confirming what India has mentioned all along, that these were terror sites. They fomented terror or trained terrorists, indoctrinated young people towards jihadi mindset, because a Sky News report is also proving that terror group supporters used to post from this very site that India had targeted. Let's go across to my colleague Siddharth for more on this. Siddharth, I think they are talking about the Bahawalpur site, isn't it, in this report? and there is a mosque there, the markaz there, lots of sermons, etc. being given. But India has proof that this was of course a terror camp. And I believe the Sky News report also shows that there was a lot of sentiment supporting terror groups, exactly the terror groups that are affiliated to this markaz in Bahawalpur.
Well, yes, that's right, Shivani. In fact, this is a very routine practice in Pakistan, where they take foreign journalists to these areas in PoJK and in fact in Pakistan, and show it to them that look, the locations that India has chosen, there is everything normal there. It's a religious site. It has nothing to do with terror group, etc., etc. So kind of they try to create a different image of those sites. So each time around they do it, and this time around also they did the same. In fact, Shivani, this is for the first time that any international media has done a fact check of Pakistan's lies. And in fact, Sky News has done their own investigation, and they have found that Markaz-e-Taiba, which was shot by the Indian side in Operation Sindoor, perhaps happens to be a terror site, terror camp. It's a terror factory. In fact, there are a lot of TikTok videos being circulated under the hashtag 313 Brigade. Perhaps 313 Brigade is the banned proscribed Pakistani terror organization. In fact, there are multiple videos you will find on TikTok. In fact, this is not what we are saying. This is what Sky News is saying. Their report is saying that these videos are these videos are videos. In these videos, you could see kids are being trained. They are being trained in martial arts. In fact, many of the people are roaming openly on the roads, carrying sophisticated weapons, etc., etc. So this is not the finding that we have done. This is the finding which now international news networks are doing. Having said that, Shivani, yesterday the same markaz, which was shot down by which was shot at by the Indian side during Operation Sindoor. We also did a story that how the local boys there in an interview are confessing that how these places are being used to train mujahid, to prepare jihadists. So there are multiple proofs emerging against Pakistan as far as these sites are concerned, and perhaps this makes India's case even more stronger. Yes. When India will go to any international organization or perhaps give proof against Pakistan, this will make India's case even more heavier against Pakistan, that how Pakistan is allowing these terror groups, these Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed to openly operate terror camps inside markaz.
Well, it's actually not hidden to anybody, neither in Pakistan or outside Pakistan. It's just about the capacity of the world to believe what they don't want to believe. But what will make India's case stronger is also the fact that India has for the very first time released a list of the 5 most wanted terrorists who have been eliminated in India's strike on May 7. This is just the first report or list that the government has released after verifying the facts on ground. It's been 3 days since the strike. It has taken that much time because, of course, you want to verify everything. Among those who were neutralized are Mudassar Khadian Khas, Hafid Muhammad Jamil, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, Khalid and Muhammad Hassan Khan. All 5 terrorists were tasked with important roles in Pakistan-based terror groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Mudassar Khadian Khas, for example, was in charge of Markaz Taiba, which is in Muridke, one of the important sites that was blasted. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil was the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was involved in IC 814 hijacking case, radical indoctrination of youth, fundraising of Jaish-e-Mohammed, etc. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, also eliminated in this, brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, involved in multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Photos of top Pakistan military officers attending the funeral of some of these terrorists have also gone viral, exposing the nexus that exists very openly in Pakistan between the Pakistan Army and ISI and these terrorists. Let me go across to my colleague Aman as well. Aman, 5 names have been verified and released. As we were discussing earlier, there could be more verifications that the Indian agencies do in times to come and release more. There is the list, there is the name of Rauf, who's been associated with Daniel Pearl's killing, which is not on this list yet. But of course, that story has spread like wildfire. Some confirmation possibly could come on that as well soon.
Yes, Shivani, see, this only strengthens India's case that Operation Sindoor was specifically targeted at the terror headquarters which are functioning from Pakistan, be it the LET terror headquarter in Muridke, be it the terror headquarter of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar in Bhavalpur, or be it the terror headquarter of Hizbul Mujahideen in Kotli. And the first list of 5 people which India has confirmed dead in these strikes, very importantly, I think the first name, Mudassar Khadian Khas, as you said, he was in charge of the Markaz Taibe in Muridke. He's the one who's received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan Army, and this is a visual that India put out at its press conference yesterday and is also sharing with all the global countries to show that what is the Pakistani Army doing at the funeral of a designated terrorist. Doesn't this show very, very clearly the links of Pakistan Army with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, with the Hizbul Mujahideen? You know, his funeral prayer, for example, was held in a government school, which was led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, as you said, the JUD designated global terrorist who a few days ago the reports were he's died, then some reports say he's very seriously injured. But what has happened, we'll have to wait for the official government confirmation. The eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, again Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, or be it Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, who's the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar again. So, you know, the entire family of Maulana Masood Azhar, and that day we were being told that, you know, innocent family members have died, but all these family members are involved in serious terror activities. It only shows the efficiency and the, the clear superiority of India's weapons, which have struck very specifically at these terror headquarters, because India's effort always has been to finish off terror, Pakistan-sponsored terror for good through Operation Sindoor. That was India's objective, and India, by hitting the terrorist headquarters of these designated global terrorist outfits, is only proving its case. And maybe Pakistan's response, Shivani, which we have seen in the last 2 days to deaths of terrorists on their soil, only explains Pakistan's close relation with the terror machinery it is nurturing on its soil.
Yes. You know, 2 names stand out. Of course, this is Mudassar Khadian Khas. My colleague Payal is also joining us with more on this. In charge of the Markaz Taiba in Muridke from the LET. His funeral was attended by Pakistani military, wreaths laid by on behalf of dignitaries, and this is the one whose images went viral because it was the funeral itself was led by US sanctioned and designated terrorist Rauf. The other name that stands out for India's context also, Payal, is of course Muhammad Yusuf Azhar of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, one of the brothers-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. And he's the man who was involved, whose picture is on the screen. He was the one who was involved in the IC-814 hijacking as well.
Yes, you know, these names are extremely significant, but you know what government sources, Shivani, are telling us that, you know, this is just the beginning. This is just the breaking of the ice. You'll have to just wait and see, because Rajnath Singh in that all-party meeting had very, very clearly said that there are many, many big terrorists who've been killed in this strike that India did. More than 100 of them. And just the other day when we were talking about this, it was said that, you know, there'll be more names that will be out as well. The names will be out in the public because Pakistan has no way to escape. Pakistan has no way to hide its face and tell the world that they are a peace-loving country. The action speaks otherwise as well. And the fact, you know, where and which part of the world do you ever see a terrorist being given a state funeral, for God's sake? In the Prime Minister Narendra Modi government, ever since the abrogating of Article 370, even those people who actually got a militancy background, their funeral does not see any major jalsa anymore. It does not see participation of public anymore as well. That is a degree to which, you know, there's been a control that has been seen by, of course, the government with the action saying that, you know, terror and talks will not happen and any glorification of terror will not really happen. Pakistan has done the biggest disservice to itself by actually making the videos and probably the photographs public of, a dreaded terrorist leading the funeral procession, of course, supported not just by the army, which is, of course, a rogue element in itself, but also by the government in that procession. And for people in Pakistan, the message from the Indian government is this is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait and see, we'll embarrass you more, because there have been more of these people who have been brought to justice. And there are many families who would actually feel the heat, given the fact that, you know, many of them have suffered for years together, waiting for justice to come their way. And in some form or the other, each of these terrorists would have bled somebody or the other. They're not here to do any charity, Shivan.
Yes. And you know, one of the most laughable statements that were made by one of the ministers in Pakistan just recently is that there are no terrorists and no terror camps in Pakistan. And you know, I don't know if they didn't realize that some of the images of these state funerals for terrorists are already out and viral across the world, Payal.
Well, absolutely. This is the biggest joke on planet Earth for Pakistan to really say that, you know, they have no link to terrorism, they have no link to terror. Then why on the earth are they so unhappy about these people being killed? They should be happy if India is doing the job that they should be doing. Shouldn't they be eliminating their own dirt? So the joke right now in the Indian political circles and Indian bureaucratic circles is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a very, very important campaign to get rid of the dirt of the country by calling it Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Maybe that Swachh Abhiyan needs to now be extended to Pakistan. And also the fact that you know, Pakistan has the audacity to say this, but a lot of shame must come the way of countries like Turkey, which have been beneficial out of India. India was the first country to reach out to them in the case of the national calamity, and they went on to say that they were supporting Pakistan because Pakistan was there to only find a peaceful solution. A shame on them actually to have actually supplied these drones to Pakistan, which Pakistan is using to target innocent civilians in India.
Yes. My colleague Arunima is also joining us. In Pakistan, it is not new that some terrorists are declared dead, then they rise from the dead, as well as our Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has mentioned in the case of one such terrorist. Now, what follows from here, Arunima, I want to understand from you, because India would want to take these names to the global community. How well established can it be through proof or evidences on ground that yes, these are the names that we've got, and I'm sure that process is still on for some others.
Yes, Sajid Mir in fact came back from the dead. He
Yes.
was initially declared dead, and then when India mounted pressure and United Nations Security Council got into the act, they finally acknowledged that he was being kept in their safe house. Sajid Mir was wanted for 2611. Same is for Masood Azhar. How many times has Pakistan declared that he has a kidney failure or he has some other ailment and that he's almost on the deathbed, and yet he comes back each time to carry out yet another terror conspiracy. So this time when Rauf Azhar, his brother, who has been in charge of Jaish-e-Mohammed, there were speculations that Rauf Azhar is also the man who killed Daniel Pearl. So when there were speculations that he has died, Indian agencies refused to believe because this has happened in the past. These 5 who have been killed are not Pakistan saying that they have died or they are alive or whatever. This is India. Indian intelligence agencies, based on their own intelligence input, they have come to the conclusion that these 5 have been killed at the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Pakistan, and there could be more. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh at that all-party put the number at 100, and he said it could be more because the operation is ongoing. Out of the 100, they have only managed to identify 5, which means they are taking a lot of pain to carry out a meticulous intelligence gathering process to figure out who all have been killed. It's not just a run of comment saying this person has died, that person has died. They've come out with detailed analysis of why they think these terrorists have been killed in the attack. And I think they will come up with evidence. More than intelligence, they'll come up with evidence.
Yes, and in this case, there is some evidence that came from Pakistan's side itself, which is the family of Maulana Masood Azhar. The statement of sorts or the press note of at least 10 of his family members dying in these attacks, also went viral, and 2 of his brothers-in-law have now been confirmed by the Indian agencies.
Maulana Masood Azhar himself, he gave a soundbite saying that, I have lost 10 of my family members. And we all know, having covered, the counter-terror grid for so long, Azhar's entire family is only, full of terrorists. It's a breeding ground that he runs in Bahawalpur. Every member of his family has a role in some terror conspiracy or the other. His brother Rauf, whose name is not there in that list of 5, initially it was suspected that he too is killed. So that also tells you that Indian agencies are taking time to do their homework. It's only when they're 100% sure are they coming out and naming someone. So coupled with the open intelligence that is available based on the media soundbites and pictures, etc., coming in from Pakistan, and human and technical intelligence, Indian government has zeroed in on these 5 names.
Right. Thanks a lot, Aman, Payal and Arunima for joining us. My colleague Ishan Vani is also joining us with more. Ishan, you've been, of course, keeping a close watch on the developments taking place in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. Give me a sense of what's happening there now.
Well, people are hoping that that it will end by today, and there will be no drones should be hovering around their heads. Yesterday, it was a night which people will not forget because there were drones, there were sirens, there was blackout, and there was also intense chasing of these drones by the missiles fired by the Indian Air Force from different locations. Pakistan tried to attack the vital installations in Kashmir, particularly the Koel Air Base, which is also called as the Avantipora Air Station, and then also in Srinagar, where they also carried out an attack on Srinagar Airport. Srinagar Airport, we should remember, is a defense airport, and there is also a defense airstrip from where all the aircrafts also go out of that particular location. They also tried to attack the garrison in Baramulla, and to basically target India's vulnerable and most important positions was the target and the aim. The target was to destroy them, the target was to attack them, but India ensured that they are able to protect their vital assets, and but the people living on the line of control, particularly in Uri, Kupwara, faced the brunt. A lot of shells landed in the civilian residential area. On the line of control, around 40 plus structures have suffered damage. One lady lost her life, and then multiple have been injured and are being treated, and several of them have also been, after first aid and after a day of stay at the hospital have been discharged. But people on the line of control are fearful, and one should also remember this is for the first time in several years that Srinagar Airport has been attacked like this, or any military installation has been attacked like this. There's a suicide attack at the Avantipora Air Base long back, which was repulsed at the gate in the 90s, but never ever since then there has been any such attack being attempted at the vital installations of the Indian Army. And that's why this kind of attack was something which was unanticipated by a common man, but something which was anticipated by the defense forces, that they kept their guard up. They ensured that none of these drones, projectiles are able to hit. One such projectile was found in the lawn of a person. It's a small lawn, and luckily it did not hit any residential house, a closely knitted locality, though it could have escalated and ensured damage or loss of life. But lucky enough for the people living there that they did not suffer any casualties or injuries. There is, of course, fear among people that it can escalate. But people are, well aware that they have to follow SOPs, guidelines. And Kashmir is now hoping that, the sort of activity that they witnessed last night and in the morning hours, remember there were multiple sounds, and attack was being planned by the enemy on Srinagar Airport, on Avantipora Air Base multiple times. It's a crucial places when to talk about defense in Kashmir Valley. So the aim was to take them down, but that didn't happen. However, the assessment is being made by the officials and the government that if any drone was able to hit anywhere else in the civilian area. But we have been given to understand that all of them have been repulsed throughout the night yesterday, in the morning again, but something where people believe and hope that it won't escalate, particularly for those people who have left their homes in Uri, Kupwara and other parts as well, and have left their homes there and went to shelters, went away from their homes and relocated, and some of them have chosen to stay at shelters provided by the government, but they want to live their life and not suffer because of the ceasefire violation by the Pakistan. Structures have been damaged, though it will be a very a night where people will actually look at the skies and see that if there is any air activity taking place, but one can hope that India is able to ensure the safety and security of the citizens, even in Kashmir, if there is any heavy bombardment or heavy shelling that takes place.
Absolutely. Ishan, thanks a lot for bringing us that comprehensive report. Lots to watch out for as far as today evening and night is concerned. Whether Pakistan will attempt what it has been attempting for the last 2 days. Slipping in to a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more news and updates.
शॉपिंग में मजा है ना?
We are seeing Pakistan escalating the situation for the last 3 nights. What India is doing so far is actually just responding, maybe responding double from what they are trying, and obviously our damage is more consistent than what Pakistan is managing, but we are still not in full war mode with Pakistan, right? When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't just mean...
Well, yes, technically not.
Sorry, I'll just finish, Aman, then you come in. When the government says any act of terror means act of war, it doesn't only mean that India will respond militarily on terror camps in Pakistan. It means that the doctrine now will be that if Pakistan sponsors a terror attack against us, we will attack their military. I'm saying this because even till today, the government is not attacking first on Pakistani military.
Well, yes, we are not attacking first because our philosophy, Shivani, has always been, and even during the case of Operation Sindoor, was that we clearly said even after Operation Sindoor that our attack was on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters of the LET, of the Jaish, of the Hizbul, in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, in Kotli. We have attacked, we did not touch any military infrastructure. But I think this statement is now also coming from the fact that though we did not attack any military infrastructure of Pakistan, Pakistan has not followed those rules of the game. You know, in its response to Operation Sindoor, which India thinks should have never come, because for India the response was over with Operation Sindoor. You know, we had ended our offensive there. Pakistan chose to attack our military sites. Pakistan is attacking our civilians, which is also an act of war. Pakistan is also attacking our military infrastructure, our air force.
We're tracking the aftermath of the escalation that continues to come from Pakistan as we slip into evening on May 10. All eyes will be on whether Pakistan has learnt its lessons or will the deranged military leadership in the country continue to further escalate this situation. Let me also bring in my colleague Akash, who's been tracking a lot of these developments. Akash, what's the sense that you're getting from the military establishment in India on what Pakistan could attempt next and how prepared they are for everything?
Till afternoon, in fact, they were suggesting that a number of things are happening, and by this evening they'll get to know as to how things will unfold from now onwards. But they are very clear, Shivani, that if ceasefire violation will happen, it would be retaliated. If drones would come, it would be retaliated, and everything.
Akash, just hold on with me. We're getting a very big update as far as a possible de-escalation between the two countries is concerned. Donald Trump, US President, has now announced that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. What exactly are the contours of this? What are the conditions to this? We don't know. I'm just getting the statement from Donald Trump, the US President, for now, that India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. This is not an announcement, mind you, that has come from the Indian or the Pakistani side, although there were some notes made by the Pakistani leadership this afternoon that they were willing to de-escalate if India does not attack them any further. That in fact was the precise message that India wanted to send to Pakistan, that you better stop now or worse will follow. Has US now finally managed to mediate some sort of a de-escalation? That's the tweet coming in from Donald Trump. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. My colleague Anand is also joining us with that tweet.
Look at this one straight up. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, these are the pictures. I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, this is significant because it's Donald Trump who's announced this exactly at 5:33 p.m. IST. That's when he has made this announcement. He's just posted this placard on his Twitter handle. So, President of the United States making the announcement earlier in the day. Shivani and Siddhant will be joining us any moment now. And viewers, please remember, earlier in the day, we had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, having a direct conversation with General Asim Munir. It was not even with Shehbaz Sharif, but with the Pak Army Chief, Asim Munir. So, America very clear who needs to be spoken with. And after that conversation, Secretary Marco Rubio had a conversation with External Affairs Minister E.A.M. Jaishankar and that is S. Jaishankar. So there has been conversation and America got involved on the morning of 10th of May, that is this Saturday, after what happened late last evening, the direct escalation by the Pak military and the immediate retaliation by Bharat. So America asking both nations to dial down immediately, and then through the day what we have seen is both sides trying to give each other an off-ramp, with Shehbaz Sharif claiming that they have avenged whatever was inflicted upon them by Bharat, and making some tall claims at their end, which a lot of it the PIB has already fact-checked as false. But on the other hand, Bharat also telling Pakistan that any future act of terror will be equated and considered an act of war. That's the biggest off-ramp that Bharat could have given to the Pakistanis, and that itself hints at a de-escalation. But it's an uneasy 24 to 48 hours going forward now, because the fact is that at this point it's an uneasy 24 to 48 hours because there is confirmed intelligence that has said that Pakistan has already sent in infiltrators. So there are jihadi groups which are on Bharatiya soil. Now if there is any attack at any military installation, then Bharat has given a clear warning not just to Pakistan but to the entire world that if there is any other incident that happens, so future does not mean in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, it means 2, 3, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, but it also means the next 24 to 48 hours and at immediate in this one. Yes.
To our colleague Zaka Jacob, who's also joining us with more perspective. Zaka, possibly the only man who could have influenced both countries to agree to this, but important to note here that India hasn't announced anything yet.
You know, this same thing has now been retweeted and posted on X by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. Remember, he's had multiple conversations just in the last few hours. He spoke first with the Chief of Army Staff there in Pakistan, General Munir, after which he spoke to Dr. Jaishankar. He's also spoken to the Pakistani Prime Minister on multiple occasions in the last couple of weeks. So yes, Marco Rubio has played an important role, but as Anand was referring to and you were referring to, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social early morning there in the US, this would be Saturday morning in the US, that both India and Pakistan have announced a ceasefire. He's of course also gone on to say that it has come under his own sort of leadership after a long night of talks mediated by the United States. I'm pleased to announce that both India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, we will get confirmation, of course, from the Indian side in about 20 minutes' time when the Foreign Secretary addresses the press along with the two officers of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. But what has brought this about is going to be a critical question. I think the fact that India responded in a proportionate and very effective manner, taking out some of the frontline and forward air bases of Pakistan, that is an absolutely critical factor that played a role in getting Asim Munir to climb down. Secondly, the conversation that Marco Rubio had directly with the army chief, bypassing in a sense the civilian government, bypassing the Prime Minister, because let's face it, at the end of the day, this was a military matter, and a military matter at the end of the day is decided by the Pakistan Army Chief. I think that phone call played an important role, which is why right after the President of the United States put this out on his Truth Social, it was Marco Rubio who then put a screenshot of that up on X, up on Twitter, saying that both India and Pakistan have agreed to a full ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, under, of course, Donald Trump's leadership. Now, we've been talking about this, why, you know, the Americans have been taking a very hands-off-ish approach. J.D. Vance, a couple of days ago, speaking to Fox News, said, you know, it's not our problem, it's countries, Pakistan and India, it's up to them to figure it out. We're not going to have a dog in this fight, so on and so forth. But ultimately, I think pressure was brought to bear, and I think it's worth underlining the role that was played by Marco Rubio. He's also the acting National Security Advisor, so he had a conversation on the night of Operation Sindoor, right after the operation got concluded. He had spoken with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. He's spoken in the last 2 days twice to Dr. Jaishankar, and also this morning, like I said, to the Pakistan Army Chief and to the Pakistan Foreign Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar. So I think really American pressure was brought to bear on both sides to agree to the ceasefire. What the terms and conditions of this ceasefire are, we don't know. What the off-ramp was for Asim Munir, we don't know. But I think one thing is very, very certain. The fact that Asim Munir tried everything in his book, from drones, then armed ammunition, then trying to attack India's air bases. None of that succeeded, and India, on the other hand, gave him an effective and proportionate response, and that seems to have really got better sense to prevail. What this will mean in terms of, you know, what is his own future, his own tenure as continuation as Army Chief. Remember, his tenure is up in November and he's not got an official extension yet. So maybe he might actually get replaced, because let's face it, in this entire, if you were to keep scores in this entire thing, Asim Munir did not even get to land a punch. Forget about trying to go one up on India. It was Pakistan that escalated. Pakistan could not find escalation dominance in each of those rungs, and now it has been forced to climb down. So I think at some level this has to be good news, because things were getting a little out of hand in that sense. But now Donald Trump saying that there has been an immediate ceasefire. Both parties have agreed to it. What the contours of it are, and of course confirmation from the Indian side you will get in about 20 minutes time.
Is this the reason why that the briefing is at 6 p.m. and there is some perhaps calibration one? Will there be an official confirmation coming in from External Affairs Minister itself, or will it be Mr. Vikram Misri itself who announces that? That's one point. The other thing is, was this the biggest hint that was dropped when government sources revealed to CNN News 18 that any future act of terror is equal to an act of war? Perhaps that's the biggest term and condition that Bharat has set, and somewhere it looks like it's Bharat that's setting the terms and conditions. The biggest term and condition is, if there is another act of terror on our soil, then it is an open act of war and it's gloves off. So that's perhaps the basic threshold, and the threshold itself has been redefined now, Zaka, and I think that's something which we should focus on, saying that's the only term and condition that Bharat has accepted.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're bang on. I think that played a critical role, and I think the fact that that was put out a couple of hours ago, I'm sure the Americans played a role in getting that accepted by both sides. Now, what that means essentially, Anand, is that an act of terrorism now can be treated as an act of war. What it means is India can then directly take on the state that it believes is sponsoring this act of terror. So it's states that launch an act of war, and therefore the next terror attack that happens, God forbid there were to be one, then India does not need to distinguish between non-state actors and state actors. It can take visible action against the state that is sponsoring this non-state actor and causing a terror attack. Also, an act of war means the UN Charter 51 kicks in, which means a state has the right to self-defense, which also means that if any armed attack or any use of force is made which threatens the people of a country or which threatens the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country, then that country has every right to defend itself. So by equating an act of terror to an act of war, basically what the government of India has managed to get as let's say a huge fillip from the Americans, and of course the Americans would have imposed that on the Pakistanis, is that don't you dare attack India again, because if you do, then the certain portions of the Geneva Convention will not apply to us. We will not distinguish between non-state actors and state actors. That bogey which Pakistan has been sort of peddling for the last 30 years, the distinction between those two will completely blur.
Yes.
Any act of terror will be considered an act of war, which means India will be well within its right to defend itself against the state actor, which is Pakistan.
Let's try and dwell on this a little bit more with you only, Zaka, because in the past, time and again, even after 26/11, the attempt to try and hyphenate terror with Pakistan, to hyphenate proxy war, the attempt to bleed India with 1,000 cuts with Pakistan state was defeated. Bharat was not able to do it. This perhaps is the biggest moment in Bharat's strategic posture, that as a nation we've been able to convince the world that this is the condition that applies. An act of terror is equal to act of war, and if Bharat has credible evidence to show that it's emanated from Pakistan, it's against the entire Pakistan state. Somewhere do you believe that this is perhaps the first time that Bharat is actually setting the terms and conditions? So the terms and conditions apply are very strict ones, and it's not multiple lines, that it's just one line.
Yeah, you know, I think it's absolutely critical because for the last 30 years, Pakistan has been using this proxy warfare, bleeding India by 1,000 cuts. And every time, you know, India asks for accountability, there's plausible deniability. Pakistan says we have nothing to do with these fellows are non-state actors. That excuse no longer holds. But I believe J.D. Vance has also now tweeted. So the Vice President has tweeted, the President, of course, making this official on his Truth Social account, the Secretary of State, who's played a very critical role in mediating between India and Pakistan, he's also put it out on X. So I guess, you know, three very senior members of the cabinet of Donald Trump have put this out now there in the public domain. So they can't be wrong.
Like
Donald
I said, Trump has also put it out on his X handle.
Will come up in the next few minutes. But I think you're right about, you know, the problem was there is something called the Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism.
Yeah.
It never got adopted by the United Nations. Prime Minister Modi has been talking about this since he became PM in 2014. We have to have a standard and acceptable international definition for what constitutes terrorism. That, you know, we've been banging our heads on a wall, really, trying to get the international community to see reason, trying to get the international community to adopt that Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism. What is a universal acceptable definition of terrorism? That has not come to be. So now India has pushed the envelope. use this Operation Sindoor and the aftermath of that, the escalation that Pakistan has done and the counter and the proportionate response that India has given to really redefine how India will now respond to acts of terrorism. It will be treated as an act of war. An act of terrorism by the Lashkar-e-Taiba or the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the TRF will now be equal to an act of war by the state that sponsors them, which is the state of Pakistan. So an act of terror will be an act of war by the state of Pakistan, which means, like
how do you want to break down what J.D. Vance is saying? Over the past 48 hours, VP Vance, Secretary Marco Rubio's post on X, VP Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Ministers Narendra Modi, Shehbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. I am pleased to announce the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. We commend Prime Ministers Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. So this is what's been put. So over the last 48 hours, if conversations were going on, then how did the IMF bailout happen and how did the ballistic approach by the Pakistanis happen? And should Pakistan even be trusted in this matter? Or has Bharat, by setting that bar, saying any act of terror, future act of terror is equal to an act of war, raise the bar to a particular level that it's a very thin line that Bharat is holding on to. There is no more patience. There is no more trying to look the other way and withstand these attempt to bleed India with 1,000 cuts. Zaka.
No, so what it also means, given what Secretary Rubio has just tweeted, that over the last 48 hours, Vice President J.D. Vance and myself have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, and he's naming a whole host of them, from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, the Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar, the Chief of Army Staff General Munir, National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik of Pakistan. Basically, the Americans are now underwriting this ceasefire. The condition that India has placed there is that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war. The Americans are now underwriting that. So if tomorrow the Lashkar or the Jaish or the TRF carries out or dares to carry out another terror attack against India, then the Americans will also be asking the Pakistanis to to be held accountable to their word. This is like, the Americans are the underwriters of this insurance policy. Basically, what India has managed to extract through this crisis of the last 3-4 days is this insurance policy, which is underwritten by the Americans, the superpowers of the world, that if tomorrow the Pakistani non-state actors, and no matter how much plausible deniability the Pakistani state has and Pakistani state actors have, the fact is, if tomorrow there is a terror attack and if India has reasonable doubts or evidence to show that it is emanated from Pakistan, then it will be considered as enemy action. It will be considered as an act of war by the state of Pakistan. And this is being now underwritten by the Americans. So tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow if there's going to be a terror attack, India can turn around to the Americans and say, you gave us this guarantee. Now you hold Pakistan accountable to its word.
Yeah, but the other thing is that the jihadi tanzeems are not going to be happy about this, Zaka. The jihadi tanzeems are paying for blood. There are jihadis who are also already there. These terror outfits and their proxies are already there on Indian soil. What happens with them? If there is a military installation that is attacked overnight, over the next 24 hours, does that then allow Bharat to go on the offensive? Will there still be a certain level of restraint that Bharat is going to show? What does the contours of this imply? And then what happens to someone like a Shehbaz Sharif or an Asim Munir? With what face are they going to go back to their people and say, what have we done? Or do you believe he's going to get the boot now? Asim Munir is on his way out.
Look, Shehbaz Sharif will continue. In fact, he'll be secretly happy because this now gives him a leg up on the army. As far as Asim Munir is concerned, I think his days are pretty much numbered. I think I don't, from this position onwards, I don't see him getting an extension to his tenure, certainly. I think whoever is the senior most general will replace him in the near future. Because at the end of the day, like I said, he has nothing to go back to his people with. He has no face to show his people. He has no military victory of any sort to go back to his people with. If you look at the previous tenure of General Bajwa, when Pulwama happened and India did Balakot, at least General Bajwa had the sort of bogey or the excuse of turning around and telling his people that, look, we had an Indian pilot in captivity, we released him, and now, we've got a win to show for his domestic constituency. And he managed to get an extension. In November 2019, he managed to get an extension for another 3 years as Army Chief. I don't think that's going to happen with Asim Munir. Asim Munir has basically come across as incompetent. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Too much of rhetoric, too much of grandstanding with that speech that he made to the Pakistan overseas community a few weeks ago. A week later, Pahalgam happened, and people are making a direct link between that speech and what happened in Pahalgam. And the fact that despite escalating every single day over the last 3 days, he's not been able to show even a single win back home to his domestic constituency means that he's pretty much toast. I don't see him sort of lasting in his job for too long. Certainly, I don't see him lasting beyond November, which is when his tenure gets over. As far as Shahbaz Sharif is concerned, I think, you know, as ineffective as he is, as weak as he is, I think he will actually consider this as a political win because it gives him a leg up over the army.
Right. We are counting down to that press conference and that media briefing, and perhaps there will be detailed answering of questions, and sab sham ko sab batayenge is what was said in the morning. Will they say that? Zaka, thank you for your inputs. Feel free to jump into the studio with us. Major Manik Jolly is with us, and let's go across to Siddhant and Ishan Wani joining us live. But Siddhant, quick word. What are sources within the MEA saying? Why has this been brought about, and what conditions? Is this the only condition? Is Bharat setting the terms and America underwriting those terms here, as Zaka was mentioning?
Well, look, this announcement has come from President Trump. In fact, Vice President Vance was involved, and Marco Rubio. In fact, we know that he spoke to both foreign ministers. He spoke to Shahbaz Sharif. Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister was both here in New Delhi and Islamabad. So, you know, we were, getting this sense that U.S. and Saudi, both these countries have been, using their leverage with India and Pakistan to perhaps, bring de-escalation. But now we're getting to know that, in fact, this is what sources in the ministry are telling us, that the stoppage of firing and military action between India and Pakistan was worked out directly between the two countries. So India here is not giving any credit to America or Saudi Arabia. In fact, India has to say that the Pak DGMO initiated the call, perhaps something which we broke first in this afternoon, that there has been a call initiated, and after which only this has been decided. This afternoon, discussion took place and understanding reached. There is no decision to hold talks or any other issue at any other place. So, Marco Rubio has written in his post that both sides have agreed for a talk. Perhaps Indian side has made it very clear that they are not going to, go for any kind of talks with Pakistan. Now, this is what sources are telling us. What they are going to say on record, perhaps would something be really interesting to see. In next 15 minutes, we'll have Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri taking questions from media, and we will definitely ask what does he have to say. Perhaps how did this understanding achieve?
So in that case, that means from Bharat's position or from MEA sources or government sources, the fact is that we'll ceasefire is because the Pak DGMO picked up the phone and had a conversation. So there is one part. The other thing, that as JD Vance has tried to claim that they will sit down and talk at a neutral place, that talk is not happening. So Bharat's position that talk and terror cannot go hand in hand continues.
Well, yes, absolutely, and in fact, Anand, this one, because India never believes in taking the issue of Pakistan or perhaps sitting with any other country to resolve the issue, or perhaps whatever issue India has with Pakistan. India believes in handling it bilaterally, and perhaps maintaining the same line. This is what sources are saying, that there's going to be no talks, and this understanding has been achieved only when DGMO Pakistan decided to establish contact with India. In fact, Anand, one thing is very important to highlight, if you allow me. Then usually such calls are made, even if you go through the war histories, Anand, such calls are made when there are large number of casualties on your side. So for the evacuation purpose, to take out the bodies, the one country calls the other and requests for a ceasefire or an understanding. Perhaps I don't know what has happened inside Pakistan. We really don't know.
The word is that there is some serious damage that's been inflicted. Thank you for your thank you for your inputs, Siddhant. We are standing by for the press conference. It's all being set up. We should go across to it sharp at 1800 hours. So Major Manik Jolly, you have 6 minutes to make your point. Can we trust the Pakistanis? One here. Two, is this happening because Pakistan has suffered serious reversals? Is India giving up just at the time when Bharat had the advantage? 3 and 4, the setting up of the condition. Talks and terror won't go hand in hand. One. Secondly, any future act of terror is equal to act of war. That means the sword continues to hang over the Pakis.
Yep. Thank you, Anand. So firstly, once the terms of agreement come through, we'll know much better actually on what ground the ceasefire has been agreed to. Overall, I would say a lot of people like me would be disappointed because the thing is, there is a time for ceasefire. This was not it. We had Pakistan cornered. We had Pakistan on its knees. We were dominating militarily. We had air superiority. We had cut off the water. We could have isolated them economically.
The briefing is starting. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Go ahead.
I have a very brief statement to make. Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours this, and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Well, so there is going to be a briefing. So, FS Vikram Misri has just come out and said that the DGMO of Pakistan called his counterpart at about noon. We'll try and play that out again. And he's called for a ceasefire. He's asked for a ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. That's all he said. He said there is a briefing followed by my military colleagues, but they have not stepped up yet. But what he has said is, I have just one line to say. I don't have much to say, much to offer. We'll play that out again. Pak DGMO called the Indian side for ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. So that's what has been said as of now. Yes, Major Manik Jolly, your thoughts here.
So, as I was saying,
I think we've got the soundbite again. Let's play that out. Sorry to interrupt you.
35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Just going to Siddhant. So 12:35 hours, the DGMO of Pakistan calls his counterpart, calls and requests for a ceasefire from 1700 hours IST. The ceasefire comes into effect on land, air and sea from both sides, and 12th of May is when the DGMO of both sides will speak with each other again. That's what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has said.
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, what Mr. Misri went on to confirm is that both sides are going to meet on 12th of May. Perhaps that was something which we wanted him to clarify, and in fact, he clarified himself that there's going to be the meet between both sides on 12th of May. In fact, what my colleague Akash is reporting that in 2021 also the DGMO level talks only could result in ceasefire. Perhaps this time around again, Pakistan used similar communication pattern of communication to reach out to India, and in fact, as we were discussing before, Anand, usually countries do outreach through DGMO lines when there are serious casualties. Perhaps.
Well, we broke it first, isn't it? Yeah. We broke it first. We were the first here at CNN News 18 this afternoon to put out the fact that the DGMO have spoken to each other and the Pak DGMO has called his counterpart.
Well, yes, absolutely, Anand. We were the first to break this story. In fact, we also broke that why, in what circumstances, Pakistan had decided to call India. The circumstances were that we expect that there could be a large number of casualties on the Pakistani side, and they need a breather because if India had responded tonight, then they wouldn't have this call was initiated. And both sides came to an understanding. In fact, Anand, also one thing would like to highlight at this point in time that they were looking for this opportunity from last 24 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So what's the order? The first engagement or the outreach comes shortly before noon. The conversation happens at around 3:30 p.m. IST, and ceasefire is agreed upon from 1700 hours IST. Is that the case?
Yes, that's the case, Anand. And in fact, if you remember, 24 hours back, Ishaq Dar made a statement that both NSAs are in touch. Perhaps that was the messaging which he was trying to do, that we want to speak to you. We are not in a condition to fight with you. We are not in a condition to combat. And perhaps they fought yesterday and they got it back, Anand. Everybody knew what happened yesterday in the combat. There's a huge embarrassment, huge setback for Pakistan. Their key Air Force bases have been destroyed by the Indian forces. So, they were really not, they are still not prepared for it. And this is the reason that, they have finally surrendered. This is kind of a surrender movement for them, Anand. And let's put this, very clearly.
The Pakistanis, with all humility and viewers, I'm not somebody who's warmongering or wants to loves the prospect of two nations at loggerheads or in conflict. But the fact here is that Bharat was on the offensive. Bharat had the upper hand. Bharat was waging a war on terror. The Pakistanis suffered serious reversals. They have put their hand up. And they have surrendered. And this cold surrender that has happened is something that many would be feeling, just like I'm feeling. Should we have let up now? Should we have given them the off-ramp at this point in time? Or should we have pressed further to hurt them more? Akash is joining us with more. Akash, so just before noon, the Pak DGMO picks up the phone and almost surrenders, says, I want to talk to you. At 3:30 p.m., 15:30 hours, the conversation between the two DGMOs happened, and Bharat does the Pakistan military a huge favor by agreeing to ceasefire from 1700 hours.
Right, and Anand, this is something, in fact, we reported earlier, thanks to Manoj Gupta, who in fact brought us this input.
Yes.
That how DGMOs have connected, and not just connected, but have in fact, DGMO, Pakistan has offered that, he wants to meet and in fact discuss the issue. And now we are learning, in fact, Foreign Secretary is saying that from 5 p.m. today, ceasefire is in place. And you remember, you must be remembering, in fact, that, in 2021 also, a DGMO level understanding was there for the ceasefire. And since then, till 23rd April, in fact, ceasefire was in place. So it's the DGMO level only, that is respected on both the sides, and both the militaries respect the DGMO, Director General Military Operations. The officers, in fact, connected via hotline today. And this is the outcome where the conflict that was going towards war will not happen anymore. And now we are learning that ceasefire is in place from 5 p.m. onwards. Whether or not Pakistan is going to respect it, or whether or not it will be a reality now, this is something we'll wait and watch for.
The conditions have to be set by Bharat at this point. Thanks for that, Akash, and congratulations to everyone here on the News 18 network. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us the inputs, and we are very proud to say that we have been very, very authentic and put out verified news that our viewers have appreciated our coverage, and also we've put it out first after verifying it. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details shortly after the DGMOs had this conversation, or the first level of engagement had happened. This was shortly before noon, and at 15:30 hours they speak with each other. At 1700 hours, after the begging Pak DGMO says, "Maaf kar do bhai, band kar do bhai, hame baat karni hai," the Bharat says, "All right." Major Manik Jolly, this as a citizen, more as a citizen, less as a journalist, the feeling in my head right now is बंदूक हाथ में थी, जिहादी सामने था, ट्रिगर दबाने की देर थी, and somebody said छोड़ दो, माफ कर दो.
I'm a little relieved actually the moment that they did not mention ceasefire.
Yeah.
They said stopping of firing, right? Which is like in old wars, we used to give each other space to go pick up your dead bodies and recover. This is what we given a breathing space to Pakistan. Fine, we have been nice
to collect their dead and to perhaps assess their damages. So that's what you're saying.
The word would be just to give them space to lick their wounds and feel a little better. That is the space we have given them. And I would personally, again, not warmongering, but there is a time we have to take decisive action. this was that, I would have been very disappointed with a ceasefire only because of the reason the way Pakistan is structured. If tomorrow morning, today we declare ceasefire and tomorrow morning there's a terror attack on Jammu, each and every fraction or segment of Pakistan administration, be it the politicians, be it the Pakistan army or anybody, they would just raise their hands. We don't know who did that.
Okay, Major Manijoli, I'm going to ask you again. Military terms, please explain to our viewers. Now, this is somewhere also making me sit up and take notice, and this is what perhaps escaped us. Vikram Misri has said stoppage of fire. The government has officially not said ceasefire. Contrary to what the Americans have claimed, be it Donald Trump or J.D. Vance, that there has been ceasefire. It's not ceasefire, it is stoppage of fire. What's the difference between ceasefire and stoppage of fire? Please, once again.
So while it would include a lot of legalities, but in a little plain speak, ceasefire is the final cessation of hostilities. Like we had ceasefire line after 71, right?
Yeah.
It means this is where we stand. We do not fight anymore. This is where you are, this is where we are. Stoppage of firing is an intermediate break that you can take to recover from whatever is happening and give space. Maybe we have conversations with them for next 2 days and try and feel, can we figure out a way to move this forward? US is saying this because, this is what Trump's thing has been. He wants to come across as a global peace broker. One of the biggest things he started was that I will bring peace with Ukraine. I will bring peace with Middle East. So this is a, just Trump card that Trump is playing. That see, I managed ceasefire between India and Pakistan before it could escalate. But we have not gone for a ceasefire. This is just stoppage of fire. That is, every night we were seeing drones coming in, their air raids, our missiles. That will stop till the time next conversation happens.
That is till the 12th of May. There is stoppage of fire. Pakistanis can lick their wounds, they can collect their dead, but India is not dropping its guard. Bharat is not changing its offensive posture or posture of high alert. And between now and the 12th of May, if there is another act of terror on Bharatiya soil, then it's gloves off.
Finish them off. I mean, there's no other answer.
Harsh Shingla ji is with us. Harsh Shingla ji, would you want to delineate the difference between what the Americans are claiming and what Vikram Misri ji has said? Americans are saying ceasefire between Bharat and Pakistan. Vikram Misri ji has said stoppage of fire till the DGMO speak on the 12th of May, starting 1700 hours. There is a difference between the two?
Well, essentially both are saying the same thing, except that it is, in our side, it is more precise that it is calibrated until the DGMOs meet on the 12th of May. So until that time, there will be, a ceasefire on all sides, ground, air, naval, and I think from that point of view, a lot of questions are still out there. I mean, all we have said is that the hostilities will stop. Firing will stop, and the offensive actions will stop. But at the same time, I think the DGMOs have to meet to work out what exactly are the finer details. And the question also of some of the decisions that were taken after the terrorist attack at Pulwama, including the holding in abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty and a number of other decisions, whether those would be now called into question. Pahalgam, excuse me. Yes. So whether those would be called into question. My own sense is that at this point of time, those would not be reviewed. I think we need to keep up the diplomatic, economic pressure, any level of pressure that we can bring to bear, any leverage that we have in Pakistan, because the nature of that state has not changed. As I say, a leopard does not change its spots.
Correct.
And the nature of the Pakistani deep state will remain the same. That was made very evident in the support that we saw, the direct collusion of the state in the funeral of 5 of the most wanted terrorists, which have been in the UN Security Council's proscribed list. You had senior government military officials attending that funeral and paying obeisance to those who have been killed in this strike against terrorists. I think that intent will not change, and we need to be very, very vigilant on our side. And as just mentioned, I think we need to keep that deterrence factor and any preemptive steps in our hands to ensure that there is no future and further situation of the type
the
of Pahalgam that
non-kinetic, the non-kinetic offensive action taken by Bharat continues. There is no, cessation of that or cessation of that. That's one point. The other thing is that this is from land, air, and sea. This stoppage is only till the DGMO speak next. So this is not an agreement, and that doesn't mean that Bharat will withdraw its troops, its positions, or its actions. The other thing is, Harshingla ji, do you get the feeling that this was perhaps not the time to agree to even a stoppage? Another 2 nights of pushing and punishing the Pakistanis was important. They were not only on their knees, but they had to be brought to a crawl to teach them a lesson, because this allows them perhaps to recalibrate somewhere. Or is it Yuddha Niti that when the other one says white flag, sorry, I'm picking up the phone, band kara do, and we agree?
So if you see the messaging, even yesterday at the press conference, it was what we said was that India is committed to peace, but the onus on de-escalation lies with Pakistan. So Pakistan had an opportunity later that evening to, I would say de-escalate, but they didn't. They escalated the situation. Today, we understand that the Pak DGMO has reached out, and based on his overture, we have agreed to this ceasefire until the 12th of May. And I think it's at the end of the day, we have larger fish to fry, as they say. We have a development agenda. We are a democracy concerned for the well-being of our people, and we have the vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Pakistan has no such issues on their side, and I think being a failed state, you can't fail any further. So we have a lot more to lose if we go down the line of incessant conflict being re-hyphenated with Pakistan. I think we should look at our larger picture and ensure that we continue on our economic journey, but not under no circumstances should we compromise on what is our security interests, and we should take every step possible this time, not only to be vigilant, but to keep Pakistan under pressure and to make it clear to them that there cannot be any further instances. Otherwise, all gloves will be off.
Right. Harshingla ji, please stay on with us. I'm just going to check if we have Brigadier General Yossi Kupavasan, former Chief Research Division of the IDF, with us. Brigadier, namaste, Jai Hind, thank you for your time. Good evening. Your thoughts, would you want to create or separate stoppage of fire from ceasefire? And do you believe this is the right time that Bharat should have agreed when the Pak DGMO picks up the phone and requests for a stoppage?
Well, it's hard to understand what is the difference between stoppage of fire and ceasefire. It seems to me very similar. And the point is that I think that there was an intervention by the United States tried to take advantage of the good relations with both parties in order to bring about a ceasefire or a stoppage of fire, and to make sure that the chances of the prospects for escalation are limited and taken care of. That was the most important thing for the Americans, and I think they have achieved what they wanted. Whether it's going to be stable or not, we shall see in the coming days, and as you have already explained. I think that what's most important from the Indian side is that the Pakistani side will understand that something like what happened, the terrible terror attack that took place and started this entire escalation, cannot be repeated. That's the most important thing. It's something that I hope the Pakistanis have understood, and that the Americans will explain to them in a very clear way that this is unacceptable, and if anything like that is going to happen again, as you said, all gloves are going to be taken off. That's something clear.
Well, I think we've got the EAM Jaishankar ji. Dr. Jaishankar has also tweeted. I'm just going to read out what he has put. Dr. S. Jaishankar has taken to
regroup and rearm itself, and make sure that he's ready for regroup and rearm itself, and make sure that he's ready for whatever comes next. Let's just hope that they understand that it's unacceptable and it's very costly from their point of view to resume. Acceptable and it's very costly from their point of view to resume the armed activities and the offensive, resume the fighting. and resume the fighting. And that's why we are not ready to have a ceasefire with Hamas unless they are releasing the hostages. And that's the condition we have put forward for ceasefire on our side. We don't use the term stoppage of fire, so I don't know what it actually means.
Right. General, but do you believe this was the right time? Had you been there, would you have wanted to desist and would you want to have pressed a little more? I'm sure Israel has faced this oftentimes with the Hamas. So I'm trying to understand what should have been India's approach, or do you believe India is right in doing what it's done right now?
I think that ceasefire should be conditioned on clear commitment of the other side to refrain from carrying out on the hosting terror groups and allowing terror attacks to emanate from its territory. That's what's the important thing. For that, you would give a ceasefire. If this is not part of the deal, then what have you gained? That's, in my mind, the most important thing.
What we are given to understand from our government sources is that Bharat has set the terms very clearly. Any future act of terror is equal to an act of war. So that's the hyphenation. If there is an act of terror on Indian soil now, Bharat gets into a position of war with the Pakistan state, because that's the equation, that's the strategic posture. Lieutenant General L. Nishikanta Singh is also with us. Good evening, General. Your thoughts on what's being said. Stoppage of fire till the 12th of May. The Pak DGMO picks up the phone and there is a conversation that's been had at 15:30 hours and at 1700 hours, land, air and sea, there is a stoppage.
I will put it this way, ceasefire would be slightly more formal than the stoppage of firing. Stoppage of firing is a new term which is not being used everywhere. It is relatively very less used. So stoppage of fire, I understand, is that like when we want to evacuate a casualty, when we want to do some sort of a evacuation or some emergency, that time we can have the term stoppage of fire. But here the stoppage of fire and the ceasefire may be almost same, because on 12th when we start having the talks, that is the time when we will formalize as to what will really happen. And as brought out by you and as stated by our MEA, the onus of stopping any terrorist attack must be fixed on Pakistan, because we will have a ceasefire today and maybe there after 6 months, after 1 year, after 18 months, there will be a similar incident and we will be repeating the same thing. And we have to ensure that this guarantee is extracted from the Pakistanis, and also this has to be endorsed by those who are sponsoring the ceasefire, that is the Americans. Because the nation cannot keep on mobilizing every time somebody becomes the army chief in Pakistan. He wants to have more power, and as a result of which he sends a group of terrorists, attacks us, and then goes back. There is a hostility followed by a ceasefire. Then he becomes later on the head of the state. As we have seen what happened with General Musharraf. So this, we have to ensure that these points are included, and the Pakistan has to be made very clear that you cannot afford to try these tricks anymore, because any of these tricks, as brought out by you, will be taken as declaration of war. So I feel that
So, sorry, General Sahab, I'm just saying, in your experience, you would know कि ये तो शकुनी से भी शातिर है. You can't trust them. How would you sit down and talk to them? Has Bharat let go of an initiative at this point? Should Bharat have pressed for 2 more days and brought the enemy to a crawl? Or should Bharat just continue the non-kinetic offensives even if there is a stoppage on the kinetic offensive?
Those who have taken a decision, I'm sure they know what is better. But if I were in the chair, definitely the quantum of punishment which has been given to them could have been increased much more. But then I am not in the chair. I really do not know what are the compulsions which the decision makers have taken. And I'm sure that they're as good or as bad as me. And they would be having a series of compulsions and they would be thinking like me for the nation. When I speak, I'm thinking about the nation. Similarly, when they acted, when they agreed, they would have thought over for the nation. And there are many things which we are not seeing in the media as to what really was the terms of work, what are the other conditions which we really do not know. Like, let us say, yesterday only Pakistanis have been given more than $1 billion of IMF.
Right.
So this could also be even one of the conditions for which they had already agreed that, okay, maybe in the next 24 hours, we will agree to do a cessation of hostilities or something like that. So there are many factors which I do not know. But on the first value, I feel that even this punishment on the Pakistanis by the Honorable Prime Minister is a good enough. At least they will think now 5-10 times before trying, because we have never gone so strongly against the enemy. Now they realize that anything they do against us, we will repeat something like this, and maybe much more beyond this. And they are aware of it. They must be thankful to us that we do not use our navy.
Right.
A blockade by the navy would have been crippling.
Right. I'm just going to bring in Brigadier General Yossi here. And what are the three terms? What are the three terms, General, that when the two DGMOs sit, will be non-compromising terms that Bharat has to set to say any further conversation happens only if you agree to all these three, else stoppage is off?
Yes, well, as I said before, I think that first of all, of course, cessation of fire is obvious. If they shoot again, that's a breach of the agreement. Secondly, that no terror attack will emanate from the territory or will be carried out by groups that are related to them. These are the two conditions that are most important for India to make sure that the lesson was learned well by the Pakistani government, and that we can move on. And I think that in this respect, there should be also some sort of an American commitment that guarantees that this is really the case, that they would consider us as understood and self-evident that if something like that happens, then the Indians have the full support of the Americans in dealing with it in the way they need to do.
Major Monik Jolly, your thoughts? We're standing by for the MOD briefing, so we should have Colonel Sophia Qureshi and also Wing Commander Vyomika Singh coming in. I think Vikram Misri ji will come back again, but yes, your thoughts?
I would really like to sum this up, the point we picked up on, ceasefire versus stoppage of fire. Ceasefire can encompass and primarily would encompass stoppage of fire, but stoppage of fire does not, and I mean stoppage of fire can, graduate to ceasefire. Ceasefire would always come with a massive agreement, which would have a lot of conditions. So when you break a ceasefire, all those conditions go off. Hence, they are calling it stoppage of fire, that we are only not going to fire at each other, kinetic, military, whatever term we might like to use. But otherwise, the Indus Water Treaty, let's say, it is still the way how PM Modi ji decided that it will stay that way. Or whatever we are trying to push for other diplomatic means, they'll continue to happen.
Right.
When we go for ceasefire, it might include the IWT also. So we are at a very first step of trying to achieve a more unilateral peace and bilateral understandings and all that. But coming back to that, I think now is these next 2 days, both the governments would be working very hard to work on the terms that they want to bring into this ceasefire that are amicable to you, that are more conducive to your setup. And India has to really push hard, because if we come out giving Pakistan a safe space, we actually came out of with nothing.
Correct. So no corners cut and no space given even when the conversations happened. Somewhere the Pakistanis perhaps will also realize, but there will be a lot of water that will pass under the bridge between now and the 12th over the next 48 hours. So that's also, this is a very critical time when Bharat continues to hold its posture and is very clear what it's going to say when it sits across the table with the Pak DGMO. Meanwhile, more news coming through. Pakistan's been punished through military and non-military means. Operation Sindoor marked a significant demonstration of Bharat's military and strategic prowess through a blend of military and non-military means. This multi-dimensional operation successfully neutralized terrorist threats, deterred Pakistani aggression and reinforced Bharat's zero-tolerance policy towards terrorism, all while maintaining strategic restraint and international support. We try and go across to Aman for more on this. Aman, the biggest aspect is after taking the upper hand, after setting the standards, after redrawing the entire strategic norms and posture itself, and also the engagement, calling the Pakistani nuclear bluff out and getting the enemy to heel, can Bharat take the foot off the metal?
Well, Anand, what the top government sources are now saying that yes, a ceasefire has been achieved with the Pakistan, but there are big successes that India has also shown through Operation Sindoor. Number one, India has shown that, we have showed to the world that India will not wait for anybody's permission to defend its people, to get justice for them. Terror will be punished everywhere, anywhere, and this declaration India has done today that next time there's a terror act against India, we will treat it like an act of war. Also, Operation Sindoor, its massive success, busting the terror headquarters of Jaish, of LET, of Hizbul Mujahideen, hitting as deep as Bahawalpur in Pakistan, 100 kilometers from the border, completely exposing Pakistan's air defenses, a 25-minute strike which Pakistan simply couldn't stop. Indian Rafale jets showing their superiority over the Pakistani Air Force power, the tri-service synergy that we saw in this particular strike, 9 terror camps destroyed and big terrorists killed in this particular attack. And we've achieved justice, Anand, not just for Pahalgam, but also for earlier terrorists who have been killed, who have been involved in earlier dastardly terror strikes on India, dating back to IC-814 attack. So I think India has achieved not just justice for Pahalgam, justice also for the families of those, terror attacks, people who died earlier, even for the family of Daniel Pearl, for example, India has been citing. Also, the other punishments India managed to, impose upon Pakistan. Yes, a ceasefire achieved today, but look what we did. We put a pause on the Indus Water Treaty, which will punish Pakistan in the days to come. We'll have to negotiate again with them, and we are open to negotiating the Indus Water Treaty. We have been pressing for it that the terms needs to be reset. But now the kind of punishment and the kind of power we've shown that Pakistan is virtually dependent on India's decisions when it comes to water and getting water for their irrigation. It could have been completely catastrophic for Pakistan the way things had gone, the way things were going. So I think Pakistan has been given this message that don't mess with India, don't send your terrorists here to strike at us. Next time we will treat it as an act of war. But right now it's a ceasefire.
Aman, if it's taken 30 years or 40 years to avenge what's happened with IC-814 for Bharat, then the Pakistanis will take that. They don't mind this avenging after 30 years. We've got Omar Abdullah speaking right now.
में बहुत नुकसान हुआ, टंगधार पहले दिन से निशाना बना है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, डीसीज को वाज़िया हिदायत दी गई है कि वो फौरी तौर डैमेज का जो है फाइनल असेसमेंट करके वो असेसमेंट हम तक पहुंचाएं ताकि हम इन घरों को रिलीफ जो है पहुंचाना शुरू करें। इसके साथ साथ कई दिनों से अब हवाई अड्डा हमारा बंद रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस सीज़ फायर के बाद दोबारा हवाई अड्डा खुलेगा और हमारे जो यहाँ से हाजी हज करने के लिए जिनको निकलना था हम भेज नहीं पाए, इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही हवाई अड्डा खुल जाता है तो हम दोबारा हमारे अपने हाजियों को यहाँ से रवाना करना शुरू कर देंगे। वो हमने जो कीमती जानें गई हैं वहाँ पे हमने थोड़ा सा कॉम्पनसेशन का ऐलान किया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अब जहाँ लोग ज़ख्मी हुए हैं उन्हें भी हमें मुआवजा देना होगा, कॉम्पनसेशन देना होगा। और जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, जहाँ जहाँ प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान हुआ है वहाँ पे भी। Okay, thank you.
Right, so that was Omar Abdullah, but going back to our guest, we'll try and also go across to Lisa Curtis, who's with us. Lisa Curtis, Senior Fellow and Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at CNAS. Lisa and Brigadier General Yossi with us, Major Manik Jolly also with us. Lisa, your thoughts on this entire agreement for stoppage of fire till the 12th of May. Do you think this was the right time from an India point of view?
Well, absolutely. This ceasefire could not have come any sooner. I mean, this is a very good development for South Asia, for India. Look, this had been the most serious conflict between the two countries. You could compare it to the 1999 Kargil conflict, where, of course, there was prolonged military action, but that was even contained to a certain area up in the Kargil Heights. This was happening not only across the LOC, but across the international border. It had evolved from just a tit-for-tat back and forth to really an all-out conflict between the two. and it was moving in a very dangerous direction. So I'm happy to see that there has been an agreement for a ceasefire, that the two sides will sit down for talks. This is a very welcome development. And I've been saying from the beginning that the United States had to play a behind-the-scenes role in helping the two countries to step back from the brink of war. And it looks like the U.S. may have been involved in this. It also looks like Saudi Arabia may have played a role. Maybe the U.S. and Saudi Arabia working together. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia have very good relations under the Trump administration, so this would not be surprising. But I think this is a good development. Look, India has struck at 9 sites in Pakistan, taking out important terrorist infrastructure. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahalapur was struck. We know that the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murgke was also struck. As the previous speaker mentioned, removing Abdur Rauf Azhar, Masood Azhar's brother, who had been involved in IC-814 hijack, as well as the killing of Danny Pearl, the Wall Street Journal reporter in 2002. Yes, it took too long to bring justice to this terrorist, but India has been able to do what, unfortunately, Pakistan refused to do for over 20 years.
That's where, Lisa, the point is that when there is a nation that is standing with its military and its polity behind a US proscribed terrorist in Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a Lashkar operative, and in public, and those pictures are out there, they are according these terrorists a state funeral and placing the Pakistani flag on it. How is it that it's okay to stop this war on terror? This is the biggest open admission by the Pakistanis that terror on Indian soil has state backing of the Pakistanis, and that it's the Pak military behind it all along. So what punitive cost is going to be now imposed upon it? If US is underwriting this, then Pakistan has to pay a cost. And what cost will that be, Lisa? Because Bharat cannot look behind its shoulder, and it cannot have a continuous pinprick that every time there is a growth story, every time there is happiness in a region, they are going to come and hurt us. Well, I have to cut across. This is the military briefing now.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका यह भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, भटिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीजें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूं कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव और डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूंगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17. It was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that the Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargoda, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistic installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, We remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
Indian Armed Forces, collective might of the Indian Armed Forces on display there. The Army, Navy and the Air Force coming out to make a statement with Commodore, Colonel and Wing Commander present on the stage to do that briefing. Pakistan's offensive and defensive capability has been crippled. We have hit them hard, we have hurt them a lot, and that's why they've raised the white flag with their DGMO calling Bharat's DGMO and saying, can we have a stoppage of fire please? Can we sit across on the 12th of May and talk? So that's what we've done. We've brought the enemy to their knees, but can we let them off the hook? Can we as a nation allow to take the foot off the pedal at a time when the enemy has come to heel? This is an enemy that has officially declared itself as a state backer of terror by standing behind a jihadi and according jihadis a state funeral. This is a nation that cannot be trusted, be it 71, be it 99, be it 2008 or be it Balakot or be it Pahalgam. This is a nation that wants and that is obsessed with bleeding Bharat with 1,000 cuts. Can this nation be taught a lesson? Can this nation be trusted? These are questions that remain. We try and play out the briefing out again in just a bit. Lisa Curtis, I was asking you the same question. It's not that Bharat is warmongering. It's not about the fact that anybody wants war. We are a nation that has always espoused peace. But sometimes the enemy has to be quelled totally for peace to return. Nobody wants to see their children witness another Pahalgam. I'm sure nobody wants their children to witness another 26/11. But this is a nation that just doesn't relent. 2008 and then 2025. They will always send these proxies to Bharat. Now, how does one work with this? Will the US now underwrite that any other act of terror on Indian soil emanating from Pakistan, the US will back India for a total wipeout of this entire nexus and this, because it emanates from the Pak military? Lisa ji, you know this very well.
Well, look, I think that India has shown restraint over the last 48 hours. It was very unclear what was happening. Many of us thought Wednesday, after the Indian response and the Pakistanis reporting that they had shot down 5 Indian aircraft, would have provided an opportunity for the two sides to de-escalate. That's not what happened. We saw very worrisome developments over the next 48, 72 hours. But I do think that India had signaled Wednesday that it had been ready to de-escalate. So I think that what we saw was just more tit for tat, very unclear situation. But in terms of moving forward, look, I think there are ways to pressure Pakistan over the terrorist issue. We have seen this movie before. We have seen many Pakistani, sponsored terrorist attacks on India in Kashmir, and this is something that needs to change. The U.S. also has, suffered from Pakistani support for groups like the Haqqani Network when the U.S. was fighting in Afghanistan for 20 years. So, Pakistan has long served as a safe haven for many different terrorist groups. And I think that the U.S. and India can work together. They can, go back to the Financial Action Task Force, where Pakistan was graylisted for many years. They can work together at the UN against terrorists. And of course, the U.S. Does have some leverage with Pakistan. It doesn't have as close of a relationship as it did in the years after 9/11, but still, Pakistan wants a good relationship with the United States, and the United States can use that leverage to, convince Pakistan to crack down on these terrorist elements. Because I agree with you, this has gone on for far too long, and we can't afford to, every few years have some kind of major terrorist attack that brings India and Pakistan to the brink of war that could potentially go nuclear.
But this nuclear bluff has been called, Lisa Curtis. Major Manik Jolly is also with us. This nuclear bluff has been called that just because they are a nuclear entity, they can't get away with murder. They can't get away with this entire policy, and they can't keep getting IMF doleouts after doleouts. And every time it's American dollars that are used towards, that are funneled towards trying to run this proxy war. So there has to be an end to this. There has to be a cost that Pakistan has to pay. Its polity, its politicians, more than its politicians, its military has to pay. Even today, you're aware that the conversation happened with General Asim Munir. If we know that this is how the Pakistan military is, and this is how far gone the Pakistan, their DG ISPR, he is the son of a former proscribed terrorist who worked with Osama bin Laden. What more proof does the world want? So how do things change going forward from here?
Well, look, I think I just explained to you that, U.S. officials share the frustration, and we bore the brunt of Pakistan harboring the Taliban and the Haqqani network for many years. Osama bin Laden himself, hiding out in Pakistan. So, of course, U.S. officials understand the frustration. And I think the U.S. did cut military aid to Pakistan since 2018 during the first Trump administration. And so you don't see large-scale assistance going to Pakistan right now. Pakistan has turned toward China. Pakistan is receiving a lot of military assistance from China now. So I think that the U.S. does retain some leverage, and I fully expect this Trump administration to use some of that leverage and to put pressure on Pakistan on the terrorism issue. But I think this is just something that the U.S. cannot wave a magic wand and it goes away.
No,
if for the case, we would have done so a long time ago.
No, true. I'm aware that no nation can wave a magic wand and they can go, but nations can accept the real nature and the true nature of this nation. This is a rogue nation at play, and that's where the aspect is. It cannot be that if it serves a particular nation's strategic interest, such rogue nations and its entities are given a free hand to go and hurt a nation that has always espoused peace. Bharat has always been a nation of status quo. We do not, Bharat as a nation, India as a nation does not covet anybody else's property. If that was the case, then Lahore would not have been in Pakistan at all. Kartarpur Sahib would not have been in Pakistan at all. The Indian Army would not have pulled back, the armed forces would not have pulled back 30 kilometers from Lahore in 71, or even in Kargil, when critical peaks and critical assets that were under Indian Army control were let go of, and we gave it back to them. That is something which cannot be lost on the nations across the world, be it China, be it the US. There is an issue there. Yes, Major Manik Jolly.
I would just say a great step from US would be to step back and start taking the responsibility how they had enabled Pakistan create all this infrastructure, and now make up for it by forcing them to take it off. Right from the 80s, when the Soviets, they were fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan, and 20 years they were in Afghanistan looking for Osama bin Laden and all. The symbiotic relation between Pakistan Army especially, I wouldn't even say the entire nation, the ISI, Pakistan Army, and the American Army, and the CIA and all these centers were created during them. They had the complete information. They knew where everything existed. They helped create this training center just because they had vested in trust. Now for them to suddenly say that now we have a third eye view and we are trying to talk to them, you have so much leverage with Pakistan, you can stop them the day you want. But this is not happening. So the fact remains that America can do a lot more than they are saying right now. And today early morning at your show only, I was talking to another American who was saying that we have seen that it came out to IMF grant, right, bailout. They said we have seen that even if you give Pakistan the money, to IMF grant, right, bailout. They said we have seen that even if you give Pakistan the money or do not give, their stand does not change. So I told them, you have never given the other option ever a chance. At least corner them financially, don't give them bailout for once, and let's see how you respond. If you continue going with this thing, that it does not matter. Let's keep giving them money. They anyway are not going to change their stance on terrorism. They will never stop. They are like a spoiled child who knows I can scare everyone because I have a nuclear missile, so everybody will listen to me or I'll throw tantrums. It cannot go on. So I think US has a much bigger role to play right now, rather than just treating both the countries in a single basket and calling it's a South Asian affair. We would like to see peace in South Asia. That is not. We are very different from them. We are a peace-loving, independent, strong, self-reliant country. They are a terror-loving, handicapped and loan-taking bailout nation. We have to be detached by them. We cannot be kept on the same platter.
No, this hyphenation of Pakistan has to be with a terror state, not with Bharat. Lisa Curtis, your thoughts on the fact that America could have done far more, and Major Manik Jolly believes, and even now they can tighten the screws if they want. Try not giving them an IMF bailout for a change. Try putting them back on the FATF grey list and keep it there. That doesn't mean that the government changes, Biden administration comes and they're off the FATF grey list. What have they done? They have just de-hyphenated the Lashkar with the TRF, created another entity. Look at the state backing they gave to TRS. They worked hard within the UN Security Council to get the terrorist outfit's name off the statement. That is the level to which they are backing these outfits. They actually called them mujahids. That means soldiers. No political leader in Pakistan or a military leader UN proscribed terror tanzeems are called mujahids. Their cadre are called mujahids, which means a soldier. That is the level to which they continue with that lexicon. One can't say this is how Pakistan is, so let them be. No, they have to change, and if they don't change, then they shouldn't exist in this form. That has to be a global worldview, Lisa Curtis. Even as a way, yes, your thoughts. The CDS and the 3 service chiefs are meeting the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That update flashing on the screen. Yes, Lisa Curtis, your thoughts.
Yeah, look, you're talking to somebody who spilled a lot of ink, made a lot of statements about the need to condition, cut off military aid to Pakistan long before it happened, okay?
I'm aware. That's why I'm asking you the same question.
So I fully understand the issues and the frustration. And I think that, let's just look at the last, 6-7 years since the aid was cut off in 2018. I think that, there is a lot less influence from the United States on Pakistan. The relationship is not as close as it used to be. I think, it's still possible for the U.S. to focus on the terrorism issue in Pakistan, and that's certainly going to happen. But, I think it's something that the international community can do more. The U.S. is not the only country that's engaged with Pakistan. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, we talked about China, not that, India can convince China to change, but India has relationships with other countries as well that are supporting Pakistan, support them in the IMF, provide them assistance. So I think rather than just, looking to the United States, maybe looking for a coalition of countries that can prevail on Pakistan on this terrorism issue. I think that, would be a more productive way to go. And I think that, while the U.S., I think Secretary of State Rubio deserves credit for the role it appears that he has played in getting to this ceasefire and the agreement for the two sides to sit down to talks. But let's face it, the U.S. has a full plate. There are many different crises and things happening around the world. And, I think the U.S. is going to be distracted with other things happening. So I think it would be useful to get other countries involved in this process of putting pressure on Pakistan for its continued support to terrorists.
There's another thought process. Why doesn't the world leave Pakistan to India to deal with? Let it be that this is in your backyard. You deal with the rubbish and whatever they do in your backyard. South Asia is your domain. We are trusting you to ensure that there is peace. And if there are those who are trying to foment trouble, deal with them. Is this possible? Bharat has shown it's able to do it. And one of the other messages that's come this time, Major Manik Jolly, is Bharat doesn't need anybody else's permission. Yeah. Bharat will do what it needs to do to protect its sovereignty. And this is perhaps the last time that we're backing off.
If at all now.
Yeah.
If at all. This will not clearly be a back down.
Yeah. But when I say backing off, we're even holding fire.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
So I'd say the stakes and these stakes were created because of West wanted to. The amount of in how invested they are in Pakistan has caused all the trouble. I mean, geopolitics right from the Cold War days, and when so let's not go back that much into the history. The point is that as on date, if America wants, I'll stick to the point. If America wants, it can. Trump got Abraham Accords done. It was one of the most complicated thing in that time. Even if they want, they can actually put Pakistan on ground and tell them, you will not get any more money, you will not get sanctions, your people will not get, you will get sanctions, your people will not get visas. We will. Why don't they blacklist so many terrorist organizations? Because it is. So this is a simple thing. I just want to clarify everyone. Many people ask, why don't some organizations get blacklisted? What is the big deal? The big deal is that the leaders of all these organizations never sit in Pakistan, they're sitting all over the world, handling major finance, in alliance with a lot of major funders who are caught up everywhere and connected to everyone. That is why it is so difficult to blacklist organization, only because of the funding routes. The moment you blacklist, all the bank accounts and individuals have to be blocked, seized, red notice, everything and all. So why is US not doing that if it really wants to put Pakistan in its place? So I would say they are invested and it will take some time for them to step out. Joe Biden was given second highest civil honor just because he got a huge grant for Pakistan.
Right.
So this is pretty recent, like 8-10 years ago.
Right. Now, this is another aspect that the MEA is continuously underlining, that this is a bilateral understanding. The MEA is continuously saying that contrary to what Donald Trump has claimed or J.D. Vance has claimed, that America mediated the ceasefire and America has spoken and that's why it's happening, the MEA is very, very clearly saying this is bilateral. This is between the two DGMOs of Bharat and Pakistan. And perhaps one understands this very, very clearly, that if Donald Trump wants to jump the gun and take the credit for bringing peace in South Asia, Bharat does not want anybody to think that there is an internationalization of the Bharat-Pakistan issue, that there is a third party involved and there is a mediator. Bharat is very, very clearly saying that what is there between Bharat and Pakistan is bilateral. So Indus Water Treaty still remains in abeyance. Bharat has never sought assistance. Bharat did not go to any nation to say, help us out. Bharat did not go to anybody and say, we need you to mediate. In 1999, it was a Nawaz Sharif who fell at Bill Clinton's feet. Today again, it is a Shehbaz Sharif and the other politicians of Pakistan and perhaps the military too this time around who have fallen at the feet of the Americans. This time, the Pak DGMO has picked up the phone and spoken. Nations will call. Saudi Arabia has come. They have all gotten and spoken to each nation. But Bharat has said very, very clearly, and I'll try and go across to Siddhant or Zaka on this, that very, very clearly that there are direct DGMO talks that have been established. The Pak DGMO picked up the phone and requested a conversation with his Indian counterpart or Bharatiya counterpart. The two DGMOs spoke at around 15:30 hours. And upon the request of the Pak DGMO, Bharat agreed that from 1700 hours on the 10th of May, there will be a stoppage of fire. Again and again, Bharat has underlined stoppage of fire. Bharat has not used the term ceasefire. Many would want to say both mean the same, but from Bharat's point of view, it's not the same. Ceasefire is an agreement on certain conditions. That agreement has not yet happened. Stoppage of fire is perhaps the first step towards a possible ceasefire, and that's why Bharat continues to say it's stoppage of fire. We have not taken back or we are not moving back from our aggressive positions. We are just not pressing the trigger. Where the gun is still pointed at the enemy, that is stoppage of fire. Ceasefire would be that the guns are placed back. That's not yet happened. That's Bharat's position right now. That's the MEA's position. That was what Vikram Misri said. That is exactly what EAM Jaishankar has said. And again, MEA sources are saying this is bilateral. This is bilateral. If Pakistan wants anything, Pakistan has to talk to Bharat. No point talking to the Americans, no point talking to the Chinese, to the Saudis, to anybody. You talk to us, we talk to you, you listen to us, and we'll help you out. That's the equation that's being set between Bharat and Pakistan. The MEA underlining this again and again and again. And I think somewhere we as people, we as a nation need to understand that this is not a ceasefire yet. It is not ceasefire. It is stoppage. It is purely stoppage, and that's being underlined by the MEA, and it is bilateral. No credit being given by Bharat to Americans. Donald Trump has assumed the credit. J.D. Vance has assumed the credit. Bharat does not want to give credit to any nation. This is two DGMOs talking to each other. It is bilateral. So somewhere for us to credit Donald Trump, to put out Donald Trump there, is not something that the MEA is agreeable to. The MEA believes that this is bilateral. This is the two DGMOs between Bharat and Pakistan, and it's not the US at all. So India never sought assistance. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey with us. Major Monik Jolly stays on with us. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us. Tilak Devashar is with us. Let's go across to them straight up. Namaste, Jai Hind, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, your thoughts on Bharat's very clear aspect that despite Donald Trump claiming credit, J.D. Vance claiming credit, the MEA is saying this is between Bharat and Pakistan. The Pak DGMO called the phone, picked up the phone and said stoppage please. So we are saying stoppage till the 12th of May, till they speak. This is not ceasefire yet. Your thoughts?
Well, Anand, many thoughts. But firstly, I agree with your instinctive reaction that let's be cautious, let's not jump in joy, there's no occasion yet. Secondly, another thought which came to me, that the stoppage of fire started at 5 o'clock. Foreign Secretary waited till around 6 before coming and informing the country that this is what has happened. And he was very clear that it was between two DGMOs and that.
Yes, sir. Okay, I think we just lost the feed there. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran is also with us. I'm just going to check. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, are you back? Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Please complete. Yeah.
Yeah. So both the Minister and Foreign Secretary were very clear to say that it is bilateral. They didn't name America, but meaning was that America may have had something to do with Pakistan, but we.
Can we also
that are we back to what happened in 1965 at Tashkent? Are we back to what happened in Simla in 1972? Are we again giving Pakistan another chance? More than that, the Prime Minister made a statement in Madhubani where he laid down the objectives for India. Have those objectives been achieved? Is Pakistan willing to give those 4 terrorists who are still hiding in Jammu and Kashmir to India to face the trial? These are some of the. Indian Prime Minister himself would want from Pakistani side. So, is this just a pause for Pakistani army to recuperate and get back at us again? Is it just a pause so that they can give signal to terrorists to strike India? No, there is a proof. So there are many questions which people want answers for.
Well, Tilak Devasharji, does Donald Trump trying to claim credit here internationalize the whole issue? Wing Commander Sudhakaran is also through with us. General Pandey is also with us. Professor Brahmachalani also with us. Namaste, gentlemen. Jai Hind. It's a simple question. Donald Trump tries to take credit. Bharat says this is bilateral. Pakistan wants to internationalize the issue between Bharat and Pakistan, hyphenate itself with Bharat. Bharat is saying, you talk to us, you don't talk to anybody else. You want to talk, you talk to us. Should that be the position that Bharat holds?
I think so. I would go with what the Indian Foreign Secretary has said. Stoppage of fire, bilateral, and if anybody else wants to take credit, that's up to them. But I think the fact that the DGMO this morning called up the Indian DGMO and asked for a ceasefire is indicative of the fact that Pakistan asked for a ceasefire to India, and India I don't know the conditions, etc. We don't know the full details.
Ji.
Agreed to the ceasefire, which went into effect at 5 p.m. So that I think is the simplest explanation of what exactly has happened. Now there are a couple of other points.
Ji.
You very rightly mentioned stoppage of fire does not mean ceasefire. The conditions, etc., that will be on the 12th of May when the DGMOs talk. There is nothing about the Indus Water Treaty which was held in abeyance. That I think continues to be held in abeyance. What happened to the 4 terrorists who were responsible for the Pahalgam massacre? And since the Prime Minister has categorically mentioned about giving them punishment even till if you have to go to the end of the earth. So I don't think so that is going to dissipate just by the stoppage of fire. So there are a few very key gaps that we will need to fill up in the days to come, possibly by Monday or thereafter. But one other thing, I was on another channel where it was announced that Pakistan has also opened up its airspace. I don't know if this is true or not, but maybe you can confirm it during the course of this discussion.
They haven't, sir. They haven't opened up the airspace. But I think another thing I'm just getting an update is that one point is very, very clear from government sources that Bharat did not seek mediation.
Yeah.
So that point is very, very clear. General Pandey, your thoughts? Bharat did not seek mediation. Bharat is very clear.
A couple of things. Thing which I just want to highlight very clearly, quickly. JD once said that they don't have anything to do with this current imbroglio. He started his statement. Donald Trump, and if you see the language of Donald Trump and the big people, and even Rubio, is very slangish kind of a language to be typed very hurriedly to take credit straight away. But most telling point in JD Rubio's Twitter statement is that the talks will be at the neutral location. The moment you are going to do this, the problem is that this is exactly what Pakistan has been wanting. Even in the Kargil conflict, when they had come out to internationalize the whole issue and make it on the international table, which India has been saying all the time that it is a bilateral issue. So this is a very important fact. The second, let me come down to the tactical level. Okay, the DGMO level talks. What has changed? Like just because for last 4 or 5 days, we have been going gung-ho and jingoistic on all engagement and talks. What has changed? The change has been not much. What we have been doing, fire results 4 to 5 years back on the LC. Over and above that, we have raised the level to a drone warfare in which the boots on ground has still not moved, right? And that is why it is very important to see the signal and messaging that the talks have happened or engagement at dial down has been happening at the level of DGMO. So I think it's a very, very smart move by the MEA or whosoever is handling at the level of the government that they have not allowed this to go beyond in terms of a local facet, right? While the punishment has been severe in other spectrums, but the fact is that they have kept it at the level of military to military as of now, and trying to say that we are not going to escalate till the time the Pakis escalate. So this is, and this whole statement, the taking of claim by allowing an IMF loan to get out to be given to them, making all these statements that we don't have anything to do with this. The third is, please understand, that Trump came to power by making 2 major statements that Israel and Hamas thing is going to stop. Has not happened. They came to power by saying that Russia is going to stop going into Ukraine. Hasn't happened. They will be also looking to their domestic constituency by saying, look, there was a major thing going on inside India and Pakistan, and well, we intervened and did this and did that. But the fact is that every time Pakistan has done, has had a very, very who's guiding them? I don't know. Frankly, we are sitting out. Right. But somebody is very, very smart that they have controlled the levers of escalation in their hand. And I think most brutal punishment which has happened and maybe have turned the entire event is the actions that were taken in the morning by us, hitting their very, very important sites. I believe there is some nuclear site has been hit. It may be fake news or something, but the fact is that I am given to understand from wherever my sources are that something very, very credible has been hit in this thing, which has literally shaken Pakistan to the core, right? So when you look at all these entire thing, it is possibly a smart move by Pakistan as well to come down and stand by. Will it going to stop terrorist strike? No. Is going to war going to start terrorist strikes? No. I don't think terrorist strikes can stop by Pakistan without their change in strategic orientation. The ultimate aim and end has to be that this artificial country has to implode. It may require some effort in the long term, and that is not only a military way. It will require not only whole of government effort, but these Western people who keep on forfeiting the military industrial complex have allowed this to happen, give that IMF loan and everything. I think then only possibly we can achieve some sort of a credible end state when this country implodes. There is no, I may be very, very extreme hearted, but then military has going to be one tool at a given point. This event which has happened on 22nd April, and yesterday we had a great debate again on your channel on this subject. Please understand that within a month, no military can get ready to achieve what you want to achieve, to get inside and destroy a country. You can be punitive. You can carry out a juggernaut of doing some punishment. But when two professional armies meet, then numbers may be very, very skewed in the sense. And I can tell you that's not so skewed as being presumed. It requires number of other efforts to be in line. And they are technological advancement, support of the world which is invested in it. We have not yet committed so much into the tribal area in Balochistan and other areas to ensure that the tipping point comes for it to break. Unfortunately, we are not ready, we are not prepared, we are ill prepared for what our desires are. So rather than getting into a system of economic destruction, I think it's a very, very wise decision to allow what has happened, right? At my point, yet the guns are locked and loaded.
Right.
It is just a fair. The final documents are going to be decided yet, because I am quite sure the Indians are going to ask, not about the 4 terrorists. They're going to ask who ordered the Pahalgam prince to come out. Who is the person? It cannot be a non-state actor. It has to lead into some ISI desk. Some idiot sitting in this Pakistan army establishment is the one who said, yes, let's go. You know, a lot of things that it happened only very, very immediate. This whole thing has happened in a very well planned, played out manner. It has not been done by that one crankpot who was in Pahalgam who decided to ask that, you know, you are a Hindu or a Muslim and then I'm going to shoot in your head. Right? This is all very, very calibrated. The timing of that Asim Munir, that radical of a guy, I'm actually today very angry with this thing happening. But the fact of the matter is that it had to happen. We knew it. We have been talking of it. Possibly I was the only guy in this whole channel saying that we can't go to war as of now. We need to plan much better. But yet, I think we need to ask and keep the Pakistan to corner as of now.
Right. Fair point. I think a lot of viewers would appreciate your candor and what you feel. There are those who would have also thought long-term, short-term, mid-term and long-term in terms of a decimation of a state sponsor of terror. But Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran, your thoughts here, where Bharat is very clearly saying we are going to keep it at DGMO level. Should Bharat choose the place and time on the 12th? Because it's the Pakis who picked up the phone and said, okay, give us stoppage time. And should Bharat ensure that this is between the two nations, not a third party entering it?
I talked about this yesterday. In fact, yesterday I told about diplomatic dharma and manipulation of the momentum. Let's go back, rewind, you will find it. Today, the master stroke. Modi has dug a trench so deep to the entire Pakistani ecosystem. They don't know what to do. They are in a catch-22 system. Catch-22 situation. Give me 2 minutes, I will explain.
Please take your time, sir.
See, what has happened today is airstrikes across 6 to 8 air bases, right? They've hit them. We have no idea as to how many air assets, including F-16 and J-17, that has got hit on ground. That detail has not come out. Eventually, what it would have led to is the onset of air supremacy for Indian Air Force, because their air defense had given up. Imagine if a fighter aircraft, see, getting air supremacy is the dream of any air force in any warfare, which means their army would have got neutralized in their barracks. They wouldn't have been able to come out. The tanks wouldn't have been able to come out if the air defense is compromised. As an AD guy, I can tell you, right? That's death knell for any warfare. And that's when Pakistan took their white flags out. They were desperate today. Because today morning, when the missiles got stuck here, had a couple of missiles got stuck in Delhi or somewhere else, they would have still not, given up. But their missiles are not able to penetrate us. Their aircrafts are getting shot down. I think somewhere around 8 aircrafts have got shot down. Today, maybe 10, 15 would have got neutralized on the ground, or maybe more. Right? This is what has compelled them to immediately raise the flag, because they know that they will not survive. Number one. Number two is their airstrips have all gone. Even if they have the aircraft, they can't take on. Third is their radar networks have got jammed or they've got neutralized. That's where our missiles could go and hit with such precision. This is the background that the world needs to know, right? Modi knows it, because we have done a complete reconnaissance, damage assessment of what post the strikes. That the Indian Air Force must have definitely done. This is the background. Now, on this background, if the DJMO comes, yesterday, this is where I was talking about establishing strategic clarity. Now, what is the clarity that came in today? Indian government today, for the first time in its entire history, has said any act of terror will constitute an act of war.
Yes.
This is very important, because tomorrow, if another terrorist dares come in, I don't need to give him proof. As per my constitution or policy or doctrine, it is war. And war means I can kiss you with my missiles anytime I want. I don't need to give any explanation to anybody. You come in with one gun, that's good enough for me. Or it is up to my mind. If I wake up with a good mind, I may pardon you, but maybe I may send 10 missiles. See, we have tasted blood now. Please understand the escalation ladder. I will talk from 2016 onwards. You did surgical strike first.
Correct.
Second time you did Balakot. See, I was in the ops room when the Balakot happened. Our air defense was not as good. If you remember the MH17 fratricide that happened, some 11 people got killed. We were all over the place. In fact, I was extremely critical that day, upset that day. How could we let this happen? But having said that, I'm telling you, Indian Air Force has grown leaps and bounds. Yesterday, I was so happy, 100%. Even the Israelis were shocked. This is textbook stuff that we have shown. Nowhere in the history of the planet or in any warfare, this kind of a thing has been witnessed, because 400, 500 drones coming, missiles coming, everything getting neutralized, right? But having done this, can we take our chances? Please understand, we're dealing with a nuclear state.
Yeah.
I don't want to give great leverage, but this is where my strategic clarity with restraint. So what I was talking yesterday was that, we must act decisively, we must act ruthlessly, and we must act silently. Posturing is okay. See, one more good thing the MEA did is, we have never claimed most of our attack. We must have, I am telling you, we've done 10 times more damage than what we have claimed. Pakistan, on the other hand, have done nothing and have claimed 100 times more,
Correct.
or 1,000 times more. Now, the biggest thing from here is, Asif Munir's curtains, I know the reverse count has started, because he can lie to the whole world, Pakistan can lie to the whole world, but what will he tell his own officers? They know. Can they continue to serve under a person who believes in lies and rhetorics? They know their days are gone. So which means Asif Munir in next 15 days or 1 month or 2 months, or maybe his extension that they have given will not come through. And this also means that the next army general that is going to come in Pakistan will not have the same respect, same command and same power, and Imran Khan may well get out of the jail, which also means there could be elections, fresh elections in Pakistan, which is what the people want. This puppet government will go. So this all augurs well which means in this pause button, when Modi goes to the discussion table, this is what I've been talking about. He needs three things: dismantling of the terror network, number one, and taking responsibility for the terror strikes right from 2016 onwards, if not before. Handing over of the proscribed terrorists like Maulana Masood Azhar. They can't keep the bogey of telling them they don't live here. We know where they live. Right?
So
now it is very difficult for Pakistan to accept these demands.
Correct.
This is where the Indus Water Treaty comes in. Tap on, tap off. He will, kill them thirsty. Where will Pakistan go? They need to come to the table, speak to Modi. Trump in his enthusiasm has said whatever it is. It is not American pressure. Right? India has been, even with the weak Congress governments, we have never accepted a third party to come in, and Modi will definitely not agree to it.
Right.
So
it's not about Modi. Definitely, it's the Pakistani playbook. The Pakistani playbook is to internationalize so that allows them to hyphenate themselves with Bharat. Bharat's attempt is to hyphenate Pakistan with a terror state. So Terroristan is the aspect. Now you called him Hafiz Munir. The inside story is that he loves his tipple. So he's actually nicknamed Chachu Whiskey internally within the army. So he's Mullah Whiskey if you're to go by what we are saying. So that's the reason why. So he's not as pious as he makes himself out to be. And he cannot do without his whiskey. That's the story within the Pak army, and I'm hearing it from the horse's mouth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why this person is his coinage is now Mullah whiskey. But that aside, but what the Pak general does, what happens to him is their issue. What we do about it is what's critical. There's an attempt to internationalize. There is someone who's wanting to take credit, and Bharat is very clearly saying, you talk to us, we decide what we do, and if we think it's an act of war, it's a terror act, and it's an act of war. Professor Brahmachalani, where do we go from here? On the 12th of May, who should set the terms and conditions? Because we know exactly what the Pakis, how the Pakis will play this.
First, let's be clear, Anand, on what has happened. India has a long tradition of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. 1948, Tashkent Agreement, Haji Pir being returned, similar, the gains of war being squandered at the negotiating table. Operation Sindoor, mark my words, will go in history as part of this tradition. Let's not mince words on this. Operation Sindoor was supposed to be taken to its logical conclusion. Operation Sindoor has been ended inconclusively. And why are we quibbling over things like, for example, a halt to hostilities? We are objecting to the word ceasefire. If halt to hostilities is not ceasefire, what else is ceasefire? A ceasefire by definition is a temporary halt to hostilities. And why are we quibbling over the US role? We are saying that it was entirely bilateral. Is that the argument? Foreign Secretary Misri said at his briefing that Pakistan's GMO called his Indian counterpart at 15:35 hours. 15:35 hours. Who was pressing Pakistan's military? Who was calling General Munir? Who? Why don't we discuss all that?
No, but how should that matter to us? How should that matter to us? We did not ask anybody to call General Munir. Bharat's position is Bharat did not ask anybody.
Of course not.
I'm
sorry, Anand.
Please.
I'm sorry, Anand. Let's not whitewash America's role in this. We agreed to the US role. That's the reason why the US was playing a role. That's the reason why Rubio called General Munir. That's the reason why Pakistan's DGMO called his Indian counterpart only at 15:35 hours. That's the reason why the work had already been done.
But Professor Brahmachalani, that's an assumption you are making, and you are welcome to make that. Did
Bharat? Assumption. I'm giving you the timeline.
What I'm saying is nobody asked J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio to pick up the phone and call the Pakistanis. India has not asked. Marco Rubio said, I picked up the phone and I called them. J.D. Vance said, we picked up the phone and called both sides. But what is
India
Bharat's
has
position?
been in
Bharat's
touch with
position is,
Washington.
if Pakistan wants to talk, you talk directly to us. Whoever is asking you to talk, that's your headache. But we as a nation will talk to you directly and you talk to us directly. We don't want a third party. That's Bharat's
I
position.
don't agree with that.
Ji.
I don't agree with that because
Okay.
India has been in touch with Washington. India was willing to let the US play the role of an honest broker. That's why the US tried to play the role that India had agreed to. That's the reason why by the time the Pakistani DGMO called,
No,
the groundwork had been laid.
Okay, respectfully, sir. In the past, I request Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. You agree with Professor Brahmachalani here? Do you think Bharat is the one who's told America to play broker here?
I didn't say that India asked the US.
No,
the US offered its services.
Anand, now Anand, you are acting like USA between Professor Chalani and me. So
I am not going to act as anybody. I'm just here saying that there is a nation which is trying to claim credit, and Bharat strategically is saying no, we are not giving credit to anybody this time around because we want you to talk to us. Yes, sir. Please, your point. Yeah.
No, Anand, I don't want to contradict Professor Chalani. I have respect for his views. He is making an assumption on the basis of his experience and on the basis of what is in public domain. I don't want to comment on that because I don't want to speculate at this time because there's not enough material at my command in order to give any definitive judgment. But I will again point to what the Foreign Secretary and later EAM have stressed.
Yeah.
And the main burden of their coming and Foreign Secretary addressing the press and EAM coming to the social media was that please don't be hasty in giving credit to someone else. Pakistani DGMO, for whatever reasons, picked up the phone and requested our DGMO to please agree to stopping fire. That's the understanding I have. On 12th of May, the DGMOs are not going to work out an agreement.
Yeah.
DGMOs are just going to assess whether either side has resumed fire or violated the gentleman's understanding or agreement. The main issue, the elephant in the room is what happens then. Do we then get terrorists in our hands? Does Pakistan sort of not just pledge but take concrete action in ensuring that the entire terror network has been demolished, never to be revived again? Will Pakistan insist that Indus Water Treaty be again resumed in the same form as it was before 22nd April? These are big questions, and India and Pakistan have always faltered on these big questions, as I had pointed out starting from 1965 onwards, and Professor Chalani took it back to 1948 very rightly. So the history of India-Pakistan agreement, and let me just add for your viewers information, there's not even a single agreement between India and Pakistan which favors India where Pakistan has stood by that agreement. India has always stood by the agreements it entered into. So the history of trust is not very favorable to Pakistan's record.
So then,
that is why I'm a little skeptical.
Yes, Professor Chalani, please complete. I don't want to be someone who's not allowed you your thoughts. Please go ahead. We may disagree, but I have huge amount of respect for you. Please go ahead. Please complete.
No, Anand, the current military situation, this conflict became a test of rival political wills. A test of rival political wills. Over the decades, Pakistan has sought to make up for the power asymmetry with India through stronger political will. It has looked at India as a country with a weaker political will. That's the reason why Operation Sindoor became very important, because India, after almost 4 decades, decided that its patience had worn out and it needed to do something. So it became an important test of rival political wills. How will history look at Operation Sindoor? What clear objectives did we achieve from this operation, even though militarily we have the upper hand? The 3 days of conflict showed that Pakistan's air defenses are weaker compared to India's. They were hitting us with a large number of drones and missiles. We in response were sending far fewer drones and missiles, and yet we were hitting the targets much better, more accurately. So clearly we had the military momentum. And then we took a political decision to suspend this operation. It's more than suspension, it's termination of this operation, frankly, Anand. And history will not look at India's decision too kindly.
Right. General Pandey, we've got to take a break, but quickly your thoughts and also Tilak Devasharji, and then...
When this April, I just very quickly want to rewind for everybody to just think back. When April 22nd happened, our intention at that point of time, if we had not declared war kind of an environment or focus, was possibly to have got those terrorists and killed, right? The Prime Minister goes out and makes a statement that all the perpetrators will be brought to book. Now, the list of perpetrators can start from those 4 terrorists till the military-industrial complex or the deep state of US, right? You can range the spectrum anywhere. So let's keep it focused to 4 terrorists. Now, we have possibly gone beyond and we have hit the terror headquarters, infrastructure, killed, I don't want to give a number, whatever numbers are, but even the hitting of the targets is a major shift in this thing, right? Did we declare a war at that time? No, I don't think so. No right-minded person will start thinking of going to war on this subject. Unfortunately, look, I'm a military guy who's been into real operation. I have seen blood and gore very clearly in my life. But the fact remains, I'm still talking of this thing. We have gone and done that. And after we doing that, there is always a reason to look into our civilizational and cultural moorings. You know, it's very important. We achieved that and we said, okay, this is enough. And sweetheart, we are letting you go. Don't come back, right? Rest the case. But as psychic they are, they wind it up, they leveled up to the next layer. And again, you know, more is less and less is more is my belief. You may throw 500 drones at me, but if I can do my job with 10, let me do with 10. Right? Okay. It is the quality over quantity which matters.
Right.
So while all this is happening, I think let's start believing one thing, that in the current context, what we have achieved quite good. And we should not start looking at that we have not achieved enough, because frankly, in spite of breaking all their agreements, right, where are we as a nation? And where is this country today as a nation? And I'll leave by one caution for everybody, that please stay aware, awake and alert, because this scourge of terrorism has not been sorted out by the Europeans, by the biggest powers, by the so-called island nation called surrounded by 2 huge lakes. Americans, they have got hit. But the fact is that this will happen to us. We need to find solutions which are long-term, even when we fracture. But we need to fracture this country, which was, if that should be our end state, and how we do should start getting planned today onwards.
Right. I think those plans are on, but that's a long-term plan. That's not a near-term or a mid-term plan. And so we focus on the near and mid-term right now. The long-term objective, no, I don't think any of our viewers or anybody on the panel disagrees with you, General Pandey. So thank you for your candor. But Tilak Devasharji, quick word, sir. I've got to take a break, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, and then we'll come back and then take this forward. Ji.
First, I would like to get more details. Possibly on Monday after the two DGMOs meet, what exactly are the contours of the agreement? Point number one. Point number two, have we achieved our objectives? And does that agreement that is agreed to on Monday, does that fulfill our objectives to degrading Pakistan's terror infrastructure to the extent that 2 years or 3 years down the road, we are not having the same conversation and more innocent Indians have died? Does that meet the expectations? Or are we keeping something in reserve? We continue with the Indus Water Treaty as holding it in abeyance as the whip to beat Pakistan with, should they repeat something. So I think right now I feel I am not in a position. I feel it is still premature to pronounce judgment.
Right.
But certainly, or after Monday when we have more clarity, it will be easier to come to some sort of a definite conclusion.
Right. We take the conversation forward. Should Bharat have, agreed to this ceasefire or stoppage of fire? Let's use that term, stoppage of fire, till the MEA officially changes that to a ceasefire, or the MOD changes that. So stoppage of fire till till 12th of May when the DGMOs meet. Where are they meeting? Who is deciding the time and place? Has the US jumped the gun in trying to claim mediator? Bharat's position is Pakistan has to talk to us, we talk to Pakistan, this is bilateral. Now, what does this imply? What are the contours, and what should Bharat put to the table? When the DGMO walks up there to meet his counterpart, the Pakistani counterpart, what is the position that from where Bharat is going to speak? And will Bharat make perhaps public knowledge the impact, the level of damage that's been inflicted on the Pakistanis? And if this can be done within 3 days, what does that prove to the world? We'll talk about all that and more with our guests after a very short break. Viewers, please stay with us.
Yes, boy!
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डंप जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीजें बिल्कुल सही सलामत है। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन
Thank you for staying with us. It's a stoppage of fire that's been agreed upon till the 12th of May between Bharat and Pakistan after the DGMO of Pakistan picked up the phone and requested a conversation with his Bharatiya counterpart, and Bharat has said that the guns are still trained up. The position still remains offensive, but hands off the trigger. All non-kinetic offensive moves continue, including keeping the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Now, here's what's happened. This is the level of damage that's been inflicted. Earlier in the evening, in the briefing, it was just one word that came from the military that said, one sentence, Bharat has inflicted heavy damage to the enemy. On the other side, heavy damage. Now, here is some proof. Following Indian airstrikes, Pakistan has declared the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. It has the only runway. The only runway is non-operational for at least another week. It's issued a NOTAM for an estimated 7 days till the 17th of May 2025. Now, 8 air bases were targeted. Now, there are reports, and somewhere the hint was that at least 5 air bases have seen punitive punishment and have suffered huge damages. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran was with us, is still with us. Tilak Devasharji with us, General Pandey with us, and Ambassador. And let's go across to Wing Commander Sudhakaran. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, we had confirmed pictures of the Sargodha Air Base where things had landed on the runway. Now Rahim Yar Khan NOTAM has already come out, which shows that till the 17th they are not operational. There was also some measures, some pictures that came on with what's happened in Pindi and also in Sialkot. So there is huge amount of damage that's been inflicted. And you were mentioning that our forces have literally crippled their air defense and air offense.
Wing
Commander Sudhakaran, unable to hear you clearly. I don't know why. Yeah, it is at your own. Yeah, please try again. Let's try again. Yeah, sir, I can't hear you. The mic is off, or you're on mute. I don't know, one of the things, but or maybe it's a poor bandwidth issue. So we'll just wait and to try and sort it out. Can we check again? Let's try that again. Yeah, yes, sir. Wing Commander, please allow us to fix this for you. We're not able to hear you, sir. So just give us about 2 minutes and we'll try and recheck the connection with you and try and get you back. Tilak Devasharji, your assessment. So Rahim Yar Khan, they're saying NOTAM till the 17th. There is considerable damage. Should Bharat come out and go public with the amount of damage inflicted? Should the world know that Pakistan has now picked up the phone and is talking because they're licking their wounds, they want to collect their dead, and it's the damage inflicted. Even on the jihadi front, on the 7th, we heard them bad. 150 se zyada to mare hain. And some of their top commanders, operational commanders are dead, be it Lashkar, Hizbul or Jaish. Hizbul, many say, has been totally wiped out. And now to their military assets also, we've heard them. Ji.
I think so. I think if we have confirmed information, you don't want to be embarrassed if you go and the information is not correct. And you can make, through satellite imagery, the damage that you have done to Rahim Yar Khan. There were some reports about the Noor Khan base and other air bases and the number of terrorists and in Varitke and in Bhavalpur. I think certainly we should make out a dossier and present it to the world. Why shouldn't the world, why should we be shy? After all, we were provoked by Pakistan. They killed 26 of our innocent people. And why should we feel shy on the damage that we have inflicted? So that's my view.
Well, Chanakya says no matter how much you deal with it nicely, the only objective of a snake is to bite you with its poison. So let's hope that the intelligent minds who are busy at the back end have read Chanakya and also heard the Rashtra that Bhishma imparted to Yudhishthira, so Raj Dharma, because at any point in time the enemy has to be quelled for good if peace has to happen. If the end game is ahimsa, if the end game is peace, then those who are committed to hinsa have to be then first annihilated. So that's what Dharma speaks, and the establishment of Dharma speaks, our scriptures say. So
one other point. I would be very skeptical about any agreement with Pakistan for stoppage of fire or even for a ceasefire. I'd be extremely skeptical because Pakistan has a reputation of breaking agreements, international agreements, forget bilateral. They have a reputation of doing so. So we should not lower our guard even for a moment when we negotiate the ceasefire or when it converts the stoppage of fire into a ceasefire agreement. I would be very, very watchful, very careful and not take them on their face word.
So after the MEA, Tilakji, now Akash is just telling us that defense sources have confirmed it's a bilateral understanding to stop fire and military action. Equating it with ceasefire would not be the correct conclusion. Communication would be set up and DGMOs would talk further. So this is exactly why there is a clear hyphenation or a delinking of the term ceasefire and using the term stoppage of fire. So from the MEA to the MOD, they seem to have absolute clarity that this is not ceasefire.
Yeah,
so even though there are many experts who believe ceasefire and stoppage of fire is the same, what Major Jolly, Manik Jolly was saying and others were also saying, Lieutenant General Nachiketa was saying, Nishikanta Singh was saying that this is a newer term. This term says, as of now, I have my guns pointed at you, but I am not pulling on the trigger, be it land, sea, or air. And this is only for a temporary time because you have asked for it and we have agreed for it. Ceasefire will come when there are agreements, conditions are set, there are terms set, and whoever then violates the agreement becomes violative of the ceasefire. So we have not got to the stage of ceasefire because both of us are not yet talking. It's just a phone call saying, थोड़ी देर के लिए युद्ध बंद कर दीजिए, तो हमने बंद किया है.
I think it's a very important distinction, and all of us in the media and all the people who are speaking on television must bear this distinction in mind. The stoppage of fire is very different from ceasefire. As you rightly said, ceasefire has conditions. And what those conditions are, we'll come to know now.
Right. Wing Commander, I'm just going to check your thoughts on this, sir. You're nodding your head, so let's hope we can hear.
What I was trying to tell you
was... we can hear you now well. Yes, please.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell you was that the pictures that you showed, that is one side of the story. If the Indian Air Force would have done its job, it would have targeted the blast fence with the aircrafts in it. And with the kind of satellite imagery that we have, we know exactly where these aircrafts were parked, when, what time. It would have been very difficult for those aircrafts to have escaped the wrath of the Indian Air Force if they have been able to reach the air base itself. So I'll be more interested in looking at what kind of platforms got neutralized. See, a runway going down, it can come up in 15 days. But a radar going down or an aircraft itself going down, then there is no point in having that runway in the first place. And in my assessment, the Indian Air Force would have inflicted very, very deep wound because the numbers wouldn't have been known. Pakistan would have definitely known the number. That's why the panic button has been pressed today, number one. This needs to be understood. Number two, this is when Pakistan has given that slightest hint to our establishment that we are willing to negotiate. So far, they were not willing to negotiate. They were in rhetorics. They were trying to tell you we are as good as you are. Today, for the first time, they've realized that if we continue to do this rhetorics and lies, this will further take down them to a state where there will be no point of no return, because once the Rafales go on the Pakistani air bases and the Pakistani army establishments, it's going to be very difficult. The people are going to get neutralized inside their barracks. That's not acceptable to Pakistan, number one. Now, if the Indian establishment is going to get this kind of a moral high ground as well as a leverage on the Pakistani establishment, I think they should give that a chance. So I don't agree to the point that Op Sindoor is not to be seen as, this should not be seen as cessation of hostilities. Abhi, if you can pardon me, I'll just expend myself. I want to use 2-3 expletives here. दुल्हन पे तो सिंदूर लगा दिया हमने, अभी हल्दी सेरेमनी बाकी है, मेहंदी लगाना बाकी है, अभी ऑप्स फेरे बाकी हैं, फाइनली सुहागरात भी होगा और फिर 4 बच्चे भी होंगे उसके. That is the way that we can go all the way. Pakistan can see that today. That shadi will happen if they don't behave themselves. And Modi has that tap in his hands. Tap on, tap off. Once the farmers get into rebellion because of the lack of water supply, Sindh and Punjab will fight. It is not Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Those are morons. They don't know how to fight. But if Sindh and Punjab comes to trade blows, then we have a situation there. So Modi is giving the long rope as far as I can see. He is not happy. He is respecting Pakistan for whatever little they are worth. And then he's taking it easy. See, why are we hurrying? I don't understand. In this TV channels, everybody is telling we shouldn't have left them, we should have gone. In fact, there was one anchor who told me today morning that very first day itself we would have taken this airbase off. You know, if you'd have served in the Air Force, you understand what it all means. This is not a thing. Seeing IPL, we have got into this 2020 board. We think it is all about hitting sixes and, 10 sixes in 10 overs. This doesn't work like that. You need to take one step at a time, measure, calibrate, look. You cannot corner the enemy beyond the point.
Sir, with due respect, and I totally take your point, and please understand that a lot of the journalists and a lot of the viewers have not seen open conflict. This is a generation that has not been in a state of war or preparedness. Even during Kargil, the conflict was limited to only the heights. Balakot, post-Balakot, whatever happened over Jammu and Kashmir. So those who live in the forward areas, those who lived in those areas, who have seen the kind of shelling and pummeling that happens and have borne it, they will have a very different perspective from the rest of Bharat who have never seen all of this. This is the first time that there is a talk about air sirens. There is a whole generation that did not even know that there is something called these sirens and they go off and what is evasive action, etc. So there will be a lot of people who say, "Arey ghus ke wahi maar ke aa jao na." So it's not so easy. Everybody understands that. But there is also a thought process which very clearly says that when we as a nation have shown a shift in our strategic posture, a shift in our defense posture or our military posture, and there is a position where the enemy is brought to their knees. Should we spare the enemy at this time? Should we say, okay, I will take my finger off the trigger? Or should we finish the enemy once and for all? So that's where a lot of people are saying. But on this comes the levels of diplomacy, that comes the levels of statecraft, and there is also, like General D.P. Pandey said, that you cannot go into anything in a rush. You keep the enemy on the knee, you keep the gun trained on that person, and then you set the terms and conditions for them to behave. They knowing fully well that the gun is never off. The gun is always pointed right there in the middle of on their forehead, and it's point blank. And it's just a matter of seconds that the trigger will be pressed. So I think that is the posture that people, our viewers, need to understand, and that's the reason why Bharat is very clearly saying it is between us who's holding the gun now and it is the enemy who's on the knee. There is no third party involved. So that's where it is. It is between the two of us, and that's where we're going to talk, and we're going to talk from a position of strength which the Pakistanis thought we never had, the will that we never had, and of course the strategic depth that they thought we didn't have. So we've outmaneuvered them, outthought them, and we have outpummeled them. All of this has happened. So there is a whole set of things which has been done. Gentlemen, I've got to take another break. We're just coming up to the top of the hour, so that's why I'm going to take another break. But General Pandey, you put your hand up. You wanted to say something. So yes, please go ahead.
No, we'll do it after the break.
नहीं बोलिए आप बोलिए.
Yeah, it's a long haul. Okay, I just want the issue of stoppage and ceasefire. I just want to amplify a little bit.
Ji.
Right, a stoppage of fire is something like taking a breather, allowing the other side to have a time off. Right. Even in military maneuvers, even at a short range engagement, even a very, very sub-tactical level, when we punish the other side, and other side will claim that they punish us. There are times that you need to, either side takes a break either for casualties or for, this at the national level is just a stoppage of fire. It has got nothing given, right? Now when the ceasefire agreement will come up, the ceasefire agreement was about 5 years back when I was the Corps commander. That will have certain very great pointers that what will lead to an infringement of ceasefire, and thereafter, what are the steps will happen is going to be as part of your internal discussions. These pointers, these points has to be decided. This will get decided now with some back and forth in the same. But at this very time, we should be very careful to not allow internationalization of this saying nobody. This is where the diplomatic offensive is very, very important. That the chief. Why did they go for Kargil? Musharraf knew that he's lost the plot, and they went for Kargil operation. And in fact, he continued to say that the issue got internationalized because of the Kargil, and Kashmir came right in the center of the debates at that point of time. This view should not come out again in this aftermath of when the ceasefire happens. It's very, very important that the Pakistanis should not get an idea to go back. There is a second part you have to see. Look at the pictures, a contrasting picture. Khwaza being pummeled in his own parliament, making statements that he got this news from social media. There's a picture of these 3-4 ragtag people sitting, leading the nation, so-called nation, sitting together. Their face was virtually very, very clear of fear. There was hardly any military representation because military was the one who was controlling. It was only a figurative thing. And there is a second photograph in which the Prime Minister is interacting. I don't think even he was having a debate or something. He was just interacting. People are sitting. There's a composed, calm. There is a two different nation. A rabid dog outside and a house which is fully secure, nothing much can happen.
Yeah, the viewers, gentlemen, yes, that new break cancelled. General Pandey, if you're anyway watching the broadcast, they're all sitting on a briefing. Vikram Misri is there, the 3 service chiefs are there, CDS is there, Prime Minister is there, EAM Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval, then there is also the Deputy NSA, I think, is there, and we also have Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. So they're all present there. And look at their body language, compare that to the Pakis. Yes, General Pandey, you were talking about.
I did not know that they were having a premonition, But look at the conversation which is happening. It is a conversation of confidence. This is what needs to be showcased to the world, that this is a 4 trillion economy which is moving with pace and ahead, right? And this small little entity which is actually a tool of the West, right? And at times a tool of the Chinese. Their state remains as a tool. So somewhere I think in our deliberation and talks, it requires to be kept this in mind. Otherwise, we may get equated by this country which has actually got no standing in the world.
Tilak Devasha ji? Yeah, you're spot on, sir. You're spot on this, on the manner, demeanor, and this is what we need to focus on. But there is also a huge difference between a Bharat in 2008 and a Bharat in 2025, Tilak Devasha ji. And you've seen that evolution in strategic posture. This ability that we have developed has come in the last 10 to 12 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. How much would you want to credit his leadership, his vision, and of course the the armed forces too, but the political establishment that has worked to tweak the deficiencies, worked to tweak the weaknesses, and to then create this huge gap between a nation that thought it could equate it with us and a nation today that is the 4th largest economy, even ahead of Japan in the world.
Well, certainly, I think the really important thing that has happened to change is the political will. That you have the will, you then create the assets, you then create the structures, you then create the power. So today, India is in a position to project power, diplomatic power as well as hard military power. And I think for that, you have to credit the leadership. See, any leadership has to first of all have an understanding of what the issues and problems are, has to have the vision, and then to have the courage to implement it. I think India is extremely fortunate that, in the Prime Minister, you have somebody who understands where the vision and who has the courage. And therefore, today's position internationally, globally, is very, very different than, let's say, what it was 10 or 15 years ago. And you have the power. You have built that military power. Today, you have got a lot of the munitions that you're making yourself. You know, some of the things that were used in the last 3 or 4 days were actually manufactured in India. So if I agree, I think India is a very different place, and the world is taking notice of this.
Well, we've got to stay on. We're going to stay on. We was going to take a break. We're not taking a break. We're going to stay on. I'm going to thank our guests who are joining us all this while through the course of 7 to 8 p.m. It's 8 o'clock, 2000 hours on the clock. These are pictures. Kudos to this entire group. NSA Ajit Doval has seen times of strife, times of tribulations, and he continues to be there as the NSA well into his 80s, and one has to salute his energy. The other person that one would, as a viewer, as a Bharatiya, as a person who's proud of what our forces have been able to achieve, is the man who's chairing this, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. PM Narendra Modi, under his leadership, has taken Bharat to a level militarily, strategically, diplomatically and economically, where the world is sitting up and taking notice, where Bharat is able to also turn around and tell the world, you don't need to tell us how we need to take care of pesky neighbors. You don't need to tell us how we should defend our sovereignty, how we should avenge acts of terror on our soil. You just listen. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And this is a person whom nobody can ever say is Gayab. He is there 365 days, 24/7 at the helm, and over the last 5 days, ladies and to our viewers, we may have taken a short break. There are others who may have taken a nap, but he's been right at the front and center of it all in that war room, on top of things. He was there on the night of Operation Sindoor, and he's been there throughout the case, along with these people who have also worked tirelessly. The Chief of Defence Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Navy, the Chief of the Air Force, the intelligence groups, the heads, all of them have worked together, and this is a whole of government approach. The CCEA, the CCPA, the CCS, they have met continuously, they've stayed in touch, and also huge commendations to the nation's opposition. Barring a few motor mouths and rabble-rousers, largely the political leadership across the opposition has also been right behind the government of the day in defending our sovereignty and avenging the Pahalgam massacre. Huge shout out to the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi, Rahul Gandhi, Shashi Tharoor, who have not just mounted a stirring defense but also taken a position where there is no variance from the government's position, that no act of terror will be tolerated and terror will be avenged. So those who oftentimes in the past have been at loggerheads with the government on certain positions have been united in this one aspect, that this is a whole of nation approach. It's a whole of Bharat approach, and credit is and compliments are have to be given where they are due. But this man, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has really changed the way Bharat thinks. And it's also given an ability for Bharat to purchase 28 more Rafale on the eve of a possible conflict which is going to perhaps be a drain on our resources. He's been in a position where Bharat has emergency funds parked away for a situation like this, and we have the ability to last for 6 months if not more, at a time when we are the 4th largest economy in the world, and a military prowess where 500 drones and not a single one landed on target, multiple missiles including ballistic missiles fired towards Bharat, not a single one finding their target, and some punitive punishment and pummeling, crippling of Pakistan's air defense systems, air offense systems, and getting them to raise the white flag within 3 nights of misadventure. So much of shame heaped upon. So much of shame heaped upon Asim Munir, the Pak general. So much of shame heaped upon those blustering netas of Pakistan who were brazenly lying and caught with their pants down. This is a nation that is strong. It makes us feel proud to be Bharatiya. And we have to thank the political leadership for setting that vision. And somewhere, perhaps we are onward on our path to becoming a Viksit nation by 2047. This is Atmanirbharta at play. Arun Dhanta is also with us. So much of our military equipment today is indigenous. Be it Akash, the missile defense systems working together with the S-400s and the Barracks which have come into play. Our drone defense systems, our own munitions, loitering munitions that are indigenously made. There is a huge level of Atmanirbharta that is reflective in our defense in Operation Sindoor. Arun Dhanta, so how long has this meeting been going on?
Anand, we just saw that three service chiefs, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Foreign Secretary, all of them have left from Prime Minister Modi's residence, but we haven't seen the cavalcade of National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, which means that both of them are inside and perhaps they are having a separate meeting with Prime Minister Modi. As far as this meeting is concerned, it lasted more than 1 hour. All of them were there, of course. Some assessment would have been taken, and also, the message would be from the Prime Minister's side that we still need to be very, very, motivated, and also, of course, very alert at this point, because you can't never trust Pakistan. But yes, of course, one thing is very clear, that India has sent out a message to the Pakistan and also to the global community. And now, of course, you will see the process of going ahead. The process will go ahead. You will have a ceasefire by that time. But of course, Prime Minister Modi would have given a very, very clear message to the service chiefs that we need to be on toes, and all the forces and the infrastructure and everything strategy will be in place. And of course, the DGMO level talks will go on. But as we speak, of course, we can see some movement here outside. Perhaps now we'll see NSA, Ajit Doval, and the External Affairs Minister coming out from the 7 LKM. So the entire day has been, of course, of various meetings that took place here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. We saw in the morning all the service chief, Rajnath Singh, NSA coming here. Then they, left, and then they again came back in the evening. So I think the message is very clear from the Prime Minister's side that we should not lose our guard at this point. Let's see how talks go, everything go, and then perhaps we will see what next happens.
Well, yes, these are, so the meeting has come to a close. It's for about an hour, but there is also a certain level, and officially Operation Sindoor has not yet been called off. So let's understand that, viewers. Operation Sindoor is still on. This is just stoppage. This is stoppage till the 12th of May, when the DGMOs will meet. The DGMOs will speak not in a neutral area, at a place and time of the choosing of Bharat. And it is these two DGMOs, the DGMOs of Bharat and Pakistan, who are going to sit across, and that's when the conversation would say whether there is a deal or no deal. And the deal will be on Bharat's terms. This time the strategic posture is very, very different. Very, very different. Michael Rubin is with us, Glenn Carl is with us. We also have Kaval Sibalji joining us, and NN Dubeji with us at this point. My namaste and jai hind to everybody, and good evening and greetings. It's perhaps morning over in the USA. Michael Rubin, your thoughts? You're very candid in saying that Bharat is right in trying to consider an act of terror as an act of war. But now we are given to understand this is going to remain the position and posture, that whether there is stoppage and if it eventually leads to ceasefire with Pakistan, the only demand is, if there is another act of terror, Bharat does not need anybody's signal. It will unilaterally design and assume whether it's an act of terror and equate it with an act of war and go on the offensive. Do you believe that's the right posture to hold?
You very correctly.
That is absolutely the right posture to hold. Make no mistake, this is a victory for India, although the fight is not over. This is the end of the beginning rather than the beginning of the end. Terrorism is a cost-benefit analysis by those who embrace it. And what India has shown is that if Pakistan embraces terror by proxy in the future, the cost to Pakistan will be very, very high. No Pakistani leader has any excuse to doubt how India will respond. However, I would like to see this victory go further. The United States, which has helped mediate, needs to understand that there can be no more fig leaves. There can be no more mirages. That policy needs to be based on reality, not on rhetoric. So Pakistani denials of terror and Pakistani suggestions that they don't control their proxies have to go out the window. There can be no permanent solution until Pakistan is designated by the United States to be a state sponsor of terror. And before I turn the floor over, I do just want to give my congratulations to the men of the Indian Armed Forces who have achieved this. as well as to Indian politicians across the political spectrum for their amazing display of national unity.
Should President Trump, Mr. Rubin, should President Trump have claimed, or Secretary Vance have claimed credit even ahead of Bharat even officially announcing it or Pakistan announcing it? Because Bharat's position is that this is a bilateral issue.
You know, I mean, my own personal viewpoint is that sometimes Washington talks too much, and that we tend to navel gaze in Washington and consider that the world revolves around us. President Donald Trump isn't known for wielding a scalpel. He's known for wielding an axe. That can sometimes be a benefit. More often than not, that's a drawback. So the short answer to your question is no. The United States needs to learn how to keep its mouth shut.
NND Dubeji, before I go across to Glenn Carl and Kaval Sibalji, your thoughts on this? You've been in the thick of action. You've served Bharat well. You were part of the action that also accounted for wanted terrorists at a time when Bharat's military capability was questioned often. How is that compared to now? It was then and today.
It's significantly at a very different level, because the correct justice has been meted out to the victims of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has been at a very large scale in our soil right from 2000. It's almost 25 years period during which Jaish-e-Mohammed had attacked at a very, very different level, and I mean historical terror attack on the Indian soil. So the first thing is that the citadel of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been totally demolished, and quite a good number of wanted terrorists who were prescribed under UNSC and in the charge sheet of National Investigation Agency have been found killed. So that is one aspect, and Jaish-e-Mohammed's talism has been broken completely. Now your Murid K, that is the Lashkar's headquarter, has been very accurately targeted, and the achievement is quite significant. Your Sialkot, the headquarter of Hizbul Mujahideen, which was a Kashmir-grown terrorist outfit, it has also been completely taken head-on. So the achievement on these lines have been very, very significant, and to the extent that we have been able to significantly target the terrorist outfits and their headquarters, I think it's a very great achievement. And I think this is the new line run by our Prime Minister. This is the new line run by our armed forces, that see now, I mean, like you have mentioned that on 12th of May there will be a meeting at 12 o'clock, I think on 12th of May between DGMO. So, and you very correctly told it's only ceasefire. The stand up, the attack and counter attacks going on since last 3-4 days have been only stopped, but the Operation Sindoor is still on. It's not taken off, and also the various sanctions and various punitive measures imposed by the government on Pakistan are very clearly standing, and there will be a very hard deal, very tough deal when both the leadership of military will meet. They will clearly convey ki see in PoK from your soil, if there is going to be a single effort to create a terrorist outfit and to launch them on Indian soil to kill us, we are here to teach you lesson, as we have done just recently in 3-4 days back. So I think that is a very big step.
Right. Kamal Sibalji, your thoughts before I go across to Glenn Carl on the posture that's been adopted. I just want to underline that the Rahim Khan Air Base has right now come out and said there's a NOTAM issued based on the pummeling that it received overnight in what is a responsive or a retaliatory endeavor move by Bharat after Pakistan launched ballistic missiles, 500 plus drones, and also other projectiles including loitering munitions over us, and nothing worked, nothing clicked. We've actually gone back and decimated a lot of their air bases. The NOTAM issued after that pummeling, there's nothing fresh after 1700 hours today, is that their runway is shut down. Their only operational runway is shut down till the 17th of May. So there will be more NOTAMs issued from the other air bases where Pakistan has suffered serious reversals, severe reversals. Many are of the thought process, Kamal Sibalji, that Bharat should not have spoken to the DGMO today. There should have been another night of sweating off the Pakis before anything else would have happened. Your thoughts there?
Well, I think we are not sufficiently focusing on the American role. Trump has been talking about of a ceasefire for some time, but Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance, they have publicly said that they have been working the lines for the last 24, 48 hours with both sides, and both sides have agreed to a ceasefire. So, in a sense, it has been, according to the Americans, brokered by the Americans, by the Americans, and we should not dismiss this lightly. It is true that the actual, arrangements for a ceasefire have to be worked on the ground at the DGMO level, and therefore it is imperative that the DGMOs talk to each other. That is one part. The other is that this does not solve our larger problem of Pakistani supported terrorism. I mean, no country has successfully succeeded in the war against terror. You can punish. America has punished a lot of countries. They're still punishing Iran, but the problem of terrorism hasn't gone away. Why I'm mentioning this is not because of any lack of effort on our part, and I must congratulate our side for the very big steps they have taken and very successfully taken. But weaning away Pakistan from terrorism is actually going to mean a change in the way Pakistan is governed. And of course, a big change in the mood of the Pakistani society at large. And this is going to be a long process. It will actually mean that the role of the Pakistani army in the governance of the country has to materially change. And all the linkages that have been existed between the Pakistani armed forces and the jihadi organizations have to be broken. But it's not as simple as that. Even the civilian organizations are very much involved with the jihadi organizations. And then the society at large has become Islamic radicalized over the years, and therefore they have a lot of public support. Now we have to wait for the changes, which then leads me to the next point, that we must not roll back anything. All the diplomatic steps we've been taken, we should maintain them, ceasefire or no ceasefire. And secondly, we must now build up our autonomous military strength to a point where we don't need anybody's intermediation or good offices or anybody else. We should be autonomous in this regard and have sufficient force to compel Pakistan to give up its linkages with terrorism for fear that India has the resources and the capability to deal with them very, very strongly, which means spending much more on armed forces wherever the gaps are, closing those gaps, because Pakistan will be armed by China and by Turkey and some of the others. So they're not going to give up. They're not going to give up. And finally, it's a pity that at this juncture, when there's a war going on, conflict going on, and the whole issue started with Pakistani terrorist attack in Pahalgam, the IMF has gone ahead and given them a relief, $1 billion. Or what. Optically, it is so wrong. That's the least one can say. But politically, it is very wrong. They should have postponed this so as to make it clear to Pakistan that they can't keep receiving this money and build up their military strength, buy armaments from China and elsewhere, and give a large part of their financial resources to the Pakistani military, which is deeply linked to terrorism. So if United States and others are serious about dealing with terrorism, these are some of the things that they should take. It is not enough for them to broker a ceasefire, because brokering a ceasefire actually also means this kind of equivalence between India and Pakistan. There is no equivalence. There is no equivalence at all. Pakistan has to be, as was said by Mr. Rubin, time has come to treat Pakistan as a terror state. Whether declaring it a terror state or in some other means sanctioning it needs to be done. But we see that happening.
So back off on the kinetic option, but continue to stay on the offensive on the non-kinetic option. Glenn Carl, your thoughts there? And will nations like America have to also relook, the international community also have to relook how much of a leeway they end up giving a rogue nation like Pakistan?
Yes, I agree almost entirely with what the foreign minister said. I was very happy to hear his and listen to his remarks. I think what has happened has followed a classic pattern of terrorist action, response, counter response, and so on. But there are differences this time from previous ones. There is, I think, an incremental change, but a significant one. I'm not diminishing it. The response has been stronger. And now normally what will happen, and I expect will be the case, is that Pakistan will back off on any sort of terrorist act that it can control for a time. We're talking months or years or so until things die down. We're all like humans, and states are like water buffalo at the watering hole. Crocodile bites one, everyone runs away and is afraid for a few minutes, but eventually they have to go back to the water hole. And Pakistan, I think, will. They haven't changed, as the foreign minister points out, the nature of the regime and unfortunately the trends of the society and in the officer corps that support this kind of terrorist activity. It's the weak state's response to a stronger state. India is growing stronger relative to Pakistan daily, and it's hard to imagine that the international community will completely pressure or walk away from Pakistan, because the dilemma has always been, this is what my colleagues and I, people much more senior than I, of course, for decades have struggled with respect to Pakistan. If we pressure Pakistan so intensely that it destroys the society, or the government rather, things will become worse for everybody else. Whereas if we continue to turn a half-blind eye, things remain intolerable. That's the unsolvable problem so far with a dysfunctional state in a society with an officer corps that's becoming more radicalized. So this is, I think, a proper step and a success relatively, but it's not really a defeat for Pakistan because they'll just back off, lay low, and until, as the foreign minister points out, the nature of the society and the government are changed with, I hope, from additional pressure from outside states, India will continue to have the same the persistent problem.
Kamal Sibalji is former foreign secretary, not the foreign minister, but that's the only amendment that I would like you to make, Glenn. But thoughts are there. But what next? Sushant Sareen, your thoughts, and then I'll come back to you, Michael Rubin. To the other, we have a lot of fantastic voices joining us here on this very special broadcast. And Sushant Sareen, before you make your comment, I just would like to in all humility, thank all our guests and also our viewers for appreciating our coverage and for being with us through Operation Sindoor. And this coverage continues as long as Operation Sindoor is also on. And a big thank you to our entire team at the back end that's also worked tirelessly to bring this coverage to our viewers. Yes, Sushant Sareen. Yeah.
Anand, I don't want to be boastful, but I can tell you this, that and with all due respect to all my seniors on the show, especially Mr. Sibal, who I have tremendous respect for, I don't think we're understanding the monumental stuff which has happened over the last 3 days. I don't think we are appreciating what has happened. We have kicked the Pakistanis so hard. Look, the Pakistani Punjabi Muslim will never admit defeat, even if his nose is rubbed in the dust. So they are trying to pretend that they have come out with something to, some kind of a victory. And they made India back off. But the fact of the matter remains, India didn't back off. The Pakistanis have not even got an assurance of an American mediation. I'll take you back to Kargil.
Right.
When Kargil happened, Nawaz Sharif went scurrying like a rabbit to Bill Clinton to get some kind of a deal. We told the Americans that you ask these guys to leave our territory, and that's the only deal they get. Okay. And then, as a fig leaf, Clinton said, I will take personal interest in India-Pakistan relations, something to that effect. Okay, that was the fig leaf with which Nawaz came back, and he said, now I have got American mediation. Okay, something similar has happened this time. I can assure you there will be no third-party mediation, none whatsoever. India will not accept it. This government, at least, no question of it. So any Pakistani who's trying to tom that they will get some kind of American mediation or some kind of talks with India, you might just get, if at all, the two NSAs meeting in some third country and quietly, India delivering the message of its wish list. Pakistanis have no wish list. Please try to understand what has happened. They ran to America this time. The Americans also spoke to us. We said, look, we don't have a problem in de-escalation. Something, Anand, I have been saying on your program over the last 2 or 3 days. We are ready to, we have delivered the message. When they up the ante, we've hit them so hard, yesterday in fact, that they have no bloody idea what hit them. This Musharraf fellow, these Punjabi Muslims are such boastful fellows. This Musharraf guy used to threaten the Baloch that you will not know what has hit you. The Pakistan army does not know what has hit it. The Pakistan Air Force does not know what has hit it. You have destroyed 5 of their air bases. 3 have been damaged severely.
Yes.
Okay. You have hit other defense installations which these guys are hiding. And I would encourage the government of India to come out with all the details and reveal it to the public to rub their nose in the dust. So what did they do? They ran to the Americans. The Americans were also talking to us. And we told them that, look, if the Pakistanis want to talk to us, ask them to call us directly. After what happened last night, these Pakistanis desperately tried to get in touch with India. Okay, where they were told, fine, we are ready to accept a ceasefire. But the red line now is, you do any terror attack on us and we'll hit you so hard you won't know what the hell has hit you. That entire nuclear bluff of Pakistan has not only been called, it has been turned on its head.
Right.
Pakistan has been told that next time you try and do something like what you did in Pahalgam, you kill innocent Indians, you carry out terrorist attacks, we'll annihilate you. And I say it with all seriousness. That is the message which has been delivered to these guys.
Right.
Okay. So now we have played it cool and we played it very calmly, and the Pakistanis are, jumping around like jackrabbits trying to show that, okay, fine, we've, got a great victory. But the Pakistan army knows what has hit them. The Pakistan Air Force knows what has hit them. And all this Chinese and Turkish weaponry has turned out to be rubbish.
Right.
Okay. Their drones failed. Then all those so-called Turkish Bayraktar and all that nonsense which they've been selling all over the world, they turned out to be utter duds. Okay, all the Chinese weapon systems failed.
HQ9 failed,
and
big time.
Frankly, I was not aware of it, and I think hats off to the Indian Armed Forces, and much of our stuff was indigenous. We didn't even use the S-400s.
Yes.
Okay, so all the stuff which we managed, the Air Force and the other armed forces that they put together, the shields which we had, worked spectacularly. And all the stuff which the Pakistanis threw at us, it just went waste.
Right.
They are today open. If we want, we can hit any place we want in Pakistan. They have no air defense, virtually no air defense left. Okay. So please try and understand the kind of military domination we have established in the last 3 days. Does it mean that Pakistan is like a dog's tail? You can put it for 12 years in a pipe, it will not straighten out.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't expect them to straighten out, but please try and understand the objective realities of that place.
No.
Their economy is tanking, it's not going to revive.
Right.
They have 2 major insurgencies on their western borderlands, and we saw evidence of that yesterday with the Baloch mounting a mini death offensive and the Taliban doing their own stuff. Okay, while these Punjabi Muslims are prancing around acting like they're some kind of Superman and got their butts kicked. So what are their options? Their economy has tanked. Nobody is giving them any money. Those $2 billion they've lost yesterday and today, which they got from the IMF. Okay, you can be rest assured they'll be running to the IMF for a 26th program within the next year or 2.
Right.
Their army is now going to feel the heat because they understand that they have lost. So there'll be a lot of discontent within the army. I can assure you Asim Munir's career is over.
Yep.
So is Shahbaz Sharif also going to go into the rubbish bin. And Imran Khan's career, I think Modi has resurrected Imran Khan's career now. I can assure you that. You wait and see how this thing plays out over the next few weeks.
The fact is,
so there's a massive change which has come about, and the Pakistanis know what their former chief had told some of these low-life journalists who prance about like journalists but behave like Havaldars of the Pakistan army. He had told their journalists that we don't have the military wherewithal anymore. Our military is hollow from within. Now these guys, because the Punjabis have this habit of, tom-tomming their achievements, these guys were, beating their chests, acting like chimpanzees, in heat. Right. And they got their butts kicked this time because they had nothing in store. So please understand the massive transformation which has come in the last 3 days,
See,
and
there
the
is-
kind of military domination that has been established. And we are very comfortable turning our backs on the Pakistanis. And I can assure, and Mr. Sibal, of course, probably has more contacts than I have, not a single thing which we have done over the last 7, 8, 10 days, all the steps that we have announced, not a single thing we are taking back. Whether it's the Indus Waters Treaty, it's the trade, nothing. We are not taking back anything. In fact, we are going to double down on some of those measures. You can be rest assured.
So those are the non-kinetic offensives that will continue, Sushant Sareen.
But the kinetic options remain.
I'm saying, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Been made very clear to them.
Correct.
If they were to try anything else now,
Right.
the response India side will be even fiercer than what it has been this time.
Right. So I think at every level from 2016 onwards, the gradation or the level of response to an act of terror has only gone up after a certain level of resilience or restraint that's been shown. And even here, like I said, salute to those unsung heroes who have created a certain level of indigenous tech that Bharat does not need to respond to or rely on anybody else. And there are supplies which are there that will last on for months. So there is also a huge salute to those people. And sometimes it's better to be a little silent and for the others to assume that we are not as strong as we are and underestimate our capabilities and strength and then be surprised. Now, had any of those 500 drones landed, had any of those Fatah 1 or 2 missiles landed, had any of those loitering munitions landed, and some effect would have happened, it was different. And there was a certain level of underpreparedness post Balakot, which has been over the last 6 years mitigated. The turnaround is phenomenal, and I think as viewers, as citizens who do not understand conflict, who have never been in the face of war in a long time, and who are even insulated during Kargil, today have felt the pinch of what it feels to be getting into a state of war, and they've seen how our defense systems are working. So there is a certain confidence also that's been restored, and self-esteem that's been increased in every Indian citizen today. So all these aspects remain. Sushant ji, you'll have a whole. I'll come back to you. Okay, one sentence. Okay, then I'll go across to Michael Rubin. Yeah, I've got to be fair in terms of talk time to everybody. Ji.
Remember one thing, that so far it was air to surface missiles and drones mostly. The Pakistanis used surface to surface missiles.
Yes.
If any of those missiles had landed and caused any civilian casualties, the response from India would have been devastating.
Yeah,
so
that's
the
true.
Pakistanis did it. So
Yeah.
I think it is very clear that we did not even use our full potential.
We have we have not even those details will come out, but what I'm given to understand, we have not even tested up to 5 to 10% of our operational capabilities. 10% is where we are, and we've got the enemy to their knees. We've not gone to our ballistic missiles. We've not gone to we got ICBMs. The BrahMos have not yet been put into action, and there are certain munitions which are a part of our Air Force which have not come into play. The Navy has just been doing patrolling and exercises. It's not even come into play. So even 5 to 10% of our operational capabilities we've not put into use. All of this is there, but the outthinking of the enemy, out strategizing, out maneuvering, out pummeling, all of this is there. But how does this move forward? What is the message the international community takes from here, Michael Rubin? What next?
Okay, let me try to do this in less than 60 seconds.
No, please take your time.
There's two points I want to make.
You can take 120. Please go ahead.
It's okay. There's 2 points I want to make. First of all, this is the third war in which one side should be objectively surprised by how ill-prepared their military was. We've seen the Russia-Ukraine conflict, in which Ukraine did far superior to what the Russians expected. We've seen the Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict, in which the Armenians clearly, back in 2020, were unable to predict the importance of drone warfare, and they were decimated because of that. Their defense minister is actually in prison right now because of the corruption and the sheer incompetence that led to Armenians' defeat in 2020 against Azerbaijan. Now, the question is whether Pakistan is going to have the same sort of introspection as to the failure of its military to prepare over several years. Part of the reason may be corruption, part of the reason may be just general incompetence. The Russian military hasn't had that introspection. The Armenian military has. Let's see where the Pakistani military goes. But as Glenn and others have said, we also need to have the civilians come back into power in reality in Pakistan, and have a complete reorganization of Pakistani governance so that we can undo a half century of incitement and Islamism within Pakistan. Here's the problem. 17 years ago, the United States put forward this Kerry-Lugar Amendment to try to direct aid to the Pakistani civilians to the detriment of the military. And it actually led to a great blowback as the military lied and basically showed itself willing to burn down Pakistani society rather than give up their privileges. That is the basic problem which we are going to face now moving forward. And that is something that the international community needs to focus upon. My concern is, because the Pakistani military has become a satrapy of China, China is going to do everything possible to prevent the Pakistani military from losing its position, to prevent meaningful reform. We need to have a serious conversation internationally about what that means.
You've brought the China aspect just as I was about to touch upon it. Gents, I'm compelled to take a very, very short commercial break, and we'll take this conversation forward, because there is a silent partner in all of this who's sitting on the flanks and watching very carefully, and that's the Chinese, the CCP. What are they going to think, and how are they going to use this maneuver and these developments, and how are they going to recalibrate? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us, please.
Network 18 is now the clear leader in digital media, with 55% more users on native platforms and social media than Times Internet. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the times.
Mahi sir.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार.
Welcome back, viewers. And sometimes these off-cam conversations which we have with some of the veterans are far greater interest than what we are having on-cam. But these are details that cannot be put out in public domain. So that's what N.N. Dubeji was sitting right next to me. He's not just a veteran, a hero in himself, but he's also saying the kind of work that the BSF has done and some phenomenal safai or cleanup that's happened along the LOC with respect to terror launch pads and some of these drone launching centers. We put out some of the visuals earlier in the day, but it's happened in far greater detail. That's what he was saying. That's the amount that we can reveal to you on public television. If you catch N.N. Dubeji somewhere, ask him and he will tell you off camera and off the record. But let's come back to what needs to be spoken on record. The CCP is going to be watching. The Chinese were the other ones, Kawal Zibalji, Sushant Sareen, Michael Rubin and N.N. Dubeji, and to our viewers. The Chinese were the others who are making a lot of noise about trying to show restraint, trying to say that we will try and ensure that both of them, we urge both sides to mediate and to de-escalate. Do you think that had the Americans not made the move, the Chinese would have entered the fray? They would have tried to make some moves here? Kamal Sibalji, and what next for the Chinese? Because they would also be assessing Bharat's military capabilities. They would look at this and say, oh, they've got these capacities along their western side. What are they doing on the eastern domain?
Well, I don't think the Chinese would have intervened in the way the Americans have, because the Americans today have very good relations with India, and that is reciprocated by India. The kind of progress that we are seeing in India-US relations is almost unprecedented. And the United States has always maintained a close dialogue with Pakistan for a variety of reasons. The CENTCOM has a particular view of Pakistan's role. And at the end of the day, not only the United States, but Europe and Russia or China or any other country does not want the implosion of Pakistan or a breakup of Pakistan. For a variety of reasons, they have their self-interest, and one of the reasons is to maintain some kind of a balance in the Indian continent. This has been in the case of China, of course, it is more than maintaining a balance. They want to actually neutralize India strategically by arming Pakistan in the way they have. But China doesn't have that kind of understanding with us. I mean, we have to first solve our problems with China in Ladakh and across our frontier for them to have any credibility with us as any kind of an honest broker who wants a settlement between India and Pakistan. On the contrary, they'll continue to support Pakistan. Yes, at the same time, they are making overtures to India, but this is not at the expense of the relationship with Pakistan. We should not have that illusion at all. They'll continue to fund Pakistan, to arm Pakistan to the extent that Pakistan can pay for Chinese arms and what have you. But maybe they like to maintain some kind of a balance so that they don't compromise what they think is some kind of a forward movement in India-China relations. For a variety of reasons. One, of course, that they're embroiled in a huge strategic challenge in the Western Pacific with the United States.
Right. Kamal Sibalji, just now, sorry to interrupt you, but just now, we have Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, now taking to X, and he said, we thank President Trump for his leadership and proactive role for peace in the region. Pakistan appreciates the United States for facilitating this outcome, which we have accepted in the interest of regional peace and stability. We also thank Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for their valuable contributions for peace in South Asia. Pakistan believes this marks a new beginning in the resolution of issues that have plagued the region and prevented its journey towards peace, prosperity and stability. So you know what they are trying to do. Kamal Sibalji.
Again, trying to bring back the hyphenation between India and Pakistan, so far as the United States is concerned. And this is the unfortunate part, as was said by Mr. Rubin, that the American side should be a little more careful in publicly intervening in these matters and creating the impression that they treat both India and Pakistan as equals, as Trump's statements have indicated, that we have relations with India, we have relations with Pakistan, we have dialogue with both countries, and we are inviting them this and that and that. So it's unfortunate. I think at the end of the day, the thing is that Pakistan military is the one that holds the country together as a unified entity. And if the Pakistan military is defeated, I think there is concern that Pakistan may actually begin to break up, because the vociferous tendencies in Pakistan have become sharper and sharper, particularly now with Balochistan and the northwestern province, the Pakhtunkhwa, whatever it is called, and Sindh, and therefore they want to be able to give a degree of support to the Pakistan armed forces. Remember when this army chief went to the United States, who was it? He was received in the White House. He was received by Blinken. He was received by the UN Secretary General.
Yes.
He was given full honors. And recently, Secretary Rubio spoke to him. Because they also know where the real power lies. So one has to understand the...
But even as we speak, sir, even as he says, Tejinder Sodhi is getting us these details that there is ceasefire violation from Pakistan Army in Akhnur sector of Jammu, Rajouri, Mendhar area of Poonch. Bharatiya Sena is responding in equal or if not more amplified measure that is there. But here in these things we've also lost, and there is confirmation coming in from the BSF, and salute to the braveheart Subedar Mohammad Imtiaz, Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, beg your pardon, Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, who made the supreme sacrifice. That's what the BSF has said, and this happened in Jammu. So BSF Jammu saying that Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, we lost him, and we salute the sacrifice that he made in service of the nation on 10th May 2025 during cross-border firing along the international boundary in Araspura district of District Jammu. While leading a BSF border outpost, he gallantly led from the front. DG BSF and all ranks offer the deepest condolences to his family, and there will be the wreath-laying ceremony will be done in full honors. So we are losing civilians. We've lost some of our brave hearts, but in this case, there is ceasefire violation now, even as along the LOC, NN Dubeji. So what is this then?
I think
I'll just go to Akash for a bit and then I'll come to you, sir. Akash, yes.
There are reports of ceasefire violations in multiple sectors across LC, specifically in the Jammu subdivision, where we are learning about ceasefire violation from Poonch area. In Rajouri, people have seen several drones, approaching the area. And in Akhnur also, we have reports of ceasefire violations. Sources are confirming these violations, where Indian Army is also retaliating. We are getting some unconfirmed reports from international border too that we are checking. But this is ceasefire violation happening from Pakistan at a time when just today, it was categorically mentioned that both the sides have agreed, that in fact the understanding has reached where, they will be stopping the military activities. And
Akash, I'm getting it from a military person itself that there is heavy shelling in Poonch also, and Poonch, yes. Rajouri sector, and even Akhnur. There is artillery that's come in, the borders opened up. So does this mean that all aspect of stoppage of fire is off? Because that's what the Pakis wanted, right? But their guns are firing right now.
Anand, that would be, that would not be a right conclusion at this point, because even now we are waiting for some sort of official confirmation from Indian Armed Forces as to what is actually happening. Because as far as ceasefire violation is concerned, so even after 2021, we had, some instances of violation happening. But whether or not this violation is getting counted in ceasefire violation or something else is there, definitely, drone.
No, it is supposed to be stoppage of all military action. What has been agreed is stoppage of all military action. NN Dubeji?
Yes.
You are right. Once there is a ceasefire, there has to be ceasefire. But what I think that probably the cross-border firing has been their practice. I mean, right from beginning, and the cross-border firing, the agreement and the understanding has been many times violated. So I am just surprised how it has happened, because of my report, Pallanwala, Akhnur, Naushera and Pargwal. Pargwal is very close to, this Araspura Jammu border, and there has been violation. I have just got a report. I am just thinking how it happened, but again subject to confirmation, whether it actually happened. But this is very surprising. If there is a declaration understanding after 5:30 p.m. today, then there should not have been any violation. And I think again the opposite side will be replied suitably in the same coin. But it puts a question mark. I mean, the seriousness.
Pargwal, you said, is Rajouri, right? So
Pargwal is in Jammu area.
In Jammu area, Jammu area. So Poonch, Rajouri, Akhnur also, and you said Pargwal. So in the Jammu area along the border, there is the guns are blazing, and it's the Pakistani artillery fire.
Actually, Pargwal has been very prone to under-surface tunneling earlier, and the tunneling done by these terrorist outfits have been detected in past. There may be many a times they try to support they try to give the covering fire to the people who are basically venturing this under surface tunneling, and also the stealth infiltration inside the territory. There could have been a support, but I am not very confirmed at this state under what circumstances this firing has taken
place. Sir,
at
8:38 p.m., Michael Rubin, Sushant Sareen and NN Dubeji and also Kaval Sibaji. This is what, at 8:38 p.m. the BSF Punjab Frontier has now tweeted saying a terror plot foiled. BSF and Punjab Police recover arms and explosives on the Amritsar border. In remarkable success, BSF and Punjab Police thwarted a cross-border terror bid by recovering a large cache of arms and explosives in Amritsar. So what has been seized is seizure of 2.7 kilograms of high explosive, 2 hand grenades, 2 pistols, 4 magazines, 30 live rounds, 2 detonators and IED circuit. The arms and explosives were packed in a yellow plastic packet with a metal wire loop indicating drone dropped.
It must be drone dropped. It must be through drone only, because earlier also they have been doing this. Since last 3 years they are doing on complete Punjab border and Jammu border, and in Kashmir also. So drone has been a very favorite means of dropping these stuff inside the Indian territory for the OGWs and for the
drones have been spotted in Ramgarh border in Samba. There is a video that's come in. Tejinder Sodhi has just shared this. We'll try and get him on the phone also and see if we can get some confirmation on this. Drones have been dropped even in Samba. Now, Michael Rubin, Sushant Sareen, Kawal Sibbal. So they wanted stoppage of all military action. Look what's happening. The proxies are at work. They're trying to make drone drops. There is artillery shelling. So how should Bharat read this now? Michael Rubin.
Yes. Okay. Well, what you often have in these sorts of conflicts is certain groups acting as spoilers. Now, we saw this, for example, with the Irish Republican Army, where you had the spoiler being the real Irish Republican Army. And the problem is, however, that many terrorist groups and their sponsors understand this pattern. And so the question then becomes whether the Pakistanis are sincere or are simply doing a good cop, bad cop sort of scenario. No one should allow them to get away with that sort of cynical strategy or murder. The fact of the matter is, the position when Indian authorities talk to their American counterparts or anyone else in the world is it's not our responsibility that Pakistan isn't in order. It's the job of any sovereign government to monopolize the use of force within its own borders. Therefore, we are going to attribute any attack coming across the Pakistani border to the government of Pakistan itself. We are not going to descend into this pattern of trying to distract us by questioning responsibility or discussing rogue behavior or that sort of thing. If the Pakistani government cannot control its own territory, then we are going to conclude that Pakistan no longer has a government with which we can deal, that Pakistan essentially is on the path to ceasing to exist.
Well, there are pictures now. Yeah, see, there are now confirmed pictures coming through. We've put them on the screens of drones being spotted over Jammu. This is on the Ramgarh border area in Samba. Now, these drones would either be dropping munitions or they'll be dropping loaded arms for local activity by terrorists who are perhaps infiltrators who are here. There is also visuals coming in from Jammu and Akhnor. What the BSF now is saying is there is ceasefire violation in Gurez, but the BSF has been given a free hand. The BSF has been given a free hand कि वहाँ से अगर बंदूक चले तो तोड़ो इनको, बैंड बजाओ इनका. But the fact is they called for ceasefire, stoppage of military action. Now this is drones. Now drones are being neutralized in the air. Tejinder Sodhi joining us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
See, Anand, there are reports of ceasefire violation, and the army has confirmed it that Pakistan army resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, and the firing right now is going on in several sectors across Jammu. The firing is underway in the Akhnur sector, the firing is underway in the Rajouri sector, the firing is also underway in the Mender sector of Poonch. We just got the inputs that the firing is also underway in the Gurez sector of Bandipora. The Indian Army is giving a befitting response to the Pakistani aggression, and also right now several drones have been spotted in various places across Jammu and Kashmir, and the anti-drone mechanism and the air defense mechanism of the Indian armed forces have also been activated to take down those drones. At certain places, especially in the one of the most vital installation of the Indian armed forces in Udhampur, sirens are underway, the air raid sirens are underway, and anti-aircraft guns are blazing to take down the threat from the air. So right now,
what time are these pictures? What is the timestamp on these pictures, and when did this happen? Because there is talk that We'll try and go back to Tejinder Sodhi in just a bit, get him back on the phone line just to see around what time did this happen. Do you have any information ki ye kab hua tha, NN Dubey ji? Because I know you are in touch with some of the people on ground.
Regarding this recent ceasefire, na?
ये जो आज शाम का जो हुआ है अभी.
Yeah, the time is 8:22. I got the information at 8:22.
So 8:22, that is real time update that you've got.
Yes, yes.
So clearly, contrary to certain people, Ishan Wani is with us. Ishan, some blast sounds heard over Srinagar also, and
It
Gurez.
seems like possibly on the day when the announcement was made, that there's a possibility that drones might have been spotted, because it sounded like those anti-drone, missiles have been shot in the air to bring down the drones, and possibly it was a drone movement that was directed by the forces. And we clearly heard, I was at home, multiple blasts of drones, possibly intercepting those drones in the air, and they might have attempted to target. It happened on a day when, earlier both the countries made...
Omar Abdullah also has just tweeted, what the hell happened? What the hell just happened to ceasefire? Explosion heard across Srinagar, and with 3 exclamation marks. Exactly.
Heavy blast in Srinagar. I also got the
there is a heavy blast in Srinagar. That's what that's happening. So clearly drone action and the counter action that is happening at this point. So there cannot be counter action till drones are sent. Yes, Ishan, at what time did you hear this?
Well, it exactly happened at 8:53, and that's when the sounds of, I beg your pardon, at 8:52. That's when the sounds of multiple, blasts being heard. I heard it personally, and it seems like that there were drones in the air, because we have been hearing these sounds when the countermeasures to bring down drones have been done, and it appears like these similar measures were taken into consideration, and these rockets were shot at to bring them down. Look, there's a full heightened alertness, despite whatever the Pakistan has said that they're going to adhere to the ceasefire and not do any activity like this. But there is full ceasefire understanding that is there. But remember, the India hasn't let its guard down. There have been multiple blasts that have been heard. Possibly drones have been brought down, but we have been given to understand, because it sounded like, now we have also gotten familiar with the sounds because of all these days, and it seems like there was a drone possibly in the air, and that has been brought down. There can be multiple.
Now there is update. NN Dubey ji, former DIG BSF, is with us, and he is also saying at this point that where did you say? Gulmarg and Baramulla. Gulmarg and Baramulla also there have been drone sightings, and I think systems have worked to negate it.
The person you are.
We'll try and go across to Ishan Wani in a bit. Tejinder Sodhi also with us. Tejinder, can you hear me? What time did the Jammu reports come in through? What time did that happen? Oh, we've lost Tejinder. The fact is, I think somewhere is this an attempt, Sushant Sareen, to try and internationalize Jammu and Kashmir till the 12th? To try and keep the LOC hot and try and say that this is the only issue that needs to be resolved. This is again the devious Paki movement. Now, how should Bharat look at it? Is this gloves off now? Should Bharat respond on the offensive, saying yes, this is the only issue that we want PoK back and let's settle this once and for all?
So, Anand, I agree with what Mr. Rubin was saying, that these kind of things also can happen, because within the Pakistan army, and something which I told you earlier, within the Pakistan army, there will be a lot of discontent as to what the hell has happened, right? How come we were so unprepared? And there would be, and I'm speculating a little bit, right?
Sorry, there is a blackout in Kathua, blackout in Baramulla, and drones have been sighted in Udhampur, and they have been brought down. Yes, please continue. Ji.
Yeah, so it could be a kind of a sign of certain divisions which have taken place within the Pakistan army at whatever level. Again, of course, I'm speculating. It could just as well be that within the army there is a decision that no, we will try our luck once more, which means that the response from the Indian side will be extremely fierce. So let's wait and see. Again, I would be very interested in knowing whether these drones which have come, are these armed drones? What kind of drones are these? Not that an unarmed drone can come in and not elicit a response from the Indian side. Absolutely not. And of course, it's worrying if there are blasts in Srinagar. Because Srinagar is at the border, many of these other places are on the border. So some kind of, even if it's a shallow intrusion of a drone for surveillance purposes, one can still understand that they might be just trying to see where the Indian troops are, what they're trying to do, stuff like that. But if these are armed drones, then of course it means that these guys are not living up to the commitments that they themselves made. And if they're not doing that, then I think the response from the Indian side will be just
blackout in Srinagar, blackout in Pathankot. Now, this would be the other aspect that they would, this is the Kashmiri, the Paki devious plot. Try only keep the LOC hot, keep the IB hot in the Jammu and Kashmir region, so that once again they believe this is a devious way to try and internationalize Kashmir. So Bharat should play along. Bharat should ensure that the entire the other side is responded to and negated in such a way that the only thing that the DGMO says is that we cannot handle POK anymore. Please take it back. We don't want it. We sorry we squatted on your land. So that is the lesson that needs to be taught to them.
Anand, there is no question of any internationalization of Jammu and Kashmir. That's a dead issue. The only question of internationalization is the one which you yourself said.
Correct.
Of returning back POK to India. And ending this entire.
So let's assume that posture, Sushant. What I'm saying is that let's assume, we want to internationalize POK, we want to internationalize PoJK, and we will continue to pound, pummel, and then erase you till the time you hand over PoJK back to us. Let's take it back there rather than trying to say any other way. The only talk we are having is if you are giving us PoJK. That's all.
If that's the game the Pakis want to play, that's the game we will play. But the bottom line is that I think the kind of response they had got yesterday, it has shaken them up, and they are trying to retrieve some kind of dignity for themselves by carrying out these kind of antics. Again, this is nothing new when you are dealing with Pakistan. And the response from the Indian side should not be patient. It should not be, we should not take it in a very responsible kind of a way or a very restrained way. I think the response should be extremely robust from our side and paying them in more than the same coin. So I think that's a bit of a no-brainer, and that's what is going to happen. So let's wait and see how this thing turns out. It's not entirely surprising, even when ceasefires are declared, Anand. There are times when it takes maybe a few hours more, maybe a day or something more for them to be properly enforced. That also is par for the course. That also happens. So I would not jump to any immediate conclusions just yet. Until, of course, it kind of starts escalating the way it did last night.
Good. So if it is going to take at least 18 to 20 hours for things to be implemented from the Pakistani side, let it take another 22 hours to be implemented from the Bharat side, and let Bharat say, "Arey, aapne drone chhod diya, ab humko bhi to kuch karna hai," because that is what it is. Jitna aap chodoge, utna hum karenge. That's what we'll do, and let this time perhaps far more punitive than what was effected on the 9th of May. Till the time the Pakistanis really come to heel. NN Dubey ji, galat kuch keh raha hu main?
You are absolutely right, but about the Srinagar blast, I mean, we are not very clear what type of blast it was, because it will take few minutes.
It's all aerial. It's not on ground.
Yes, if it is aerial,
hawa mein dekhenge. It's all in the skies.
If it is sighted in air, then definitely what you are saying, that is the very correct approach. Because once I thought that if there is some ground blast, then definitely they will put the all blame to us, that it's your internal issue. There must be some people, misguided people, they might have done it. But once it is sighted in the air on the same pattern what we have seen last night, then definitely, I mean, it's a serious question.
It is in Pakistan's interest that there is no ground blast. It is in Pakistan's interest that कि जमीन पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो. अगर उनके जिहादियों ने कुछ भी किया है, then it gives Bharat an open handle, because it's an act of terror is equal to act of war, and then Bharat assumes its own offensive posture again.
Entire act of terror should be assigned to Pakistan only, because it's only they are who are behind every these things. So the entire act, whatever we are seeing in these days, in the nights, like your afternoon, evening, whatever has happened, even after the ceasefire, it's completely assigned to Pakistan. Their handlers, the people who are sitting inside the Pakistan, they are doing it. So they have to take the responsibility for all these things.
Right. I'm going to check if Michael Rubin is still there. Michael Rubin, he's not there. Okay, Sushant Sareen, now going forward, what happens next? So do we wait for another hour to see if this is repeated?
I think
because if this is repeated, then Bharat should openly say talks are off. It's war. We are now on the offensive. आज तो तुम्हारा defense भी नहीं है, घुसेंगे और मारेंगे.
I think the night should be more.
Anand, what are the talks you talking about? There are no talks taking place right now. Okay, there is just that tweet which has come out from the American side. There is no talks agenda. There's nothing which is there as far as the talks are concerned. And even if those talks were to happen, they would probably happen, maybe on some kind of a back channel between the two NSAs or something like that, if at all. The second thing is, yes, I think we will probably just wait and see what exactly the Pakis are up to. Are they actually trying to disturb the ceasefire or renege on their commitments on the ceasefire? In which case, it's okay. It's a free for all then, and then we are entitled to do whatever we deem fit.
There is blackout at Vaishno Devi Bhavan also.
That will be very robust. Secondly, from what we understood of what the Foreign Secretary's briefing was, that ceasefire extended along the line and length and breadth of the entire border, international border, as well as the LOC. Now, if the Pakistani interpretation of this is that it was only on the international border and not along the LOC, then I don't know whether we are going to remain, we will keep it to that level that, okay, fine, let's have it out. Let's have a bash at along the LOC and relative calm along the international border. Or will we say, okay, fine, now, everything is up for grabs. So that is a choice which our government will have to make. But if they are going to ratchet up the tensions, then they will get what is coming towards them. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind on that particular count.
Right. Peter Kuznick is joining us. Peter, thank you for speaking with us here. Now, even as we are talking about the stoppage of fire agreement, there is again brazen ceasefire violations along the international border and line of control by Pakistan artillery guns, and there are more drones that have been sent across multiple regions of Jammu and Kashmir and also Punjab. So Firozpur, Punjab is also in blackout in a blackout state right now. They say it is because precautionary, but multiple drone sightings, and all these have now again been neutralized. But that means that the Pak DGMO and Pakistani military doesn't seem to be serious about any talk of stoppage.
Well, we don't know for sure. In the United States, we're not getting that timely information that you were just saying. Here, the reports are much more positive and optimistic.
This is in the last 15 minutes, Peter. It's in the last 15 minutes between 8:45 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, till 9:07. So it's 9:07 as we speak here, 9:07 p.m. So from about 8:35, 8:40 p.m. is when the news started coming in. Now, what you're playing out is live pictures just about from 4 minutes ago. It's deferred live from 4 minutes ago. It's been sent by our own reporter in Srinagar. From his residence, he's seen these sounds, these blasts in the sky and drones being neutralized by the air defense systems. Peter.
Well, that's very disappointing. Here we're celebrating that a ceasefire was in place. But as we've seen with other ceasefires, with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel and Gaza, these ceasefires are very, very shaky because they're being partly internally imposed, but also partly externally imposed. And both sides, in many of these, would rather fight it out on the battlefield because they think they can win and gain an advantage. The danger is when you've got nuclear-armed powers and a situation that's very, very unstable. And I know I go on these shows with my Indian and my Pakistani friends, and the hatred is so visceral, the anger is so palpable, that I know it's very, very difficult to come to any agreements on this. But the world is begging India and Pakistan to step back and respect the ceasefire let cooler heads prevail.
So the
but clearly it's not so
point
easy.
is, one can be nice. One of our early thinkers and strategists more than 1,500 years ago said that no matter how kind you are to a snake, its only aim is to poison you, to bite and inject its poison into you. The other thing is, Bharat is a signatory to no first use. Pakistan is not when it comes to nuclear capabilities. The other thing is that Bharat has not even gone up to 5% of its military capability in this case. But there is more confirmation coming in. There is a blackout in Jaisalmer and Badmer. NN Dubeji is able to confirm that there have been drone sightings in Jaisalmer and Badmer. But News 18 Rajasthan and News 18 Hindi also confirming the same. Yes, NN Dubeji.
Yes, sir. DM Badmer has an order for complete blackout in view of the large number of drones sighted in the sky of Badmer. So this is again a very concerning news because it is further south. It is a first news in Rajasthan. So I think the area has been again expanded. It's not only LOC or what JNK were discussing. It's a further more.
Yeah, Firozpur, Punjab.
Yeah.
Firozpur, Punjab. There has come, and now it has gone up to further down the western borders into Rajasthan, where Badmer and Jaisalmer again drones have been sighted. There is blackout, and those drones again the ADSs have now neutralized. So it's again hot activity along the western border. So they're not keeping it only limited to Jammu and Kashmir. Sushant.
Yeah, so if it's not limited to only Jammu and Kashmir, but I think first, before I come to your question, I really find it deeply objectionable when people from the West put India and Pakistan on the same pedestal and treat a victim of terrorism, that is India, and the perpetrator of terrorism, that is Pakistan, equally. That India and Pakistan talk about the two countries in the same breath. I find it deeply objectionable. I'll be very honest about it. Secondly, if the reports which you are giving right now that this is happening in Rajasthan, it's happening in Punjab, are those blackouts precautionary? Are there actually drone sighting? Because sometimes what happens, Anand, in these kind of situations is that there is also a lot of, there is a kind of abundant caution which is also being exercised, and very often there is some kind of misinformation which is also doing the round. But if indeed there are sightings of drones and these
are confirmed pictures from our reporters. So we'll try and get Bhavani from Rajasthan also. So this is clear violation by Pakistan of any ceasefire.
If it's like a clear violation, then all bets are off.
Yeah, all bets are off. The other part is that there could be a possibility that they would turn around and say drones are dispensable. Ye hum nahi bhej rahe, jihadi bhej rahe, they are sending it, so don't blame us. And the other thing is that we'll keep the LOC or say hot for about 2-3 hours every night till the 12th. But it's up to India's interpretation. Bharat can interpret. Omar Abdullah saying there is no ceasefire. This is no ceasefire. Air defense systems have been activated in the middle of Srinagar. This is Omar Abdullah himself coming out and confirming this. Chief Minister is seeing what is happening above the skies and he is putting this out.
Can't give such a statement like this.
No, he's seeing it, sir.
He's seeing it.
He's seeing it in the air. Just like Ishan Wani is there in Srinagar, like you're seeing it in the air that something is flying and the ADSs are neutralizing it. This is happening in Srinagar. We try and get Bhavani on the phone if we can, but and reports Badmer and Rajouri, Badmer and also in Jaisalmer in Rajasthan there have been drones sighted. There is also again in Rajouri ceasefire violation. Akash joining us. Yes, Akash.
In Jammu, it is all normal. Anand, I have been getting messages from the Kent area where I have several officers living, and they are saying that there is a blackout in the area as far as drone activity is concerned. So here in Jammu, I can confirm that I cannot see any sort of drone, any sort of siren or any sort of blackout for that matter. But yes, ceasefire violation has been happening in the areas like Poonch, in Rajouri, in Mendhar, and also in some other areas across the LC. As far as ceasefire violation is concerned, so we have been seeing historically as well, even after 2021, it doesn't ceasefire violation or ceasefire agreement doesn't mean that it won't happen at all, because ultimately it is line of control. It is not the international border. There you have the disputed boundary, and Pakistan will want to keep that particular thing in discussion and will always claim that this is their boundary or this is disputed, and that's the reason why we have seen traditionally as well that they are involved in the ceasefire violation. However, after the press conference by the Foreign Secretary, why it is happening immediately and why these drone activities are happening. This is one question. We are waiting for some sort of response from the government as well, from the armed forces as well, because there are air activities reported from Srinagar, as Ishan is reporting, and in fact in Udhampur we have unconfirmed reports that drone activities are there.
See,
in Jammu at least I can say that there is no siren. There is no siren or no drone at least.
Right. Jammu region mein it has happened. It has happened in the Jammu region. N.N. Dubeji is sitting right next to us here in the studio, and he has confirmed that. We'll try and go across to Anshul joining us live from Pathankot, where again there have been ADSs at work. Drones have been sighted. There is a possibility that drones will be sighted till, and this drone activity will continue from the enemy till the 12th when the DGMOs meet. But if that is the case, then it gives Bharat a free handle to decide what kind of activity we want to continue till the 12th. So not just defend, but we can get on the offensive and perhaps tell them how to do it nicely, the offense perhaps. Maybe our forces are on it at this point, but that only the Pakistanis will have to confirm right now. But yes, Anshul, you're amid a blackout. That's why I can't see you.
Well, yes, yet again, over the last 5 minutes, there has been another blackout that has happened out here in Pathankot. We heard a siren from the Pathankot airbase, but there have been no explosions that have been heard at this point in time. The sirens that were burst from the Pathankot airbase was actually for just a few seconds, and since then there has been absolutely no activity that can be seen over here, but definitely a blackout as a precautionary measure has been announced over here in Pathankot, because remember it is very, very close to Jammu, and hence as a precautionary measure over here yet again a blackout has been announced, yet again exposing that how no one can actually go ahead and trust this rogue nation of Pakistan, even at a time when after so much talks there has been a ceasefire, or not exactly a ceasefire, but an understanding has been reached between the two countries that till the 12th of May there will be no arms and ammunition exchanged between these two countries. But today as well, yet again there
so
have
after
been reports
blackout
of
now, air raid sirens have gone off in Baramulla. Air raid sirens have now gone off in Baramulla. Viewers, this is what the Pakistanis are doing across our skies. Please be rest assured that they are also facing a lot of music on their side, and perhaps it will be far more louder and it's going to hurt them harder. They have just not been public with it, but please trust our forces to respond in equal and adequate measure. Yes, N.N. Dubeji, what's the update that you have? Ji.
My update is that, everybody was thinking that probably there is a declaration, there is an agreement, and there will be an official commitment from both the sides that it's a completely ceasefire. Then why this Pakistan started this, new dimension of already agreed upon ceasefire agreement. So they have started right from Baramulla down to Srinagar city, Pattan, that is one of the tehsil of Baramulla, Srinagar city, which is very, very disturbing because Srinagar city is quite in deep. And the nature of these drones are like exactly same what happened in the last night. They have gone right in the quite good height in the sky, and from the very maximum height it has been dropped.
Right.
So it becomes very difficult to destroy. That is one of the reason, I think, and that problem they might be challenging, they might be facing. The
one also has to see what kind of drones these are. Are these the ones that they tried to send first up, which are basic drones with no munition and not too much of payload, or are these ones which have got a certain amount of payload and what they attempted to send on the nights of 9th and 10th? So those are questions, because first set of drones were probing drones, the other ones were heavier and they had a lot of payload on them.
These drones are very similar to the drones of the last night, because if you go previous night, then those drones were very low flying drones. It was very easily detected and it was being destroyed in air, and one could see from the open eyes it's being destroyed. But the last night's drones had taken a quite good height in the sky.
Right.
That is a ground report. So these drones are little different. What kind of drones they are using since last 24 hours, I think must be some new consignment landed on the tarmac of Pakistan, what I am assuming.
Right.
That must be a different consignment.
Okay.
And we couldn't understand who has sent it.
Okay.
Now today's drones are almost similar to what happened in the last night. That's why they came quite down, and thereafter it has been detected.
Right.
Low flying drones
Right.
doesn't have a capacity to reach to Srinagar city.
Right.
It has to go to quite high, in a high.
Well, it has to take up a certain amount of height for it to be
Yes.
able to reach up to Srinagar city. How it's reached there, that's another point that will happen post facto. Tejinder Sodhi is with us. Yes, Tejinder, there is blackout in Baramulla, sirens have gone off in Baramulla, and multiple portions of Jammu and Kashmir along the IB and the LOC have seen drone activity, including Srinagar.
Yes, Anand, there has been a drone activity that has been witnessed in various regions of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Jammu, Samba, wherein our guns, the air defense mechanism has been activated to take those drones down. Even the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, who lives in the heart of Srinagar city, has also posted a video of drone and saying that there is no ceasefire which Pakistan had agreed upon. Yes, you rightly said that though I am in Baramulla right now, there is a complete blackout. I just heard a few bangs. I am not sure what type of blasts they were, but yes, there are air raid sirens that are going on. In Jammu, there is panic amongst people. I am told that there is a Sainik colony area in Jammu where people are rushing for safety. Because Jammu, as Akash was reporting from one place of Jammu, he's saying that there is no drone activity, but Jammu is a very big district where there are several places where drones have been sighted by the people, and our air defense mechanism has been activated to take those drones down.
Right.
Pakistan has also resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in Akhnur, which is also in Jammu, in Mendar, which is in Poonch, in Rajouri, and also in Kashmir sector. Pakistan has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in the Gurez sector of Bandipora. I just had a word with one of the top sources in the defense establishment, and they have confirmed that the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to the Pakistani aggression. There has been also reports of some ceasefire, some cross-border firing in the Araspura sector where the BSF is retaliating. So it seems that Pakistan, as Pakistan is known for backstabbing India, Pakistan, while they begged for a ceasefire, they wanted their DGMO called India and begged. They came on knees and requested India to stop firing. But within few hours, Pakistan has backstabbed. Anand, my sources within the establishment are saying that this ceasefire violation and the drone activity clearly show that the Pakistan army is a rogue army. They are not under control of the politicians of Pakistan who had requested the DGMO to call Indian counterpart and beg for the India to stop the firing. Yes.
Right. Thank you for your inputs. Ishan Wani joining us live from Srinagar. Yes, Anand Dubaji, any update? Okay, we've got Rajasthan, Barmer and Jaisalmer. There is Firozpur, Punjab. There is also Amritsar is on standby. I think we'll try and get an update there. Firozpur, there is a blackout. There are pictures coming in from Firozpur where there is a blackout. Jammu regions, air raid, sirens in Baramulla. Srinagar, multiple attempts of drones being sent over Srinagar.
Yes,
about 5-6 drones have been negated over BB cantonment itself. Yes, Ishan.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There are multiple drones right now in the sky, and they're being countered successfully by the Indian Army. The defenses are very hard to penetrate, and that's why you're seeing and hearing people who are watching us in Srinagar across India that whatever you are listening and hearing right now is because of the drone activity in the sky, and the attempt is being made to ensure that all these drones are brought down. We specifically don't want to talk about where the drones are being attempted to land or where they are being shot at. It's an operational matter at the moment, but we can confirm to you that there are multiple drones in the sky which are even visible from the naked eye at some places, and these drones are trying to hover around Srinagar, causing to cause the maximum damage to the military infrastructure, to the vital military infrastructure located in Srinagar and other parts. Now, what we have been also told that there are multiple attempts being made in other parts of Kashmir as well, apart from Srinagar, where again we are told that these drones are successfully trying to ensure that they're trying to target the security establishment, but the robust system over Srinagar and from the below, what we have been given to understand is trying to diffuse them. This is the night when people in Kashmir and Srinagar thought that they are going to have a peaceful night after a very long time, where we know such incursions or the drone attacks. But now, even before they would have started sleeping peacefully, it seems like, but they have decided that they are going to send more drones towards Kashmir, towards Srinagar, towards other parts of Jammu as well and try to ensure that they damage any infrastructure. But for now, we're told there are no casualties, no injuries, and they are trying to counter them easily.
So Barmer, okay, thanks for that update, Ishan. Stay safe, and I think with our air defense systems, we can be rest assured we'll be safe. Our armed forces working overtime to keep us safe. In this case, now it's spread beyond Jammu and Kashmir into Punjab and also into Rajasthan, Barmer, Bikaner, and Jodhpur. There have been blackouts there, and in Barmer and in Jaisalmer, there has been drones which have been neutralized. But now there is update that even in Jodhpur and Bikaner also, there are blackouts at this point. The former Air Chief R.K. Bhaduria ji is with us. Sir, how would you see this? Is this not a brazen violation of the ceasefire that the Pak DGMO himself asked for?
Absolutely, it's absolutely brazen, and not only incursion by these drones, but also clearly attack. They've used armed versions of drones and attacked some of these places. The kind of explosions that we talked about. So it's a clear violation. I'm sure with such kind of violation there would be repercussions.
No, but repercussions should not be in equal measure. In this case, because this is again violation, shouldn't Bharat choose today is a time when their air defense systems are down, their air offense capability is down. This is the time to go ahead and hit. If they are sending drones, shouldn't Bharat respond in perhaps a little more amplified measure?
It would always be amplified. It would always be amplified.
Thank you. That's reassuring. I'm not going to push you there beyond that. But how does this happen when the Pak DGMO says that they want to talk on the 12th? There is this push that is happening or what we are witnessing. What is Bharat now going to say? Because Shehbaz Sharif, I don't know if you've seen it, he's thanked the US. Donald Trump has claimed credit. Bharat has said that we will talk only to Pakistan. There is no third person here. So how does this work? Clearly their game on and their game is gambit is purely to try and internationalize J&K. I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah, and it is for the US leadership to see how brazenly they have violated and gone back to whatever assurances they gave the US side in terms of ceasefire, and obviously there would have been a lot of talk, especially when US Secretary of State had to speak to Asif Munir himself before they were brought onto the right track. So they need to see how they have gone back. It is for them to realize we know what Pakistan does, what he is capable of, how much he respects the treaties or the ceasefires or agreements that are reached. So we would have been careful, we would have been watchful, and surely these drone incursions would be tackled, so there's nothing to worry. But in the larger context, I think the US leadership, the world leaders need to see the Pakistani game plan and the involvement of Pakistani military establishment, ISI, deeply into their terror networks and their support, and going so far out in support of supporting their terror organization. I think that is the lesson that the world needs to take and deal with Pakistan.
No, but what is the reason why that this is not something which they have not known? If Osama bin Laden was found in Abbottabad, not so far away from a very key military installation, the world knows it already.
Yeah, they know it, but they have selective memory. They bring in different definitions of terrorism when it suits them. They have all kind of things they do. But when we point out these actions, they have not come out very strongly against Pakistan, in spite of Pakistan being the epicenter of terrorism. So it is time now to call out, and we need to take our action. We would take. Now the world just needs to watch. Don't tell us what to do. We will do what we need to do.
So this is another ceasefire deal that's gone begging Donald Trump and perhaps J.D. Vance, the US. Did they jump the gun in trying to take credit? Shehbaz Sharif crediting and thanking, and as Prime Minister confirming, not knowing what his army is doing immediately. In fact, minutes after Shehbaz Sharif tweeted saying thank you and we are going to talk, and we're looking at peace, the drone activity and the incursions and the ceasefire violations across the line of control and international border have started. General D.P. Pandey is with us. General Saab, what should Bharat do now? Is this now equal to act of war?
Okay, so firstly, let me just start by saying that Pakistan has shit-faced a number of people. The Pak army rather. Pak army shit-faced his own Prime Minister, who just tweeted, and within tweet, it can't be a part of a larger deception, because when you come out as a government, leading a government and make a statement, you believe that everybody is backing you up, like in any other country happens. So this is one thing happens. The second, what has happened is that US actually needs to see that how they have been shit-faced, while common sense and intelligence was the remark which the president of US made out for this thing. So they should know that the deep state, which has got great fingers and ties and affiliations inside, and they have been feeling that ISI is their tool. How they come back and actually smear in the face. But very interestingly, actually, for the Westerns, we are all right. We've got no value for them. We can be only used when they need us. Omar Abdullah tweeted very shortly what the hell is happening, what has happened to ceasefire. So I had to just only tweet back to him, and that is there is a cruel reminder for all of us that starting from standstill agreement, which was breached in 1947-48, right? 1947, the Jammu and Kashmir, that point of time. The Pakistanis have breached all treaties, not only with us, with everybody across the world, including using of F-16 and not telling the Americans Osama is living with them and they are looking after him and all, blah blah blah. I don't want to get into the deal of it, but bottom line, coming the tactical level, what is happening today is possibly as a field force commander, everybody would have known, because we discussed the difference between stoppage of fire and ceasefire, right? The issue was to be debated, discussed and hashed out on 12th. Any sensible army or armed forces will try and use this time for one-upmanship possibly. But given the circumstances in which a couple of top leadership had talked of ceasefire in their rank and file, I think this should not have happened. It is very important also for us when we are talking, we should not talk of a rogue element. The moment we talk of rogue element in armed forces, we're unhappy with the government and the DGMO's call, and therefore they have taken this call. The rogue elements can be a selective element who will use instrument of terrorism to carry out a strike after a talk which has happened. But when you look at the spread all around from Kashmir to Jammu to Punjab and on the way to Rajasthan, crossing of line of control and international border is a deliberate violation by Pakistan Army as an army, right? It is not rogue elements who are just popping up, something like celebrity fire or okay, we will not like children going to the toilet and banging up some crackers. So it is quite a deliberate, there is a dissonance between the political leadership, somewhere into a sane part of the military, but in the rest of the Pak army, which has taken again, which were possibly looking to flex their muscle and showcase that we are up to the steam, have possibly taken a hit there. That Punjabi ego, which we keep of time, has actually taken a major hit, and this is coming as a response of all these activities which is taking place. Now, the very bottom line question is it an act of war? Right? This is the time when again we have to go back to the thing, and I don't want to debate right now on the open that what will be that line which will breach when truly we need to declare the festival of war. But this is still controllable. This is manageable, and I am sure without coming out, our systems which have been headed are being headed by people will be striking back some point of time.
Oh, it's already started.
In terms of the drones,
It's already started.
So
It's already started. Proportionate response has already been given, and it will be given further. That's the update. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us those details that Bharat's proportionate response has already started. But and it's the what a lot of people are hearing, locals are hearing in the skies. Once again, you must be used to it over the last 3-4 days. That's what happens. The first time it's all shocking, but now everybody knows what's happening. It's the ADSs, the air defense systems, the guns that are now bringing down and neutralizing these drones. So that's the effectivity that's visible. That's the explosions that one is hearing. But General Pandey believes this is still below the threshold level or the line where India as a nation will turn around and say this is an act of war. But Peter, does this leave the Americans embarrassed? Does this leave Donald Trump, Rubio, Vance, all of them perhaps embarrassed because they perhaps jumped the gun? They shouldn't have.
Donald Trump is not capable of embarrassment. So, I mean, if Donald Trump were capable of embarrassment, he'd be so embarrassed at everything else that's gone on for the past 100 days. But it does create, as everybody's saying, a very, very precarious situation. And I think we're still at the point where it can be controlled and managed. And if India reacts too strongly, you know, we're on the verge of World War III. So that's not an acceptable option in the nuclear age, which means we've got to do everything we can, regardless of whatever blame is on Pakistan for breaking this ceasefire. India is in a position where it has to exercise maximum restraint right now. When I look at this and I question, what is Pakistan thinking if they're actually authorizing this breaking of the ceasefire? It looks to me totally irrational, totally self-destructive. India is stronger, and then if India responds forcefully, Pakistan has no response except resort to nuclear weapons, and that is madness, that is insanity. So this really has got to be calmed, tamped down as quickly as possible, and you know, we've got to get back to diplomacy.
But Chief, don't you think Pakistan's nuclear bluff has already been called off? And if Russia-Ukraine has not spilled over into a World War III, Israel-Hamas or Israel-Iran has not spilled over into World War III, Bharat-Pakistan somewhere, is this whole thing about World War III important? Bharat has not even exercised 5% of its military capabilities here.
No, absolutely. The nuclear bluff has been called. We have been very controlled in our actions. And I think what Pakistan is attempting tonight, in spite of ceasefire.
See, 8 drones, complete blackout in Pokhran. So again, Jaisalmer region, again 8 drones have been spotted.
It's a very clear sign that they are trying to steal some damage, thinking that we probably won't take strong action because of ceasefire, and they would quickly get a little more damage and then call it quits. So that's not going to be accepted. That's not going to happen. There would be response from our side, which I think you just mentioned that there's something is started. So response against incursions and possibly response across, because this cannot be left, without a response. Unpunished. But you made an important point of act of war. I think we need to see it is very clearly an act of war. There is a ceasefire, and you come across, it's not only drones doing surveillance, it is dropping bombs. So it is clearly an act of war. Whether we should go to war for it, clearly no. At the moment, our actions have been very controlled. Our actions have been very much below the threshold of conventional conflict. But in response to their actions, of course it will be a multiple always, but very controlled still. We attacked some bases 7, we could have attacked much more. If it was a full-fledged conflict, we would have shaped the battlefield in a different manner. A counter would have been much more effective. So it is still very controlled. I'm sure our defense forces will give a controlled response. More importantly, I think US administration needs to see what Pakistan does, what is it capable of. In spite of a ceasefire at this level and obviously assurances to the US president, they violated it, not only violated with dedicated attacks on our bases. So it's for them to see.
But if we take the conversation forward from you and into General Pandey, what happens on the 12th now, given this is happening now? Should our viewers, should Bharat expect this to continue? Sushant Sareen is also with us. Should Bharat expect for this to continue till the 12th? And is this par for course कि वो कुछ करते रहेंगे, हम जवाब देते रहेंगे और हम भी मारते रहेंगे उनको?
No, ceasefire does not entail that this action should happen. Therefore, I expect that there would be a official statement from our side calling out the actions, calling out Pakistan on their actions, and they would Pakistan would need to explain, and US would be asking them some questions. I'm sure the lines will run through the night in terms of questioning Pakistan. But clearly the Pakistan military leadership is in the dock for explaining how this happens at this level, if you give assurance. And I'm not surprised. Indian Defence Forces won't be surprised. It is for US to see. And US, somebody made a point, US deep state has been deeply involved in stepping up and supporting Pakistan military in particular, not now, in the previous years, and therefore it is for their system to realize what is happening in the new world.
Right. These are pictures from about 15-20 minutes ago. So all these reports that are coming in, it's all activity that's happened between 8:45 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. IST. So it's happened in a half an hour window. That's where all these activities have happened. The reports are trickling in now. We'll try and establish a timestamp. So these are ceasefire violations all across the western border. So it's not just the LC and the IB in Jammu and Kashmir that's been kept active. The